When I woke up, I was just in time to catch the male lead, drugging the female lead, getting ready to do the unspeakable to her. If I were just a bystander, I'd definitely be happy to watch the live show, but as it happens, I'm her biological father, and I know she's the female lead in that abusive novel, the one who ends up with a miserable fate. My mind buzzed, and without time to think, I bolted upstairs like a madman. With a loud bang, I violently kicked open the guest room door. The boy inside whipped his head around at the noise, his eyes full of panic. "Who are you?" My gaze swept past him, instantly locking onto the pale-faced girl on the bed. At this moment, Shen Yuchu's forehead was covered in fine sweat, her entire body limp as if she had no bones. Looking closely, her arm was actually slashed, and a small, glaring patch of blood was spreading on the bed. Hearing the commotion, Shen Yuchu struggled to prop herself up and look over. She squeezed out a few blurry words from her mouth. "Save me." My heart clenched fiercely. I shoved the blocking Wang Baden aside and rushed forward to check on my daughter's condition. "Tuan Chuan, can you hear Daddy?" Right now, Shen Yushu only felt a burning heat all over her body. Fortunately, the stinging pain in her arm helped her barely maintain her sanity. Daddy, her vision had already started to blur, but her subconscious told her that only her dad would call her by this childish nickname. A tear slipped from the corner of her eye. Her hand tightly gripped the hem of my shirt. "Daddy, is it you? Are you back?" "Yes, Daddy's back." My voice was gentle, carrying a soothing magic. "Don't be afraid, Daddy is right here." Hearing my words, Shen Yushu indeed quieted down a lot. I was originally in medical research, so I knew a thing or two about medicine. I quickly stepped forward and checked my daughter's condition. I only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming it wasn't too serious. I immediately helped my daughter up, draped her arm over my shoulder, and prepared to take her to the hospital. But right at that moment, Wang Baden, who had been cowering in the corner, suddenly stood up, trembling. He spread his arms to block my way. "You can't take her away." I almost laughed out of sheer anger. I had read this book, so I knew he was the true young master who had been switched at birth. After returning home, his father didn't love him, his mother didn't care for him, and he couldn't get the person he liked. I admit Wang Baden had it rough, but right now, I'm the female-led's father. I naturally stand on my daughter's side. I don't care how tragic his background is. Right now, it's clearly my daughter who has been wronged. Why should I, just because he's pitiful, let him bully my child however he wants? "Sir, you better understand the situation. You were the one attempting to assault my daughter. I haven't even settled the score with you yet, and you actually dare to stop me?" Hearing this, his face was written with disbelief. After returning to the Wang family, he had already found out everything about Shen Yuchu. He knew her father had mysteriously disappeared when she was 5. The man in front of him was so young and handsome. How could he possibly be Shen Yushu's father? By the time he processed the man's words, tears of humiliation instantly slid down Wang Badan's cheeks. He shook his head desperately. "It's not like that." I stood there coldly, supporting my daughter, my attitude unyielding, without the slightest compromise. "I don't care what it's like, but the fact that you hurt my daughter is set in stone. Now get out of my way immediately. Or don't blame me for not holding back." Although Wang Badan was filled with fear, he still gritted his teeth and refused to give way. His situation in the Wang family was already difficult. If this matter blew up, the Wang family would definitely not spare him. If he had actually done the deed, it would have been one thing, but he failed to get it done, and was caught red-handed on the spot. To give the Shen family an explanation, the Wang family definitely wouldn't go easy on him. Thinking of this, Wang Baden shuddered in fear, but still stubbornly blocked the door. Just as my patience ran out, and I was about to make a move, a flurry of noisy footsteps suddenly echoed outside the door. "What's going on here?" President Shen's face doesn't look too good. Could she have been set up? Who's that man supporting President Shen? Isn't the Wang family's true young master standing there too? Looking at this situation, don't tell me he tried to make a move on President Shen and ended up getting ruined by this man. That's actually very possible. Who doesn't know that this true young master has been chasing President Shen for 2 years, pestering her relentlessly? Wang Baden, who had been stubbornly blocking the way, listened to the gossip around him, and his face instantly turned a mix of green and pale. His hands and feet were trembling slightly. Under everyone's gaze, his body swayed as if about to collapse. Right at this moment, Father Wang, Mother Wang, and that fake young master Wang Zhichang also hurried over. The moment he saw my face, Father Wang's expression changed drastically. "You're Shen Chen." Father Wang's name was Wang Guochang. He was my college roommate, and we used to be pretty tight back in the day. I couldn't even be bothered to acknowledge him. Feeling the alarming heat radiating from my daughter's body, the coldness in my eyes almost froze into ice. "Get out of the way." Seeing that the situation was going south, Wang Guochang immediately locked his gaze onto the shivering Wang Baden in the corner. A flash of calculation crossed his eyes. He raised his hand and viciously slapped Wang Badan across the face. "Truly raised in the countryside. You have absolutely no shame. Hurry up and apologize to President Shen. Wang Beidan didn't say a word. He just covered his face, lowered his head, and sobbed. Wang Jichang watched the woman he fancied nearly get defiled, and a trace of jealous hatred quickly flashed through his eyes, but he hid it perfectly. Dad, brother just likes Sister Yuchu too much. Even though Sister Yushu and I have an engagement, if brother likes her, I can give the engagement to him. After saying that, he lowered his head in grievance, tears falling as if they cost nothing. He looked exactly like a long-suffering, manipulative green tea guy. I turned my head and looked at my daughter's tightly knit brows, the fine layer of sweat on her forehead, and her agonizing expression. My heart ached terribly. I didn't have the time to watch these drama queens put on a show. My gaze swept around the room, finally landing on the red wine bottle on the table. I completely ignored the noisy voices around me, grabbed the bottle, and smashed it fiercely onto the floor. With a loud crash, the sound of shattering glass made everyone's ears ring. The people in the room jumped in fright, and the room instantly fell dead, silent. I still had some restraint. I didn't throw it at anyone, but smashed it right at Wang Beidan's feet. A sharp shard grazed his calf, instantly drawing blood. Consider it collecting a little interest in advance for my daughter. Can I leave now? My voice was as cold as ice. The crowd that had just been gathered around watching the drama immediately cleared a path for me, supporting my daughter. I walked out step by step under everyone's gaze. As I passed by Wang Guochang, my voice was freezing, too lazy to even keep up appearances. Regarding what happened today, if your Wang family doesn't give me a satisfactory explanation, our Shin family will absolutely pursue this to the bitter end. Also, if you ever dare to use my name again to spout nonsense about an arranged childhood marriage, your Wang family can forget about surviving in Zicheng. These words mercilessly ripped off the Wang family's fig leaf and sent shockwaves through the onlookers. That so-called engagement was actually fake. The crowd exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with gossip. They were really feasting on the drama today. Only the Wang family members looked utterly humiliated, yet they didn't dare to retort. They could only watch helplessly as the two of us left. At the entrance of the banquet hall, the driver immediately rushed over the moment he saw Shen Yuchu's condition. He looked at his president, then at the strange man supporting her, looking a bit bewildered for a moment. I helped the driver get my daughter into the car. She's been drugged. Hurry and get her to the hospital. The driver didn't dare ask any more questions. He slammed the gas pedal to the floor, and the car immediately sped toward the hospital. Sitting in the back seat, Shen Yuchu was tense all over, yet she stubbornly gripped the hem of my shirt. She rested her head on my shoulder, and even rubbed against it affectionately. Her usual cold and domineering aura was completely gone, leaving only a fragile state tormented by the drug. She forced herself to hold on to her last shred of sanity, muttering softly, "Daddy, you were so fierce just now." She had never seen her dad act so fiercely before, but not only was she unafraid, she actually felt an inexplicable secret joy. Daddy was protecting her. Hearing this, I reached out and gently poked her forehead a few times. "You little ingrate. Now you're complaining that Daddy is too fierce?" Shen Yuchu was in so much agony that her consciousness was blurring. Only the pain in her arm allowed her to barely maintain a sliver of clarity. She mumbled incoherently, "Daddy, don't leave me behind again." My eyes instantly stung with tears. I turned my head slightly, raised my hand, and gently rubbed her head just like when she was little. "Don't be afraid. Daddy will always be here." Who would have thought that right after transmigrating back, I'd see my daughter in such a sorry state? Amidst my heartache, my hatred for the Wang family deepened. Daring to torment my daughter like this, I will absolutely not let the Wang family off easily. In the VIP hospital room, Shen Yuchu lay quietly on the bed, an IV drip attached to the back of her hand. The wound on her arm had also been bandaged. With her eyes closed, she looked especially well-behaved. I looked at her quietly, faintly seeing the shadow of her childhood in her sleeping face. Her face still carried a bit of girlish innocence. That intersection between a young girl and a young woman was particularly evident in her. It reminded me of her mother, Si Jiao Jiao. 18-year-old Si Jiao Jiao looked exactly like this too. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so captivated by her, even resorting to taking her by force. Thinking of this, my expression unconsciously softened, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of my lips. Just then, a woman in a professional suit walked in. Seeing me keeping watch, a flash of amazement crossed her eyes, and then she stepped forward to greet me. "Hello, I'm President Shen's special assistant. May I ask who you are?" I stood up and replied, "I'm Shen Yuchu's dad." As soon as the words left my mouth, the hospital room instantly fell dead silent. Before I could explain, Special Assistant Zhao had already quickly adjusted her expression. "You're the mister who has been missing for years?" I immediately tossed aside that bit of awkwardness and nodded in affirmation. "Yes, that's me." Although Special Assistant Zhao was surprised, she didn't dare ask too much about her boss's family affairs. After a brief chat, I also got a rough idea of my daughter's usual situation. After she left, I held the new phone. Special Assistant Zhao had specifically brought over and started studying it carefully. I had been gone from this world for 13 years and was almost completely out of touch with society. A smartphone was the fastest way for me to understand this world. I had to adapt as quickly as possible so I could have a chance to return to the lab. I thought of the 13 daughters I had sealed in the safe, and my blood instantly boiled. An even bolder idea rose in my heart. The sky gradually darkened. I scrolled through the phone for several hours, until my bones were almost stiff. I stood up and stretched my shoulders, glanced at my daughter who was still unconscious on the bed, and my heart instantly softened. I instructed the caregiver nearby. I'm going out to buy some dinner. Keep an eye on her for me. Call me if anything happens. The caregiver immediately nodded. Okay. I walked out of the hospital room, strolling unhurriedly down the corridor, while my fingertips lightly dialed that all-too-familiar number. Hello, I want to report a crime. Someone drugged my daughter and tried to assault her. Not long after I left, the eyelashes of the girl on the hospital bed fluttered slightly. She blinked in confusion, still carrying the days of having just woken up. Her scattered consciousness slowly returned, and her chaotic memories gradually cleared. That glass of wine at the banquet, her body gradually going limp, someone grabbing her arm in the hallway, and finally being pushed down onto a soft bed. Scene after scene surfaced clearly in her mind. In the end, she heard her dad's voice. That person held her tightly. She heard her dad arguing fiercely with others for her sake, and she heard her dad gently comforting her. Don't be afraid, Daddy is here. Those words were like a needle, fiercely piercing the softest part of her heart. President Shen, you're awake. The caregiver standing guard nearby immediately stood up straight and hurriedly pressed the call button. How are you feeling? Are you dizzy? Are you thirsty? The doctor will be here right away. Although Shen Yuchu's voice was hoarse, it still carried that innate sense of authority. She struggled to sit up, but accidentally pulled her wound and fell right back down. Seeing this, the caregiver quickly stepped forward to help crank up the head of the bed so she could lean back comfortably. Who brought me to the hospital? She tried to keep her tone as calm as possible, but her fingers tightly gripped the blanket beneath her. A trace of imperceptible anticipation flashing in her eyes. The caregiver's expression was a bit subtle. It was a very handsome gentleman. He said he was your father. Shen Yuchu's tense face instantly froze. Just as she was about to speak, a noise came from outside the door. A figure she had yearned for day and night slowly walked in. His voice was still so familiar. Chuchu is awake. Let Daddy see. If you're still feeling uncomfortable anywhere, Shen Yushu felt like she was dreaming. She stared at me blankly. I was holding a lunchbox in my hand, a smile on my face. Every movement was exactly the same as the dad in her memory. She moved her lips, wanting to say something but swallowing it back. At this moment, the doctor happened to come in to examine her. Shen Yushu was still in a daze. She did whatever the doctor told her to do, unbelievably obedient. But her gaze uncontrollably glued itself to me, unwilling to look away for even a second, looking at this silly, dazed appearance. Where was there even a hint of a domineering female CEO? Once the doctor left, I laid out the takeout food on the table and called out to Shen Yuchu. Tuanchuan, come eat. You've been out for hours. You must be hungry. Hearing this familiar nickname, Shen Yuchu's ears instantly turned red. She was already so old and had long forbidden her family from calling her by her nickname. But for some reason, when these two words came out of my mouth, her heart felt incredibly sweet, and she was even a bit reluctant for me to change how I addressed her. She tentatively called out softly, Daddy. A huge smile immediately bloomed on my face. I reached out and pinched her cheek. Long time no see. Does Tuanchuan not recognize Daddy anymore? Shen Yushu's eyes instantly turned red. She, who had always been calm and composed, after hearing my words, felt an indescribable surge of grievance welling up in her heart. Will you leave again? Her voice carried a barely noticeable tremble, yet her face still forced its usual calm and indifference. Seeing her clearly scared to death, but stubbornly pretending not to care, my heart felt like it was being fiercely squeezed. I held out my pinky finger, just like when she was little. I'm not leaving, pinky promise. Shen Yuchu looked down at that pinky finger, stayed silent for 2 seconds, and could no longer control her surging emotions. She suddenly hugged my waist, her voice choked with sobs. Daddy. An 18-year-old girl, the ruthless CEO in the eyes of outsiders, was now throwing herself into my arms, crying like a wronged child. She restrained herself from crying out loud, but her tears had already soaked my shirt. Feeling my daughter trembling slightly in my arms, I couldn't help but tear up as well, gently patting her back. After her emotions settled down, Shen Yuchu finally realized in hindsight what she had just done. She quickly raised her hands to cover her face. So embarrassing. How old is she now? How could she still cry in her dad's arms like a little kid? I smiled and reached out to rub her hair, teasing her. What's there to be embarrassed about in front of your dad? Hurry up and eat. You can go back to being an ostrich after you finish eating. Shen Yushu's face turned even redder. she cried out, a bit flustered and exasperated. Daddy. All right, all right, I'll stop teasing you. I helped her sit down on the sofa. Look, Daddy specifically bought you sweet and sour spare ribs. I don't know if after all these years, your taste has changed. Shen Yuchu finally lowered the hands covering her face. She looked at the sumptuous meal in front of her, and her usually tense face softened significantly. Her voice carried an intimacy she didn't even notice herself. It hasn't changed. After all these years, Daddy still remembers what I like. Of course, your daddy's precious daughter, always on my mind. As I put food in her bowl, I coaxed her with sweet words. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hospital room was exceptionally warm. After finishing the meal, I looked at my daughter leaning against the hospital bed and thought of the true young master of the Wang family whom I had personally sent to the police station. For a moment, I didn't quite know how to bring it up. But before I could speak, Shen Yuchu asked first, Daddy, all these years, where exactly did you go? We looked for you for so long, but we could never find you. I had already prepared my excuse. Didn't I leave you guys a note when I left? I was taken by a friend to a secret research institute for medical treatment. Now that I'm cured, I naturally came back. Shen Yuchu pursed her lips, clearly not quite believing this explanation. In Zixing, both the Shen and Si families were top-tier wealthy families. With the power of both families, it was impossible to find absolutely no clues when looking for someone, but that day, Daddy just vanished into thin air. Even the surrounding surveillance cameras didn't capture a single trace. This completely defied logic. I couldn't exactly tell her directly that I was taken to the system space by the system, could I? Back then, I was in a car accident, and it was entirely thanks to the system using points to keep me alive. After that, I fell into a coma. I never expected that 13 years would pass in the blink of an eye. I didn't want to dwell on this topic with my daughter anymore. So I changed the subject. What exactly is going on between you and those true and fake young masters of the Wang family? I want to know if there are any real feelings between you guys. Hearing this, Shen Yuchu's mind immediately flashed to that man who had been pestering her for 2 years. The thought of him actually drugging her made her furrow her brows in disgust. I don't like them. After saying that, she remembered something else and carefully peeked at my face as she asked, Does Daddy want me to marry the Wang family's son? I looked at Shen Yuchu's conflicted face and instantly understood. She didn't like this arranged childhood marriage, but as long as I nodded, she was actually willing to wrong herself and compromise. How could I let that happen? I rubbed her head affectionately, my tone gentle yet incredibly firm. My Tuanchuan doesn't need to be so sensible. If you don't like it, no one can force you, not even Daddy. Shen Yuchu's body stiffened slightly, and the corners of her mouth curled up uncontrollably. I recalled the setting in the book. My daughter's family background, looks, and abilities were all top tier. She took charge of the Shen Corporation at 18. She was ridiculously perfect, but unfortunately, female leads in these angst-filled novels all shared a common flaw. They didn't understand love, and didn't know how to love. That was why they would hurt the male lead time and time again. Fortunately, even though my daughter despised the male lead, she had never done anything illegal like digging out hearts or extracting livers. It was just extreme indifference. But this was very strange. Even without me, there were plenty of elders in the family. How could she have never felt loved? I sighed, then comforted Shen Yuchu. That so-called engagement doesn't exist at all. It's just the Wang family using my name to fool people. You don't need to take it to heart. Then, I dropped a bombshell. I just called the police. At this point in time, the Wang family, young master who drugged you should have already been arrested. You don't feel bad for him, do you? Shen Yuchu suddenly looked up, her eyes full of astonishment. But the next second, a warm current surged into her heart. I don't feel bad. He got what he deserved. Meanwhile, in the Wang family's living room, the moment they saw the police at their door, the entire Wang family panicked. They never expected that I would actually be so ruthless as to call the cops in the blink of an eye. Wang Badan was handcuffed, crying with teary eyes. Mom. Dad. Save me. I just love Sister Yushu too much. But his mother, Li Shuiying, had a gloomy expression. She didn't care about her son at all. She only cared about the company's reputation. Li Shuiying cursed inwardly. Useless trash. He can't even drug someone properly. Beside her, Wang Jichang was secretly rejoicing. With Wang Badan arrested, wouldn't Sister Yuchu be his? As for Wang Guochang, his face was uglier than anyone else's. He had known for a long time that I never considered him a friend. Even in college, I always had a high and mighty attitude, and now I wasn't leaving him any face at all. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, to the point where he couldn't even be bothered to spare a glance at his arrested son. Just then, Li Shuiying suppressed her anger and growled, Don't you have a good relationship with the old madam of the Sai family? Go beg her for mercy. As long as old Madam Sai speaks up, I don't believe Shen Chen would dare to mess around. Hearing this, Wang Guochang's eyes suddenly flashed. Beg for mercy? All right, I'll go right now. Wang Guochang made an immediate decision. Hearing this, Wang Jichang's inner calculations started clicking away. He wished Wang Badan would never come out, but if he could go to the C family and score some brownie points with the old madam, that would be a huge win. So, he hypocritically hooked his arm around Wang Guochang's. Dad, I'll go with you. The two soon arrived at the Sai family's old estate. Even though they had been here countless times, this luxurious manor still made their hearts tighten. They didn't dare to breathe too loudly as they walked through the corridors and courtyards, arriving at the main house's living room. At this moment, old Madam C had already been notified and was sitting properly in the living room. The moment Wang Guochang saw her, his tears instantly flowed down. Old Madam Sai was soft-hearted by nature. Seeing him in this state, she immediately felt terrible for him. What's wrong? Weren't you hosting a college acceptance banquet during the day? Why are you running over here crying at night? Hearing this, Wang Guochang cried even harder. He grabbed the old madam's hand and started pouring out his grievances. Old madam, Shen has gone too far. He actually sent Badan to the police station. It was just a little squabble between kids. How could he, as an elder, hold it against a child? Shen. Old Madam Sai was suddenly stunned. What did you say? My son-in-law is back. Wang Guochang's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected that even the C family didn't know the news of my return. He immediately nodded and started badmouthing me. Today, he came to crash my son's college acceptance banquet, smashed a bottle, and cut Badan's face. And tonight, he even called the cops to have him arrested. Our Badan was lost when he was little, and suffered for over a decade. He just likes Yuchu too much, and didn't do anything out of line. I can't believe Shen would actually lay a hand on a child. Old madam, you can't just sit back and do nothing. Hearing that he was lost as a child and suffered a lot, old Madam Sai's sense of guilt instantly skyrocketed. Back then, it was exactly her suggestion that led to the subsequent chain of disasters. She immediately said anxiously, "Tell me in detail. What exactly happened? So I can stand up for you?" Seeing this, Wang Guochang immediately downplayed the serious parts and twisted the events of the day. After hearing it, the old madam immediately patted her chest and promised, "Don't worry, this isn't a big deal to begin with. Those two kids are engaged, so it's normal for them to cultivate their feelings. I'll call Yuchu right now. You guys go back and wait for news." Engagement. When Wang Jichang heard those two words, he was so jealous he was about to go crazy. That engagement was clearly his. What did it have to do with that shameless guy? He looked at Wang Guochang aggrievedly, hoping he would speak up for him. But Wang Guochang completely avoided his gaze. The most urgent matter right now was to bail Wang Badan out of the police station and save the Wang family's stock price. As for that so-called engagement, he had just made it up to cling to the rich and powerful anyway. Who would have thought that I would actually come back alive to expose it all? Wang Jichang secretly gritted his teeth. Sure enough, if you're not biological, no one loves you. They said they treated him like their own son, but in the end, they only cared about Wang Badan. Right after the two of them left, old Master Sai came out of the study. He slowly walked downstairs, looked at his restless wife, and asked, "What did the Wang family come here for?" Old Madam Sai finally snapped back to reality, looked up at him and said, Shen is back, did you know? Who? Old Master C's entire body jolted. Our son-in-law is back. This name had already become a taboo in the Sai family. Back then, their rebellious daughter had finally gotten on the right path because of marriage and childbirth. But an accident shattered the family's brief warmth. Old Master C sighed. Who knows when Si Jiao Jiao will be back? She probably doesn't even know the news of her husband's return yet. At the mention of their daughter, old Madam Sai's face also filled with worry. That child loses contact for a few months every year. If she knew her husband was back, she would definitely be thrilled. But old Master C wasn't optimistic at all. Don't forget about Si Xiaoming. Shen is no pushover. If he finds out about Si Xiaoming's existence, we'll be lucky if he doesn't turn the house upside down. Si Xiaoming was Si Jiao Jiao's illegitimate child. Shortly after I disappeared, a 5-year-old girl knocked on the Shen family's door with irrefutable DNA test results laid out in front of them. Sai Xiaoming was indeed a child of the Sai family. What was even worse was that this child was only a few months younger than my daughter, Shen Yushu. At the mention of Si Xiaoming, old Madam C's face instantly turned ugly. She spoke uncertainly. Shen wouldn't lay a hand on a child, would he? Old Master Sai sneered. Think about it. Shen was missing for over a decade. Those who jumped around trying to seize power. Which one of them wasn't completely subdued by old man Shen? Old Madam C instantly fell silent. It was true, missing for over a decade. Yet the old master of the Shen family never once considered changing the heir. Instead, the moment Shen Yuchu turned 18, he immediately brought her into the company. If my methods weren't behind this, she wouldn't believe it. The two remained silent for a long time. Old Madam C picked up her phone. I'd better call Yuchu first. Meanwhile, In the hospital room, I had just come out of the washroom. When I saw Shen Yuchu answering the phone with an ugly expression, she saw me pause for a moment and said into the phone, "Okay, I understand. I'll talk to Daddy about this." She hung up the phone. Seeing that something was wrong with her expression, I asked, "Who called?" Shen Yuchu lowered her head. It was Grandma. The Wang family went to beg her, wanting us to let Wang Baden go. I sneered. I had long since figured out this mother-in-law's personality. Ignore what she says. I paused, searching for a word to describe her. To put it nicely, she's kind-hearted. To put it bluntly, she's just a clueless, bleeding heart. I continued, spreading her kindness everywhere all day long. It's just her relying on the fact that someone is always behind her to clean up her messes. Hearing this, Shen Yuchu actually looked at me in astonishment. I reached out and rubbed her head, comforting her. There's no room for negotiation on this matter. When you're discharged from the hospital tomorrow, I'll personally go back to the old estate and talk to your grandma. Who knew? Shen Yuchu worriedly gripped the hem of my shirt. I understood. In her impression, Grandpa's word was law, and Grandma was stubbornly opinionated. She was afraid I would be at a disadvantage if I went back. I chuckled softly, afraid they'll bully me. Shen Yuchu pursed her lips in embarrassment and didn't speak, but her eyes clearly showed that was exactly what she meant. I was amused by her. Don't worry, no one can bully me. They'll be lucky if I don't bully them. All right, ZZs, I pinched her cheek. I'll stay with you tonight. If tomorrow's checkup goes well, you'll be discharged. Only then did Shen Yuchu finally settle down. The next day, after finishing the discharge procedures, the driver took us straight back to the Yunding Villa, looking at the familiar fountain and smelling the floral scent in the air. I felt like a lifetime had passed. This was the villa we bought when we got married. Even though we hadn't lived here for long, it held many beautiful memories. I looked at the surrounding lawn and asked casually, "Are your mother and sister home?" Shen Yuchu seemed to think of something. She glanced at me cautiously before answering. "Mom went abroad on a business trip. She doesn't have a set return date. Shen Yu is out of town at a summer camp. She won't be back until next week." I nodded. Suddenly, I remembered something. "Your sister should have finished her college entrance exams by now, right? Did the family not throw her a graduation banquet?" Shen Yuchu's expression instantly became a bit awkward. Shen Yu has been frail since she was little. She started school a year late, so she won't take the college entrance exams until next year. That was when I remembered. Back then, Si Jiao Jiao had a very difficult time giving birth to them. All the kids were born tiny and skinny. The fifth child, Shen Yu, had it the worst. She practically grew up in the hospital, always sickly. Seeing my worry, Shen Yuchu hurriedly added, "Don't worry, Dad. Her health has been fully restored for a long time now. She can run and jump. You can't even tell she was ever sick as a kid." In her mind, an image had already surfaced of Shen Yu sporting a head of dyed blonde hair and getting into fights. Hearing this, I finally felt relieved. However, the gap between my two daughters was truly massive. Even though they were the exact same age, my second daughter, Shen Yuchu, had skipped grades all the way, graduating college at 18 to take over the family business. Yet my fifth daughter, Shen Yue, hadn't even taken her college entrance exams. No wonder even the Sai family would eventually be inherited by my eldest daughter. It seemed old Master Sai would rather merge the two companies than let a prodigal daughter take over. I took a stroll around the villa. Everything was exactly as I remembered it. I pushed open the door to the master bedroom. The furnishings were the same. Even the little trinkets I used to use were still sitting on the desk, thinking about how I had to return to the Shen family estate to eat with my dad later. I went into the bathroom and took a quick shower. My dad was incredibly well informed. He had called Shen Yuchu first thing in the morning, ordering us to come back by noon, so I decided to go to the Shen family estate at noon and visit the Sai family in the afternoon. But just as I wrapped myself in a bathrobe and pushed open the door to the walk-in closet, my footsteps suddenly came to a halt. Looking inside, the entire closet was packed full. Surprisingly, it was filled with all the latest seasonal arrivals. Not only were they all from my favorite brands, but the sizes were also a perfect fit. It was as if I had never left. Only then did I notice a row of women's clothing squeezed into the corner of the closet. Although there were quite a few pieces, compared to my clothes, they looked particularly pitiful. In a daze, I felt as though the master of this house had never left. A wave of complex emotions washed over me. I thought again of Si Jiao Jiao, who had gone from being arrogant and willful to calm and mature, shaking off my thoughts. I casually picked out a white knit sweater and casual pants to change into. As I walked past that row of women's clothes, my gaze paused for a moment, but quickly moved away. When I went downstairs, Shen Yuchu was handling official business on her laptop. Her expression was serious, but the moment she saw me, her cold demeanor instantly softened, and her eyes lit up. "Dad." I looked at her. "Busy?" Shen Yuchu nodded. "I'll be done in a second." She typed rapidly on the keyboard a few times, then put the laptop away. "Done." We can leave now. I gave a hum of agreement, asking as we walked, are you adjusting well at the company? Is anyone giving you a hard time? Shen Yuchu maintained her usual cold and composed demeanor. She spoke in a calm tone, yet it revealed a deliberate sense of maturity. I've been learning how to manage the company from Grandpa since I was little. Most of the employees at the Shen Corporation know me. No one would dare give me a hard time. As she spoke, she turned her head to look at me, a subtle hint of seeking praise in her eyes. Although I don't have much seniority, with Grandpa backing me up, the company's operations have never had a single error. After she finished speaking, she pursed her lips and stayed silent. But I saw right through her little desire for a compliment. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. My little Tuanchuan is amazing. Shen Yuchu's face instantly turned red. I understood. This was all because my dad had learned his lesson from back then. I was the heir back in the day too. But he let me develop my own hobbies. And as a result, I rebelliously chose medical research instead of financial management. In a fit of anger, the old master cut off my living expenses, forcing me to go out and start my own business. Therefore, he brought Shen Yuchu straight into the company when she was just a little kid, letting her be immersed in it from a young age. The car soon pulled up to the Shen family's old estate. The old butler's eyes turned red the moment he saw me. Eldest young master is finally back. I stepped forward and gave him a big hug. Uncle Wang, I'm back. The butler was teary-eyed. Hurry inside. The old master knew you were coming back. He's been up since early morning, changing clothes who knows how many times. I let out a chuckle. My dad was truly the same as ever. Who would have thought? The moment I followed the butler inside, I saw a father and son sitting on the sofa. The middle-aged man was dressed head to toe in designer brands, currently sucking up to the old master. The young boy was sitting quietly with his head down. Seeing them, the corners of my mouth instantly dropped. Sure is lively in here. I spoke with a sarcastic tone. Seems I came at a bad time. If I knew he was coming, I wouldn't have bothered. Saves me from being an annoyance for no reason. Old Master Shen, who originally had an impatient look on his face, saw me and his granddaughter. The corners of his mouth had just started to lift when he heard that incredibly familiar tone. Yep, that was his biological son. No doubt about it. He feigned anger. You brat, spouting nonsense the moment you get back. Brother is really back. Shen Zihao immediately stood up and came over to greet me. Where on earth have you been all these years, brother? Dad and I were so worried. Just as he tried to grab my hand, I swiftly took a step back. Whoa, hold on, I am not your brother. After saying that, I pulled my daughter along and sat straight down on the sofa. I didn't even call out to my dad. You called me back just to intentionally make me miserable, didn't you? Seeing my completely unapologetic attitude, old Master Shen felt a bit helpless. He knew. This was all a debt he owed from his youth. Speaking of which, when he married my mom back then, it wasn't out of love. He was after my mom's scholarly family background and top-tier intellect, so she could give birth to an outstanding heir. As for my mom, she was after his ability to throw money at her research. Plus, that handsome face of his, the two of them, hit it off instantly, and that was how I came to be. Unfortunately, not long after I was born, my mom, due to years of overwork, passed away in the laboratory. After that, old Master Shen completely let himself go. He had a bunch of messy affairs outside, but he refused to acknowledge any of them. Because in his heart, he already had the most outstanding heir, but Shen Zihao happened to be an exception. His mother fell ill, leaving him with no one to care for him at a young age. So he had to be sent to the Shen family. As a result, he turned right around and started messing around outside with sketchy girls. He became a father before he was even of age, having a pair of boy-girl twins. During the dozen or so years I was missing, he acted like a patient wolf, seizing every opportunity to desperately curry favor with my dad, delusionally hoping to swallow up the entire Shen Corporation. Right at that moment, the butler immediately stepped in to smooth things over. The old master knew eldest young master was coming back, so he specifically had the kitchen prepare a bunch of your favorite dishes. Would you like to go take a look? Hearing this, I didn't give him any face at all, so dad still has me in his heart after all these years. I thought since dad had another son, he would have tossed me to the back of his mind long ago. Old Master Shen clutched his chest, looking like he was suffocating. He simply stopped looking at me and turned his head to look at my quiet daughter beside me. Only then did he feel a lot more comfortable. Yuchu is still the well-behaved and sensible one, unlike you, pissing me off the moment you get back. The butler caught on and immediately stepped forward to rub the old master's back to soothe him. Please don't be angry, old master. Who doesn't know that eldest young master is the apple of your eye? Back then you couldn't eat well, and you couldn't sleep well either. Now that father and son are reunited, this is a joyous occasion. Hearing these words, I finally couldn't keep up the act anymore. I linked arms with old Master Shen and playfully acted shamelessly with a smile. I knew dad still cared about me. Seeing my rare moment of yielding, the old master's heart instantly melted into a puddle. He tapped my nose. Where exactly have you been all these years? How could there be absolutely no news of you? I stuck to my usual excuse. A friend took me to a secret research facility for treatment. I'm fully recovered now, afraid he wouldn't be easily fooled. I quickly added, it's related to my upcoming research, so it has to be kept a secret. Old Master Shen was instantly choked up by my words. He had no choice but to turn and look at Shen Yushu. I heard Yushu was schemed against by that brat from the Wang family. We chatted as if there was no one else around. Off to the side, Shen Zihao's knuckles turned white from gripping so hard. Shen Yushu didn't even spare him a glance, answering on her own. I was almost schemed against. She looked at me, her face full of relief. The old master thought for a moment, then asked her, I heard you sent that brat to the police station. Are you planning to call off the engagement? This time, before Yuchu could speak, I directly hijacked the conversation. What engagement? That was just the Wang family spouting nonsense using my name. With the way the Wang family behaves, old man, you didn't even think to stop them? The old master was choked up by my words again, and glared at me fiercely. Yeah, right. When you're sucking up, it's dad. When I'm useless to you, it's old man, he asked in annoyance. Weren't you on pretty good terms with him in college? How was I supposed to know the engagement was fake? Seeing this, Shen Zihao immediately leaned in to chime in. That's right, brother. Since the engagement was set, it's better to honor the agreement. If you back out at the last minute, it won't look good for the Shen family's reputation. But I spoke without a care in the world. Not to mention there was never an engagement to begin with. Even if there was, so what? I'd openly and shamelessly break it. The Wang family can't do a damn thing about it anyway. Those words were arrogant enough. Shen Zihao clenched his fists so hard and asked through gritted teeth, Aren't you really good friends with Wang Guochang? I let out a scoff. We have a decent relationship, but not to the point where I'd sell my daughter. At this moment, even Shen Yushu beside me had the corners of her lips curled into a tiny smile. All right, the old master made the final decision. Since that's the case, we'll cancel it. It's not a big deal anyway. He already looked down on the Wang family's wishy-washy attitude. I immediately looked at Yuchu. The Wang family truly hurt you, so they must be prepared to pay the price. To my surprise, the old master immediately nodded. Right. Cut off all our cooperation with the Wang family. There's no need to let them keep riding our coattails. Shen Yuchu looked at the old master in surprise. All this time, her grandfather had been extremely strict with her. To think he would actually make an exception for her this time. Seeing our family acting so warm and harmonious, the ignored Shen Zihao looked awful. He nudged his son beside him, gesturing for him to go suck up to the old master. But the boy completely ignored him. Shen Zihao cursed him for being useless under his breath. Then, his eyes darted around, and he suddenly smiled with a look of feigned concern. Have you seen Si Jiao since you got back? I turned to look at him. You mean Si Jiao Jiao? Shen Zihao's face was full of malicious intent. Yeah, you disappeared without a word for 13 years. It'd be perfectly normal if Si Jiao Jiao had another man. Don't take it to heart, brother. Instantly, the old master and Yushu's expressions changed. I paused my movements slightly. She has another man? Shen Zihao immediately covered his mouth in a panic, pretending as if he had said the wrong thing. Brother, you didn't know? I didn't mean to bring it up. Now the old master was truly furious. He slammed his hand hard on the table and pointed at Shen Zihao. If you don't know how to speak, then shut your mouth. We are going to eat. Hurry up and leave. Dad, you're kicking me out? Shen Zihao's face was full of shock. He never expected that his years of sucking up wouldn't even compare to my first day back. The old master gave a look, and the butler immediately understood. He stepped forward and made a please leave gesture toward Shen Zihao. Shen Zihao's eyes were full of resentment. He looked at the old master, then looked at me. Finally, he could only flick his sleeve in hatred, turn around and storm out. The boy who had been shrinking in the corner the whole time saw his dad leave, and immediately got up to follow him. Inside the living room, the atmosphere instantly became eerily stagnant. I looked at the old master, then looked at Yuchu, and asked directly, So, does Si Jiao Jiao really have another man? Actually, it wasn't like I couldn't understand. After all, I had been missing for 13 years. I had even made up my mind. If she really fell in love with someone else, we would just get an amicable divorce. Anyway, our Shen family already had Yuchu as an heir. It wasn't a loss. Hearing my rather carefree words, the old master finally let out a faint sigh of relief. But the words he spoke next completely stunned me. Actually, Si Jiao Jiao hasn't had it easy these past few years either. Not long after you left, a 5-year-old child showed up at her door to claim her as his mother. What? The old man sighed. That man somehow managed to get his hands on her eggs and hired a surrogate to have a child. The child is only a few months younger than Yuchu. He continued. They've already done a paternity test. The child is indeed Si Jiao Jiao's. She was schemed against as well. However, the Sai family only acknowledged the child, and didn't let that man enter their doors. But that wasn't the end of it. The old man's next words were even more shocking. Si Jiao Jiao has been torturing herself over this. She's become increasingly gloomy. Many people out there are saying that the current Si Jiao Jiao is a bit crazy. Crazy? Back when he found out about this, he almost brought people to storm the Tsai family. But then he heard the news that Si Jiao Jiao had hugged that child and set herself on fire. My heart trembled violently. Si Jiao Jiao really was crazy. Just then, the silent Shen Yuchu quietly raised her head and softly added, "My surname is Shen. If Dad gets a divorce, I'm going to stay with Dad." The old man burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Of course the heir to my Shen family can't be left to the Tsai family. But Yuchu still seemed a bit uneasy. She frowned, as if worrying about something. I snapped out of my complicated thoughts and gently tapped her on the head. "You're already 18. You've been an adult for a while now. Why would you still need to choose between staying with Mom or Dad?" Shen Yuchu finally realized it. That's right. She could just follow me around every step of the way. Having figured it all out, she felt completely relieved. I, however, began to sort through the plot of that novel in my head, combined with the information my dad just revealed. The Tsai family these past few years had actually been so turbulent, but in the novel, the description of the female lead's family background wasn't like this at all. Si Jiao Jiao, Shen Yuchu took over the company. My mind was a mess, mother and daughter turning against each other. Was it all because of that illegitimate daughter? I looked at my daughter with concern. When she was little, the two of them were clearly so harmonious. How did everything turn upside down after she grew up? I immediately pressed further. What's that man's background? The old man sighed. He's an illegitimate son from the second branch of the Liu family. He was only acknowledged and brought back because he provided an heir for the Si family. The Liu family has been going downhill these past few years, and they've been trying to arrange a marriage between him and Si Jiao Jiao. So that was it. The Liu family wanted to use the child to latch onto the Si family and secure their status. I didn't ask any more questions. This relationship was too complicated and impossible to untangle. As for divorce or anything else, everything would have to wait until Si Jiao Jiao came back. I didn't want to make myself miserable anymore. So, after lunch, I took Yushu and headed straight for the Tsai family. Before leaving, the old man still uneasily grabbed my hand and warned, "Shen Shen, take it easy. Don't actually tear those old bones of the Si family apart." I was speechless. Am I that kind of person? However, the old man just gave me a meaningful look. Without saying a word, as soon as we entered the Tsai family's gates, I heard the sound of harmonious and joyful conversation inside. The Wang family had actually arrived a step ahead of us. Shen Yuchu subconsciously looked at me, worry in her eyes. I gave her a reassuring look, then walked right in, my aura fully unleashed. The moment old Madame C saw me, she immediately stood up, but just as she was about to speak, she was frightened into stopping in her tracks by my icy glare. She dryly spat out a few words. "Shen Shen, you're really back." My gaze swept over Wang Guochang on the sofa, Wang Ziqiang, and Wang Badan one by one, then looked at this mother-in-law I hadn't seen in years, and opened with a question. "Mom, I didn't expect to see my own daughter being bullied right after I came back." I paused, looking straight at her. "Are you seeking justice for your granddaughter?" "Great. To think you went behind my back and secretly bailed Wang Badan out of the police station." As soon as these words came out, the living room instantly fell into an awkward silence. The old madam glanced at the cold-faced Shen Yuchu beside me, her eyes shifting guiltily. She didn't know what to say. Wang Guochang, however, stepped forward. "Shen Shen, I know you have a problem with Badan, but he's already been locked up for a night. Think of how much a child has suffered. He already knows he was wrong. Just let him off." The old madam immediately chimed in. "Yes, I see Yushu is fine now anyway. So don't hold it against him. After all, our two families still have a marriage agreement. It wouldn't sound good if word got out." I sneered. This mother-in-law's personality really hasn't changed in all these years. The Qing dynasty has been dead for how many years now? And you're still doing arranged marriages? Did they forget to notify you when the country was founded? Wang Ziqiang and Wang Badan's faces instantly changed. Wang Ziqiang looked at Shen Yuchu with teary eyes, his voice aggrieved and delicate. "Sister Yuchu, my brother already knows he was wrong. Just do it for my sake, and let my brother go." "For your sake?" I directly shielded my daughter behind me. I could hear his scheming all the way from my house. I shot back on Yuchu's behalf. "And how much is your sake worth?" Wang Ziqiang choked, his movement of wiping tears freezing. I turned to look at the old madam, my tone sharp. "This family drugged your granddaughter yesterday, and today you're here speaking up for the perpetrator?" I narrowed my eyes, every word piercing to the core. "I highly suspect that your Tsai family has been mistreating my daughter all these years." The old madam clutched her chest and took a half step back, pointing at me. Seeing this, Wang Guochang immediately jumped out to defend her. "Shen Shen, how can you speak to an elder like that? I went full throttle, aiming straight at her. I only talked about her and left you out, didn't I? Wang Guochang instantly chickened out, softening her tone. Shen, let's talk about the kids' matters nicely. Let's not hurt our relationship. Baden's feelings for Yuchu, the whole circle knows about them. He only did such a foolish thing because he likes Yuchu. The whole circle knows. I cut her off directly. Knows what? Knows that your son has been pestering my daughter for 2 years. Or knows that my daughter has been rejecting your son for 2 years. Wang Guochang couldn't save face, and Wang Badan was even more humiliated, tears streaming down his face. Uncle Shen, I know you don't like me, but my feelings for Sister Yuchu are genuine. I've pursued her for 2 years. For 2 years, I gave her. Pursued her for 2 years? I couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense, hitting the nail on the head. Did she agree to it? Wang Badan's crying paused. I stared at him like a hawk. In those 2 years, she explicitly rejected you countless times, telling you to stop pestering her. But you didn't listen. You still insisted on having your own way. You blocked her dorm door to deliver breakfast, ran downstairs to her company to give cheap gifts, called and texted her. No matter how cold Yushu was, you pretended not to see it. Do you know how much trouble you caused her? At this point, I completely lost my temper. The whole circle knows you're pursuing my daughter. They look down on you. Yet they still try to persuade her to accept you. Wang Badan, do you know what this means? This is naked moral kidnapping and absolute harassment. Wang Badan's face flushed red from my words, tears constantly rolling down. Wang Guochang also looked embarrassed. Didn't they just want to use their 2 sons as double insurance? No matter who married Yuchu, the Wang family would be able to climb to the next level. Wang Badan wiped his tears and choked out. But I really like Sister Yuchu. I didn't soften in the slightest. You use your infatuation as a weapon to force someone who doesn't like you to submit if she doesn't agree. She's being ungrateful. I took 2 steps forward, looking straight into his eyes. You pursued her for 2 years, putting yourself in the position of a victim, making everyone feel like she owes you. But she rejected you for 2 years and never gave you any hope. Even the marriage agreement was fabricated by your Wang family. What exactly does she owe you? Wang Badan trembled, his face covered in tears. You think your efforts deserve a reward. You think being miserable makes you right. You think crying the loudest makes you correct. It's a fact that you drugged my daughter yesterday. There's no denying it. With a cold face, I issued an ultimatum. From today on, the Shen family and the Sai family will cut off all cooperation with your Wang family. And I hope you know what's good for you. I turned to look at the butler, my voice icy. Butler, see them out. Old Madam C wanted to stop me, but the moment she met my icy gaze, she instantly froze. She could only watch helplessly, as the 3 of them were escorted out by the butler. As soon as I turned around, I saw Shen Yuchu crying. The grievances buried deep in her heart were suddenly dug up, making my nose sting a bit. These past 2 years, Wang Badan had been like a sticky piece of gum, making her the center of attention wherever she went. Some mocked her, some called her heartless, and they even set up betting pools on when she would be won over. Those suffocating words left her with nowhere to hide. I patted Shen Yuchu's shoulder sympathetically, then turned and sat on the sofa, looking at the old madam with a calm gaze. Tell me, what exactly were you thinking? Why do you keep helping the Wang family? I poured myself a cup of tea, but old Madam Sai was holding a grudge in her heart and actually ignored me. I gently raised my eyes, my patience instantly running out. The next second, I smashed the teacup in my hand heavily onto the floor and said coldly, "Still won't talk?" Old Madam C was startled and leaned back on the sofa, starting to wipe her tears, looking heartbroken and guilty. I just felt sorry for the Wang family. Hearing this, I was almost angered to the point of laughing at her logic. She actually said that I also bore some responsibility for the Wang family's child being switched back then. If I hadn't suggested going to the resort, that whole series of events wouldn't have happened. Back then, I had clearly and carefully arranged an entire medical team and bodyguards. But right at the critical moment of my wife's delivery, old Madam Sai had a sudden burst of compassion and actually sent my medical staff to save someone else. As a result, my wife was left short-handed, and we abruptly lost 3 children. As for Wang Guochang, she had her own bodyguards. It was she herself who, in order to curry favor with the old madam, ordered her bodyguards to go save people. There was no way this could be blamed on the C family. Yet the old madam actually nodded in agreement. I finally couldn't hold back anymore, my temper completely exploding. The ones you let down the most in that incident were my 3 lost children, not the Wang family. The Wang family had their own bodyguards. Wang Guochang wanted to show off on her own. What does that have to do with you? But because of others, you repeatedly hurt your own biological granddaughter. What on earth were you thinking? The old madam turned deathly pale from my words, unable to say a single word. Just then, old Master Sai returned from outside. I didn't want to say anything more to her, so I just gave a simple greeting. Old Master C nodded, glanced at his wife, and asked directly, "Did your mother do something foolish again?" I sighed. "Dad, Mom has done more than just one or two foolish things. Please keep a closer eye on her from now on. Also, the Wang family. Don't associate with them anymore." After saying that, I took Yuchu's hand, and without even eating dinner, we left straight away. We were silent the whole way. It wasn't until after we had dinner that I stopped my daughter and checked her wound. "Be careful not to get the wound on your arm wet." Shen Yuchu nodded. "Mum." I raised my hand and rubbed her head. After thinking for a long time, I finally asked the question that had been on my mind. "Have you suffered a lot of grievances at home these past few years?" Shen Yuchu froze, her eyelashes fluttering gently. "No, really I haven't." I didn't believe her. Staring intently at her, I asked another crucial question. "Has your mother treated you well all these years?" Shen Yuchu wanted to say yes, but thinking of her mother's harsh attitude and extreme favoritism toward her younger sister, she was momentarily at a loss for words. After a long while, she finally squeezed out a few words. "She's been fine." Seeing her say things she didn't mean made my heart ache. So she had been alienated from the family this early on. No wonder she didn't understand or know how to love later on. I was the one who brought her into this world, so teaching her and guiding her is the responsibility I must bear as her father. Therefore, I didn't press the issue. Instead, I changed the subject to her hobbies. "What do you usually do to relax?" To my surprise, she shook her head. "I usually have a lot of classes. After graduating, I've been busy with work. I don't have much time to relax. I usually just zone out." My heart ached. Hearing this, her life shouldn't just be about responsibilities and work. I immediately told her, "You're still young. You should go out and have fun when you can, rather than how much you achieve. Dad just wants you to be happy." These weren't empty words back then. For the sake of the career I loved, I didn't hesitate to get kicked out of the house by my dad. Now, I especially don't want my daughter to be bound by these responsibilities. I could see a strange feeling welling up in her heart. From childhood to adulthood, all she ever heard were the family's expectations, carrying a heavy burden of responsibility on her shoulders. She never dared to rest for a moment. Not to mention, there was an illegitimate son eyeing her position like a tiger watching its prey. Just like that, she forced herself to stand at the very top, wanting to shield the people she cared about from the wind and rain. I grabbed her arm directly. "Since you're free right now, watch a movie with Dad. Consider it a little vacation for yourself." Shen Yushu's eyes instantly lit up. In all her life, she had never watched a movie with me. The next second, the two of us rushed into the kitchen like hamsters hoarding food. We were soon loaded down with all sorts of snacks and drinks. Shen Yuchu held a bag of potato chips and said with a smile, "When Shen Yu comes back and finds all the snacks gone, who knows how much of a fuss she'll make." I turned around and grabbed 2 bottles of cola from the fridge. "It's all junk food anyway. She's still young. It's not good for her to eat this stuff. I'm different. I'm already this old. Every day I eat is one day less I have left." I didn't expect that. The moment Shen Yuchu heard this, her face would instantly turn cold. She could still remember how I looked lying in the hospital bed when she was little. "Don't joke about your health." Seeing that my daughter was truly worried, I quickly spat to ward off the jinx. "Patoi, patoi, patoi." I misspoke. "Don't be mad." Tuan. But she was still upset. This naturally quiet person was now ignoring me completely. Looking at her pouting face, I found it genuinely amusing. So I reached out my hand, poking her cheek one moment and pinching her arm the next. Very quickly, this puffed-up little dolphin deflated, switching back to her good girl mode. In the dim home theater, we held our snacks. I tore open every single snack, took a bite myself, and then fed her a bite. If it was good, we'd eat a few more bites. If it was bad, I'd toss it all to her. Shen Yuchu didn't refuse anything. As long as I fed it to her, she ate it. The movie was thrilling and action-packed, and I laughed out loud along with it. My mood infected her, and she became happy too. We watched like this for almost 2 hours, and I started feeling a bit sleepy. I stood up and stretched. Looking at Shen Yuchu, who still had a smile on her face, I reached out and gently hugged her. "Go back and get some rest early. Good night, sweetheart." The tips of her ears turned slightly red, and the corners of her mouth curled into a happy smile. "Good night, Dad." When I woke up the next day, Shen Yuchu had already gone to the company. After eating breakfast, I followed my memory to the study. I glanced over the bookshelf, walked straight to the top shelf, and reached out to pull out a rarely read book. Behind the book, there was actually a hidden safe. I slowly entered the password. With a click, the safe opened. A small white porcelain bottle came into view. Opening the lid, inside lay half a pill. Odorless and tasteless. It was only the size of a fingernail, looking like half a leftover chocolate bean. This was the Vigor pill. It was also the main culprit that caused Si Jiao's pregnancy back then. I narrowed my eyes, recalling the Vigor system that had followed me for over 20 years. It had bound to me the moment I was born. Rumor had it that it originally wanted to bind to my dad, but it made a mistake, and bound to me while I was still an embryo. Unable to unbind, the novice system harbored deep resentment. Since I was little, it had been whispering in my ear, urging me to have kids, until the year I turned 21, and met Si Jiao Jiao. The third time she flaunted herself in front of me, I couldn't hold back anymore, and carried her straight back to my den. Just as we were getting intimate, the system seized the opportunity again. I impatiently roared at it, have kids, have kids, have kids. That's all you know. If you're so capable, why don't you give birth yourself? I hope you get pregnant with 18 sons in one go, and every single one of them is a rebellious brat. As a result, the rebellious system directly pulled out a fertility pill and shoved it into my mouth. 18 sons, huh? I'll make you give birth yourself. I reacted extremely fast, instantly spitting the pill out, but the pill melted the moment it entered my mouth. That night, I transformed into an unstoppable golden god of war and successfully got Si Jiao Jiao pregnant with quintuplets, and this half a pill in the safe was the part I had spat out back then. I was originally in medical research and development, so I had a strong interest in this miraculous pill. However, it had a fatal flaw. It would maximize the safety of the fetuses, thereby neglecting the mother's body. Back then, Si Jiao Jiao's body grew weaker and weaker, because all the nutrients were absorbed by the babies. We couldn't even perform a fetal reduction, because it would have caused immense harm to her body. In the blink of an eye, 18 years had passed. My 13 remaining children were still lying quietly in the porcelain bottle. Staring at this pill, a bold idea once again welled up in my mind. Perhaps I could extract the active ingredients from this pill. That way, I could mass-produce countless fertility pills. Using it on humans had side effects, but what if it was used on animals or plants? A pig giving birth to 108 piglets in one litter. A supercrop where one plant yields as much as an entire acre. The more I thought about it, the more excited I got. My blood was boiling, but I quickly forced myself to calm down. The current me had fallen too far behind the times. The most urgent task at hand was to study diligently and catch up with the pace of the era. I dug out all my old books and searched for a ton of online courses, preparing to cram like crazy. But when I came out of the study at noon, I noticed the servants were looking at me with strange expressions. I immediately stopped the butler. What happened? The butler looked troubled and stammered. The Wang family is spreading rumors about the second Miss online. My heart tightened. I immediately took out my phone, only to be hit with a wave of pure malice. I casually clicked on a post, and only then did I realize that yesterday, both the Shen and Tsai families had taken action simultaneously, cutting off all cooperation with the Wang family. This morning, driven to a dead end, the Wang family actually started a live stream to spread rumors about my daughter. The live stream was titled "The True and Fake Young Masters of the Wang Family." It was incredibly clickbaity. I clicked on a netizen's screen recording. In it, Wang Jicheng was facing the camera, crying and snotting as he complained. "Sister Yuchu, please stop targeting the Wang family. We've already agreed to break off the engagement. We absolutely won't bother you anymore." Right after that, Wang Baden also appeared with red eyes, looking aggrieved yet enduring. "This is all my fault. The Wang family is innocent. I hope you can leave the Wang family a way out." They were completely twisting the truth. Not only did they hide the truth about the evil adoptive mother intentionally switching the babies, they even slung all the mud at old Madame Tsai. They even painted my daughter Shen Yuchu as a woman who wavered between the two brothers and a ruthless, absolute scumbag who drove them to ruin after breaking off the engagement. All of a sudden, the Wang family became the biggest victims, while our Shen and Tsai families were pushed into the eye of the storm. The comment section had long since been overrun. To think the dignified president of the Shen Corporation is such a scumbag, playing with the younger brother and then betraying the older brother. So disgusting. With a boss who has such terrible character, how good can their products possibly be? Boycott the Shen Corporation. Stringing along the true young master on one hand, while flirting with the fake young master on the other, a typical scumbag. Looking at these unbearable insults, I furrowed my brows tightly. They didn't even know the truth, yet they started cursing based purely on a one-sided story. My fingertips lingered over those malicious comments, and then I directly called my daughter. However, a rhythmic busy tone came from the receiver. I called 3 times in a row, but no one answered. Now I was truly getting a bit worried, so I abruptly stood up and directly instructed the servants. "I'm going to the company. Pack up the food. I'll take it over and eat with you, Chu." Half an hour later, carrying the lunchbox, I appeared at the ground floor of the Shen Corporation building. As soon as I arrived at the company building, I was stopped by the receptionist. "Sir, do you have an appointment?" I paused my steps and said calmly, "I'm Shen Yushu's father." Who would have thought? The way the receptionist looked at me was like he was looking at a scammer. He looked me up and down. The meaning in his eyes was obvious. I looked to be in my early 20s at most. How could I possibly have a daughter as old as Shen Yushu? Obviously, he took me for just another suitor trying to climb the social ladder. Just like that true young master of the Wang family, I curled my fingers and gently tapped the desk. The receptionist finally snapped back to reality but maintained a strictly professional tone. "I'm sorry, sir. You cannot enter without an appointment." I sighed, having no choice but to emphasize again, "I really am her biological father. You can call the president's office. Special Assistant Lee knows me too." Only then did the receptionist dubiously pick up the phone. The next second, he was nodding repeatedly into the phone. "Yes, yes, understood. Don't worry." Special Assistant Lee. I promised to escort him upstairs, safe and sound. After hanging up, he immediately put on a sweet smile. "Sir, please follow me." I waved my hand and walked straight toward the president's exclusive elevator. My information had long been entered into the system, so I reached the top floor without any hindrance. Special Assistant Lee immediately came to greet me when she saw me. "Sir, President Shen is currently in a meeting." So she was in a meeting. No wonder she didn't answer her phone. I followed her into the office, placed the lunchbox on the desk, and got straight to the point. "The rumors online. Hasn't the PR department handled them?" Cold sweat instantly broke out on Special Assistant Lee's forehead. Just as she was about to explain, a cold, deep voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Send this proposal back and redo it." My heart stirred. My second daughter really was a domineering female CEO at the company. The next second, the office door was pushed open. Shen Yuchu walked in with a taut face, but the moment she saw me, the frost on her face instantly melted. "Dad, why are you here?" The subordinates behind her were completely dumbfounded. They probably hadn't expected President Shen's father to be so young. I held up the lunchbox in my hand. "I came to bring you lunch. You go ahead and finish your work first." Who would have thought? On Shen Yuchu's perpetually tense face, a smile that could actually be called obedient appeared. "I'm already done." Shen Yuchu handed the documents to the person beside her and waved her hand. "That's all for now. You guys can head back." The subordinates felt as if they had been granted amnesty and quickly slipped away. In the blink of an eye, only the two of us, father and daughter, were left in the office. Seeing my daughter transform from a domineering CEO into a little kitten, I really couldn't hold it in, and laughed. "Dad, what are you laughing at?" Shen Yuchu looked puzzled. I held back my laughter and teased her. "Nothing. I just remembered a classic line from those domineering CEO novels. The young miss hasn't smiled like this in a long time." The expressions on your subordinates' faces were exactly like that. Shen Yuchu helplessly rubbed her temples. She felt like she couldn't keep up with my train of thought at all. "Dad, you're making fun of me again." I reached out and pinched her cheek. "You're so pretty. You should smile more often. Dad loves seeing it." She mumbled an indistinct response. "Okay." Having joked around enough, I sat back down on the sofa and got down to business. "Have you seen the news online? The Wang family is publicly spreading rumors, and they even dragged your grandmother into it. Have you figured out how to handle it?" Shen Yuchu straightened her collar, her eyes instantly turning sharp. "I'll take care of this matter." I raised an eyebrow. "You don't need my help?" She curled her lips into a smirk, her tone full of confidence. "No need. There's no need for Dad to step in for such a trivial matter." Since she said so, I felt relieved. Sure enough, when I took out my phone again, the trending topics online had already been quickly suppressed. Not only did the Shen Corporation's official website release a clarification statement, but they also directly issued several lawyers' letters. They didn't just sue the Wang family. They didn't let a single one of those netizens who blindly joined in the cursing off the hook either. Beautifully done. I felt extremely satisfied. Those keyboard warriors, don't let a single one of them go. Shen Yuchu nodded. "All right, let's eat first." I set the food on the table and couldn't help but remind her, "You're still young. Don't work yourself to death. It'll be a real pain if you get stomach problems." Listening to my nagging, a wave of sweetness welled up in Shen Yuchu's heart. She even raised a hand to cover her chest. She was probably thinking, "Is this the dad nagging my best friend always complains about?" This is clearly something to be happy about. After dinner, Shen Yuchu finally took out her phone. It was filled with unread messages and missed calls. But right at that moment, a video call suddenly popped up. When she saw the caller ID, she actually glanced at me subconsciously, then abruptly muted her phone and stood up, pretending nothing was wrong. "Dad, I'm going to the restroom for a bit." I was focused on watching the public opinion reverse online, so I didn't pay her much mind. Shen Yuchu quietly breathed a sigh of relief and strode into the bathroom. She only answered the video call after closing the door. On the other end of the line, a girl with blue-gray hair stood against the light, revealing her little canine teeth. "Sis, I saw the trending searches. Did you really break off the engagement with the Wang family?" On the other end of the phone, Shen Yu's eyes revealed a hint of worry. Shen Yuchu's reply was as brief as always. The engagement was made up by the Wang family to begin with. Shen Yu was shocked. "Huh? It was fake?" Shen Yuchu didn't explain further, but I knew exactly what was going on. Back then, Wang Guochang did mention something about an arranged childhood marriage being destiny, but I saw right through his intentions to cling to our family's coattails, and I absolutely refused. I didn't expect the Wang family to bring up this old matter while I was away, even claiming that I had personally agreed to it. Thinking of this, Shen Yushu looked disgusted. Shen Yue could tell her sister didn't want to talk about it, so she immediately stopped pressing the issue and changed the subject. Good, I don't like the Wang family anyway. It's better that it's cancelled. Sis, you weren't affected by this, right? Shen Yuchu shook her head. What about you? How long until you come back? I started muttering to myself in my head. Who is this call from? Why does she need to be so secretive about it? Could it be a boyfriend? Just as I was pondering this, Shen Yushu came out of the bathroom. Seeing that I was still playing on my phone, she actually breathed a secret sigh of relief. Suspicious. Definitely suspicious. But I didn't expose her. Instead, I waved my phone and spoke with feigned casualness. I looked into it a bit. The internet nowadays is really advanced. Immediately after, I pitched my plan. Daughter, since we have so much online traction right now, I want to take this opportunity to post a family search notice to find your oldest sister, your third sister, and your fourth sister. Hearing this, Shen Yushu's eyes instantly lit up. That works. Once the Wang family's matter is resolved, I'll post a missing persons notice on the official website. That's great, but as I stared at her face, I couldn't help but let out a faint sigh. You guys are quintuplets, so why don't you all look exactly the same? If you all looked identical, I could just put your picture up there. Think of the efficiency. The corner of Shen Yuchu's mouth twitched. She had clearly pictured that scene as well, and actually shivered. Right at that moment, her phone rang again. The word Grandpa flashed on the screen. She answered the call, and her face instantly turned dark and cold. Okay, Grandpa, don't worry. I'll be right there. My heart skipped a beat. What happened? Her tone was ice cold. The Wang family went to make a scene at Grandma's place. Grandma was so furious she had to be hospitalized. What? I shot up from my seat. Without another word, I said, I'm going with you. We rushed to the hospital at top speed. Just as we reached the door of the ward, we heard the sound of weeping coming from inside. Boo-hoo, it's all my fault. Old madam, if anything happens to you, I'll never forgive myself for the rest of my life. It was Wang Guochang. I peeked through the crack in the door. Wang Guochang was dragging his two sons, kneeling on the floor and kowtowing. And Wang Jichang was actually holding up his phone, filming the old lady on the hospital bed. He was live streaming. What was even more despicable was that the live stream chat was full of comments twisting the truth, cursing Grandma out terribly, and claiming that our Psy family was forcing people to kneel, calling us ruthless and cruel. Seeing the comments on the screen, a smug smile actually flashed across Wang Jichang's eyes. Just then, Grandpa, trembling with anger, pointed at Wang Jichang and roared, You're completely twisting the truth. When Wang Jichang saw me, he deliberately shrank back, putting on a pitiful, fragile act. Grandpa, see. I really had no other choice. Please, have mercy and let our family go. I couldn't stand it any longer. I kicked the door open, my eyes as cold as ice. It seems the lesson I taught your Wang family was still too light. Everyone in the room instantly looked at me, but I just gently patted Shen Yuchu's shoulder. Go pour your grandma a cup of hot water. Don't let anything happen to her. Shen Yushu swept a cold gaze over the three members of the Wang family. That look terrified Wang Jichang so much that the hand holding his phone trembled, but right at that moment, the live stream chat instantly blew up. Holy crap. Who is this beauty? And the guy who just kicked the door open. So handsome. I'll give you 5 minutes. I want all the information on these two. Seeing the tide turning against him, Wang Jichang immediately panicked. However, not only did I not make him turn off the live stream, I instead stared at him with a piercing gaze. Point the camera at me. He subconsciously did as he was told. I wanted to blow this up. I could use this wave of popularity to find all my daughters. Seeing that the situation was going south, Wang Guochang immediately stepped forward and cried, Shen, I know you despise Wang Badan for not being our biological son, but what about Badan? He pursued Yuchu for 2 years. Stop. I cut him off directly. The engagement was made up by you. We never acknowledged it. I turned to look at my mother-in-law on the hospital bed, and clearly and logically, in front of hundreds of thousands of viewers, I exposed the truth piece by piece. When the children were switched back then, you were the one who voluntarily went to the resort, and you were the one who sent the bodyguards away. It had absolutely nothing to do with my mother-in-law, yet you spread rumors online, angering her so much she ended up in the hospital, and causing both of our family's stocks to plummet, resulting in heavy losses. My voice darkened. All of this is enough to send you back to prison again, isn't it? As soon as I finished speaking, the direction of the live stream comments instantly reversed. Wait a minute, he called old Madam Sai his mother-in-law, so he's Shen Yuchu's dad? The main point is that the engagement is fake. And the real and fake young master drama has nothing to do with the Tsai family either. So it was all directed and acted out by the Wang family. I knew there would be a plot twist. What a great show. Watching the comments, Wang Zichang completely lost it. He actually pointed right at my nose and yelled, "Uncle Shen, you can't just shirk your responsibility." He even cast an affectionate glance at my daughter, making Shen Yuchu feel uncomfortable all over. My eyes instantly turned sharp. I stared right at him, abandoning someone after toying with them. My daughter hasn't even touched the hands of you brothers. Do you even deserve to use those words? By your logic, if I take a second look at a beggar on the street, does that mean I have to support him for the rest of his life? I paused, locking my eyes on him, and enunciated every word. I know about you. The one who was switched at birth in the Wang family, your biological mother, for the sake of wealth and glory, personally switched you. Now it seems she succeeded. I rubbed my chin, pretending to think, then suddenly came to a realization. So the reason you're jumping up and down like a clown is because you're afraid your lifelong wealth and glory will run away, and you can't wait to latch onto my daughter as your permanent meal ticket, right? Immediately after, I dropped a bombshell. So, you've known since you were little that you weren't the Wang family's biological son, haven't you? Wang Zichang's pupils shrank violently. You're talking nonsense. But Wang Baden, who was standing to the side, suddenly turned his head and stared at him. You knew since you were little. He instantly figured everything out. No wonder his adoptive mother never worked, yet had endless money to spend. It turned out it was all given to her by Wang Zichang. The countless days and nights of being beaten in his childhood, intertwined with the image of another boy enjoying a life of luxury, Wang Badan's anger was practically erupting. At this moment, I naturally noticed Wang Badan's emotional state, and I didn't mind adding fuel to the fire. I suddenly turned to Wang Badan. What do you like about my daughter? Wang Badan froze. Thinking of the only girl who had ever shown him kindness, his anger subsided slightly. At the recognition banquet, everyone laughed at me. She was the only one who taught those people a lesson for me. She is the only light in my life. But Shen Yushu looked at him with a complicated expression and said concisely, that time my intention wasn't to help you. The light in Wang Badan's eyes instantly shattered. Are you just saying that on purpose to get rid of me? Shen Yushu's answer was even more blunt. No. Just those two words completely crushed Wang Badan's faith. Tears streamed down his face, and he couldn't say a single word. Whenever I thought about him drugging my daughter, my heart twisted in pain. So I continued to twist the knife. It seems it was all a misunderstanding. You don't truly love my daughter either. You're just using low-cost emotional performances, trying to exchange them for high-value emotional returns. You have no chips in your hand, so you can only use this self-destructive method to win sympathy. Wang Badan just shook his head, his face covered in tears. It's not like that. To be honest, as Shen Yuchu's father, I really hated him. But as a reader who had read the original novel, I also felt a bit of sympathy for him. I looked at him, and my tone unconsciously softened a bit. Your true grievance is that your biological parents don't love you, and neither do your adoptive parents. So you desperately want to hold on to someone to prove that you are worthy of being loved, but you're putting your effort in the wrong place. You should go yell at your parents and sue your human trafficker of an adoptive mother instead of pestering my daughter. Don't expect others to save you. You are your own light. These words were what I had always wanted to say to the miserably abused male led in the book. Right at that moment, the live stream chat completely exploded. Rich family secrets. Wang Zichang knew he wasn't biological since he was a kid. That adoptive mother is a human trafficker. And the Wang family even gave her money. Isn't that just encouraging crime? Suddenly I feel so bad for Wang Badan. His own parents don't love him, and his white moonlight was fake too. Brother is right, you have to look out for yourself first. Sob. At this moment, I'm so jealous of Shen Yushu. How could she have such a great dad? Li Shuying and Wang Guochang's faces instantly turned ashen. They turned their heads at the same time, staring at Wang Zichang in absolute disbelief. The son they had doted on for so many years had actually been secretly sending money to his human trafficker biological mother. Fury surged in their hearts, and they couldn't hide the resentment in their eyes. Wang Zichang realized something was wrong and immediately cut off the live stream. With tears in his eyes, he grabbed Wang Guochang's arm and acted pitiful. Dad, don't listen to their lies. Before he could finish, slap. Wang Guochang slapped him fiercely across the face, roaring like a madman. It was you. You knew everything all along. Wang Badan also suddenly snapped back to reality. His frail body erupted with astonishing energy as he grabbed Wang Zichang by the hair and smashed him into the ground. All the suffering I endured in the past, now it's your turn to taste it. Wang Zixiang's forehead instantly started bleeding, and one of his teeth was knocked out. He looked completely pathetic. Wang Guochang was so scared he stumbled backward, but Wang Badan's eyes flashed with a vicious light as he glared at him fiercely. I used to foolishly hope for your love. Thinking back on it now, I was such an idiot. He lunged forward like an enraged beast. You don't deserve to be my parents. Li Shuiying tried to break up the fight, but was shoved aside by Wang Baden, who was used to years of manual labor. All by himself, he forcefully beat all three of them to the ground. I silently took a half step back, seeing Old Master C terrified beside me. I silently stepped forward again, supporting him as we backed away together. This old man couldn't afford to get caught in the crossfire. Seeing that the beating was about done, I waved my hand at the bodyguards, throw them all out. The bodyguards immediately stepped forward and dragged the Wang family out of the hospital room, but Wang Baden dodged the bodyguards. His clothes were torn, revealing mottled old scars. His once hollow eyes were now strikingly bright. He bowed deeply to me. Uncle Shen, I'm sorry, but also thank you. Immediately after, he turned and bowed to my daughter, Shen Yuchu, full of sincerity. I'm sorry. I caused you a lot of trouble in the past. I won't bother you ever again. I'll also clear up all the rumors online. After saying that, he strode out of the room. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. I looked at the old lady on the hospital bed. How are you holding up? The old lady shook her head. I'm fine. Then I looked at the old master. Mom's personality makes it easy for her to be taken advantage of. Dad, you need to keep a closer eye on her. The old master immediately understood what I meant. He took a sip of water to calm his nerves. I know. I'll assign a bodyguard to her from now on. With that settled, I finally sat down comfortably on the sofa. I looked at the old master and asked, is Dad still managing the Psy Corporation? The old master sighed and cast an envious glance at my daughter, Shen Yuchu. That look seemed to say, if Yuchu's surname was C, he would have retired long ago. But I ignored his little thoughts and cut straight to the chase. We can't just let this matter with the Psy family slide. Just cutting off cooperation isn't enough. Bankrupt the Wang family completely. Oh, right. They also spread rumors online. Sue them directly. Don't let a single one of them off the hook. At this moment, Shen Yuchu immediately chimed in. Dad, leave this to me. Unexpectedly, the old lady actually hesitated a bit. Isn't that a bit too ruthless? I didn't say a word, just stared straight at her. Instantly, the old lady felt a chill run down her spine and tremblingly changed her tune, be bankrupt them, then. Seeing this scene, the old master silently lowered his head, the corners of his mouth twitching upward involuntarily. This old wife of his feared nothing in heaven or earth, yet she was terrified of me, her son-in-law. Next, I told my daughter to head back to the company first, while I stayed behind a little longer. I picked up an orange, slowly peeling it, and spoke as if casually bringing it up. I heard Si Jiao Jiao went abroad. The old master's hand paused while holding his teacup. He looked up at me. Yes, my hands didn't stop moving, and my voice didn't waver in the slightest. I heard she had a child with someone else. As soon as the words left my mouth, the old lady couldn't hold back anymore. She hurriedly defended her daughter. Don't listen to the nonsense outsiders spout. That man is deeply scheming. He can't compare to you at all. Si Jiao Jiao has always been thinking of you. But halfway through her sentence, she choked on her own words. After all, the fact of the illegitimate child was right in front of them. Only then did I look up and smile at her. We haven't seen each other in over a decade. It's normal for feelings to fade. But we agreed before we got married. The Psy family's company must belong to my daughter. This tone wasn't a negotiation. It was a notification. The old master's heart sank. He knew it. He sighed. I know. But that child, Shen Yu, simply isn't cut out for it. I lowered my eyes. There are still 3 missing children. I'll use this wave of popularity to send more people to look for them. I refuse to believe that not a single one of them is capable. I paused, my tone growing even colder. If none of them are truly capable, there's still Yuchu. I believe with her abilities, taking over both companies at the same time wouldn't be difficult. At this, old Master C fell completely silent. He could only silently pray that the 3 granddaughters, who had been missing for 18 years, could be found. Meanwhile, public opinion on the internet completely exploded. The Shen Corporation's clarification announcement and Wang Badan's apology video pushed the Shen Corporation's official account straight to the #1 trending spot. While the whole internet was eating up the drama, Shen Yushu struck while the iron was hot and suddenly posted a missing persons notice. The C Corporation closely followed suit, immediately sharing the post. With this move, the entire internet remembered the 3 missing heiresses of the C and Shen families, who still hadn't been found to this day. The massive reward for finding them sent the entire internet into a frenzy, and Shen Yuchu acted with lightning speed. In just a few short days, she completely severed the Wang family's capital chain. Li Shuiying went mad with anger and slapped Wang Guochang across the face. Didn't you say Shen Zihao would protect you? The Wang family is about to collapse. Wang Guochang clutched his face, his eyes full of hatred. He just couldn't figure it out. It was clearly Shen Zihao who gave him the idea to blow things out of proportion and force me to fulfill the marriage contract. How did it turn out like this? What made him even more desperate was that he also received a court summons. I was actually going to sue them. Trembling with hatred, he immediately called Shen Zihao. Shen is trying to drive us to a dead end. You have to help us. Who would have thought? Shen Zihao on the other end of the line just brushed him off nonchalantly. Guochang, I don't have any say in the Shen family. I really can't help you with this. Wang Guochang was furious upon hearing this, but he could only pretend to be pitiful. Zihao, you can't just abandon us. We only angered Shen because we listened to your advice. However, Shen Zihao's slow, drawling voice came through the receiver. You can't say that. What do you mean? Listen to my advice. I had nothing to do with this. Wang Guochang was completely enraged, too lazy to even pretend anymore. Shen Zihao, aren't you afraid I'll expose this to old Master Shen? Unexpectedly, Shen Zihao just chuckled over the phone, completely unbothered. Do you have any proof? With just one sentence, he completely silenced Wang Guochang. Before he could even react, Shen Zihao hung up the phone, listening to the busy tone from his phone. Wang Guochang's eyes were filled with despair. He slumped down onto the sofa, cursing under his breath. Damn it, they're all a bunch of bastards. After saying that, he smashed his phone fiercely against the floor. The screen instantly shattered into pieces. While the Wang family was in complete chaos, Wang Zhichang actually tried to take the money and run, but he was caught red-handed by Wang Badan. The current Wang Badan was no longer the punching bag he used to be. His gaze was sharp as he threw Wang Zhichang back into the house. Where do you think you're going? He absolutely wouldn't give Wang Zhichang any chance to escape. This family had to rot in the mud together. Next, the Wang family's fate went exactly as I expected. To save themselves, Li Shoying and Wang Guochang actually pinned all the blame on their most beloved son, Wang Zhichang, sending him straight to prison. Meanwhile, their own company went bankrupt, leaving them saddled with massive debt. They were harassed and beaten by debt collectors all day long, living in utter misery. On the contrary, Wang Badan, because his household registration was never transferred to the Wang family, easily cut ties with this family of scumbags. Taking his only savings, he resolutely went abroad for further studies, to pursue his dream of design. Knowing all this, I just smiled. This is pretty good too. A few days later, I arranged to meet someone. Watching the middle-aged woman approach, I stood up to greet her. Senior sister. When Ning Shi saw me, a flash of surprise crossed her eyes. Junior brother? I nodded slightly. It's me. Senior sister. Long time no see. She smiled warmly and sat down across from me. Junior brother is still as handsome as ever. You haven't changed a bit. I smiled. Senior sister, on the other hand, seems much more peaceful and even more gentle. After some simple pleasantries, she handed me a tote bag. Teacher went out of town for a conference. Take a look at these books and my notes first. If you have any questions, contact me anytime. I carefully took the books. Thank you, senior sister. Ningxi smiled and waved her hand. You're welcome. When teacher heard you were back, he reminded me several times to make sure I take good care of you. I was a bit surprised to hear this. After all these years, teacher actually hadn't taken in any more disciples. Senior sister took a sip of her coffee and shook her head helplessly. You know how teacher's personality is. With a student as exceptionally talented as you coming first, how could anyone else catch his eye? As she spoke, her tone filled with regret. Teacher always said it was a pity about your talent. If you hadn't had that accident, your achievements now would definitely be higher than mine. I blinked at her. Senior sister, excessive modesty is just arrogance. I've heard of your great reputation. So many students rack their brains trying to get into your lab. Second senior sister was amused by me. You're still the same as before, always teasing me. Just then, her phone rang. After answering the call, an apologetic look appeared on her face. Sorry, junior brother. There's a slight problem at the lab. I have to go first. I naturally understood, nodding and telling her to go ahead. After senior sister left, I sat for a moment longer, then gathered the books and took a taxi back to Yunding Villa. But before I even walked through the door, I heard a loud, blustering voice coming from inside. Sis, where's the surprise you were talking about? I pushed the door open and walked in, only to see a blue-gray-haired, teenage girl clinging to Shen Yuchu and acting spoiled. I've only been gone for a few days, and there's already such a huge commotion online. Sis, hurry up and tell me all about it. But Shen Yuchu was absent-minded, her eyes constantly drifting toward the door. Suddenly, she saw me, and her eyes instantly lit up. Dad. She immediately stood up and swiftly took the bag from my hands, completely ignoring her sister who was still clinging to her. The girl named Shen Yue fell to the floor, caught off guard, and her head hit the coffee table hard. She clutched her head, staring at me in absolute disbelief. She hadn't heard clearly what Shen Yuchu had called me at all. Sis, you pushed me away for someone else? As if she had discovered some earth-shattering secret, she pointed at me and demanded, Don't tell me you did all this for this man. That's why you broke off the engagement with the Wang family, right? Then she circled around us a few times, stroking her chin as she sized me up. Sis, that's not cool of you. Even though this handsome guy is better looking than those two from the Wang family, you still can't be ungrateful. Suddenly, she stared at my face again. Weird, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Shen Yuchu was surprisingly lively for once. She directly opened her phone's front camera and shoved it in Shen Yu's face. Look at yourself, and then look at him. Now do you know who he is? Shen Yu actually held the phone, her big, dark eyes looking at me 1 second, and then at herself in the phone the next. Her face was full of confusion. However, Shen Yu stared for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. I just stood there, letting them mess around, while my mind was sorting through the plot that had just flooded in. It turned out that my youngest daughter, Shen Yu, was actually just a background character in this book, living only in the female lead's memories. I could only find a few sparse words about her. Hidden in the obscure corners of the story, the plot takes place in college, but right now, the female lead is only a senior in high school. The story hasn't even started yet. All I know is that the female lead comes from a poor family. Her father is a deadbeat gambler who domestically abuses his wife. Once, when debt collectors came knocking, my daughter Shen Yu had brought people to help, but her legs were broken in the chaos. As a result, the always proud young miss of the Sai family couldn't accept being in a wheelchair and actually committed suicide by taking poison. Thinking of this, I looked at my overly lively daughter in front of me, my knuckles turning white from clenching my fists. I will absolutely not allow this tragedy to repeat itself. My daughter should always be free and radiant. Looking at how spoiled she is, she can't handle even the slightest setback. No wonder she would commit suicide over broken legs, so I raised my hand and gave her a light smack on the forehead. You brat, I'm your dad. Shen Yu instantly bristled, like an angry little leopard. You dare scold me and insult my dad. Let me tell you, even if you're my sister's boyfriend, you can't do that. Shen Yu Chu face-palmed. This stupid sister of hers. She immediately pulled Shen Yu back and quickly explained, this really is Dad. Dad is back. Look closely again. Shen Yu calmed down a little. When she was little, she and her sister would visit me at the sanatorium every week. She always thought I was a sleeping prince, until I disappeared when she was 5, and she almost cried herself into the ICU. After that, the family was afraid she'd be too heartbroken, so they put away all my photos and lied to her, saying I went to save the world. At this moment, she looked at Shen Yushu and asked hesitantly, is it really Dad? Shen Yuchu explained patiently, of course, you look the most like Dad. If you don't believe me, take another close look. Shen Yu immediately leaned her head in front of me, almost pressing against my face. Unable to bear it any longer, I pushed her back with my index finger against her forehead and called out her nickname, Wan Wan. Then I leaned in close to her ear and whispered like a demon, you wouldn't want outsiders to know the origin of this nickname, would you? Shen Yu instantly covered her butt and shrieked, bristling. What origin? Say it if you dare. I smiled and revealed the answer. You have a crescent moon-shaped birthmark on your butt. You peeked at my butt. I backhanded her forehead with another smack. I'm your dad. Never mind looking at your butt. I've even seen you in split crotch pants. Shen Yu already believed it for the most part in her heart, but she still refused to admit defeat verbally. She pointed at Shen Yuchu and asked me, then do you know the origin of my sister's nickname? I looked at Shen Yuchu, unable to hold back the smile at the corner of my mouth any longer. Your sister's nickname is Tuan Tuan. Because she was a chubby little girl when she was young, I wanted to call her Dun Dun. But those words hurt her pride, so we changed it to Tuan Chuan. I told her it was Tuan as in reunion, but what I was actually thinking was, pinching her cheeks was like pinching dough. Who knew that as soon as I finished speaking, Shen Yu's eyes would light up instantly. She hugged me and spun around in sheer joy. Dad, it really is you. You finally came back from saving the world. Spun until I was dizzy. I quickly patted her, hurry up and put me down. Only then did she stop, but those sparkling eyes still stared intently at me. Terrified that I would disappear the next second, I softened in the end and rubbed her blue hair. What's saving the world? Shen Yuchu couldn't help but laugh at this moment. When she was little and couldn't see you, she would cry, so Mom lied to her and said that you left to save the world. I was also amused and immediately played along. I'm back from saving the world. Shen Yu was so excited she jumped 3 feet in the air. The house instantly became lively. Shen Yuchu put the books back in the study. When she came downstairs, she saw Shen Yu rubbing against my arm, acting spoiled. Her footsteps suddenly paused. Sure enough, does Dad like my younger sister more too? I was just popping a grape into my mouth when I saw her and waved. Tuan Chuan, come here. Have some fruit first to tide you over. The smile on Shen Yuchu's face immediately reappeared, and her steps became a bit lighter. Shen Yu peeled a slice of orange and stuffed it into my mouth, then stuffed another slice into her sister's. She tilted her head and asked, is it sweet? My coaxing words came out effortlessly. Of course, it's sweet when my Wanwan peeled it herself. Shen Yu was indeed as happy as a joyful little bird, but the next second she put on a stern face and interrogated, "Spit it out. Did you guys sneak my snacks while I was gone?" I immediately feigned surprise. "The snacks you bought are missing." Right after that, I turned my head and shifted the blame. "Wow, Tuan, you actually sneaked your sister's snacks while she wasn't home." Shen Yuchu looked utterly disbelieving. "You were clearly the one who ate those snacks." She wanted to argue further, but the moment she met my threatening gaze, her momentum instantly deflated, leaving only a pale, weak admission, "I ate them." Shen Yu instantly caught her red-handed and yelled excitedly, "Aha, I knew it. How could you possibly not eat snacks? It turns out you were faking it all along. You actually sneaked them behind my back." I smoothly joined the condemnation squad. "Exactly. Tuan, how could you sneak snacks? Your punishment is to buy your sister a few more bags of snacks as compensation." Shen Yu looked smug. "Fine, for Dad's sake, I'll forgive you." Third sister, Shen Yuchu, was completely speechless. With just a few words, she had been convicted. The next day, I eagerly flipped through the books my senior sister had given me in the study. I had booked her lab, planning to go develop my new ideas as soon as I finished reading. I was already familiar with the contents of the books, so I quickly became engrossed in them. For the entire morning, I didn't step a single foot out of the study. It wasn't until there was a knock on the door that I suddenly realized it was already almost 11 o'clock. I rubbed my sore eyes and called out to the door, "Come in." Soon, a fluffy blue-gray head poked through the door. The happy little bird from before was now looking dejected. Her voice was full of grievance. "Dad, you haven't paid any attention to me all morning." She raised the cup in her hand, as if comforting herself. "I came to bring Dad some water. Even though Dad doesn't care about me, I'm still going to be Dad's sweet little darling." I couldn't help but want to laugh. I closed the book and waved her over. Shen Yu's eyes instantly lit up, and she trotted over happily, revealing the sharp little canine tooth in her mouth. I reached out and pinched her cheeks hard, squishing her face into a pout. Then, "Dad's sweet little darling, how about keeping Dad company shopping this afternoon?" She didn't struggle, just squatted beside me, resting her chin on my knee, and replied affectionately, "Okay, I'll carry Dad's bags." Only then did I let go and take the cup. "I remember you're starting school soon. It's a good time to go out today and see what you need." Who knew? Shen Yu's body would suddenly stiffen. This fearless young miss of the sea family was most afraid of going to school, but she couldn't say that in front of me, so she could only nod listlessly. Okay. In the afternoon, Shen Yu had transformed into a qualified bag-carrying assistant, following closely behind me. This mall was the biggest in the city, and it had everything you could possibly need. I took a few glances around. It was indeed much more luxurious than it was over a decade ago. We first bought all of Shen Yu's school supplies, and then bought a bunch of little trinkets that caught my eye. Soon, the bodyguards behind us were loaded with bags big and small. I looked at the flashy outfit my daughter was wearing. I waved my hand grandly. "Let's go to the clothing section. We're buying new clothes for you and your sister. Your clothes are too childish and your sister's are too old-fashioned. We're changing them all out today." I twirled the unlimited black card in my hand. Looking incredibly suave, Shen Yu looked at it with envy, recognizing at a glance that it was her sister's card. She wanted one too. We walked into a luxuriously decorated women's clothing store. A sales associate immediately came over to greet us. "Welcome." My gaze swept across the store. "I'm here to pick out clothes for my daughter. Recommend a few pieces for me." The sales associate's eyes fell on Shen Yu beside me, and his mouth slowly opened into an O shape. A tall girl, about 1.7 meters, carrying a men's briefcase. No matter how you looked at her, she seemed almost 20. While I looked to be in my early 20s at most, he asked, somewhat uncertainly, "This is your daughter?" I nodded. "Yes." The sales associate's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He could only comfort himself. Maybe he's a stepdad. A rich old lady marrying a young trophy husband. It's not that uncommon, but the next second, he contradicted himself. These two look so much alike, they must be blood-related. Ultimately, he suppressed his gossipy curiosity and started introducing the clothes diligently. I looked at those novel styles, my eyes lighting up more and more. I picked up a creamy white hoodie and held it up against her. "Daughter, go try this on and see if it looks good." Shen Yu looked at the goofy little bear on the clothes. Her face turning green, she fell silent. "Who's the childish one here?" But she didn't refuse, and quickly took the clothes into the fitting room. When she came back out, Shen Yu tilted her head at me, her voice sweet and clingy. "Dad, does it look good?" I immediately took out my phone and snapped a picture to save it. "Of course it looks good. You inherited my good looks. You should be secretly thrilled." Shen Yue was extremely cooperative, striking a pose and proudly flipping her hair. "Of course, I get dizzy from my own beauty every time I look in the mirror. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Since it looks good, then wrap it up? Oh, right, get 2 of them. You and your sister are the same size. Shen Yu was stunned for a moment, then imagined her sister wearing a goofy bear hoodie while coldly giving orders at the company. She burst out laughing. My sister and I are grown up now. We don't need to buy the same things. I raised an eyebrow. Back in the day, these 2 sisters wanted their clothes, toys, and candy to be exactly the same. They even pointed at the mirror and asked why they didn't look identical, almost giving me psychological trauma. Shen Yue obviously remembered her childhood history too, her cheeks flushing red. She immediately pounced on me. Dad, stop thinking about it. I stopped teasing her and shoved all the clothes I had picked out into her arms. Go try these on too. Shen Yu's vision went dark. That's too many. Let the models try them on for me, I said on purpose. But I just want to see my baby wear them. She was so coaxed by the word baby that she lost her bearings and happily hugged the clothes. I'll do it. How could anyone else show off the flair of these clothes? And so, for the rest of the time, I just sat in a chair, eating snacks. We shopped at several stores all afternoon, not only buying things for her, but also picking out quite a few things for Shen Yuchu, who was at work. I was like a poor country relative coming to the city, finding everything fascinating. Daughter, there's a claw machine over there. I like that little bunny. Shen Yu patted her chest. I'll catch it for you. She strutted over with an arrogant swagger, swaggering towards the claw machine. In the end, she didn't catch a single one. She was indignant. This stupid machine. The claw is so loose. It's obviously a scam. I thought it looked fun, so I dropped in a few coins too. Before long, I was hugging the little bunny and laughing out loud. Ha 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 ha, I caught it. Shen Yue looked defeated. How is that possible? I hugged the bunny, looking down on everything. This requires skill. You slacker. It's obvious you didn't study hard. She instantly wilted. How did Dad know she didn't study hard? Her sister must have snitched on her. After playing for so long, I was a bit tired, and my ankles were sore and aching. Shen Yu was also exhausted. She looked at the leather shoes on my feet, and immediately led me towards a nearby milk tea shop. Dad, let's go buy some milk tea. We can take a break. I followed her lead and walked over. Sitting at the table, rubbing my ankle. Soon enough, Shen Yu came over, holding 2 cups of boba tea with straws already poked in. Dad, try it. Is it good? I took a sip. I was instantly healed. It's delicious. She immediately beamed with joy and started happily slurping from her own cup, swaying her head back and forth. I glanced at my phone. It was almost 5 o'clock. Your sister is getting off work soon. Let's call her over in a bit. We'll eat out tonight. I just saw a bunch of restaurants outside. What do you want to eat? Shen Yue immediately grabbed my arm and started acting cute. I want hot pot, barbecue, Japanese food, French cuisine. I'm so hungry right now I could eat a whole cow. I want to eat it all. I was amused by her. Are you a pig? How can you eat so much? She actually pushed her nose up and snorted twice. I'm your little piggy. That did it. I couldn't stop the corners of my mouth from turning up. Meanwhile, the Shen Corporation building was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. When the various departments reported their work, everyone kept quiet out of fear. Even breathing a little lighter, Shen Yuchu had a dark expression all afternoon, radiating an intimidating, icy aura. Just now, she had completely lost her temper. Tearing a project proposal to absolute shreds, the entire floor was dead silent. No one dared to step into the line of fire. Ding dong. Another text notification popped up on Shen Yuchu's phone. She didn't even look at it. Knowing it was the payment records from me and her sister at the mall, her face darkened even more. She knew I had money, but she still wanted me to spend hers, and I actually did. But it was to take her sister shopping. She stared at the deduction records from the women's clothing stores. A subtle ache rippling through her heart. Was she really that unlikable? Why did everyone only like her sister? Right at that moment, her phone rang. Seeing the caller ID was me, she immediately adjusted her emotions and answered, Baby, when are you getting off work? Wan and I will come pick you up. We're eating out tonight. I booked a super delicious hot pot place. All of Shen Yushu's negative emotions were instantly wiped away. Hearing me call her baby over the phone, her heart tingled slightly. I didn't notice her emotional shift and continued sharing excitedly. Wan and I bought so much stuff this afternoon. I'll show you when we get back. There are a lot of pretty clothes. You'll definitely look gorgeous in them. Shen Yuchu's heart suddenly lit up. You bought them for me? Yeah. I got some for both of you. I just feel a bit regretful. The last time I bought clothes for you too was when you were 4. That was the peak cuteness stage for human cubs. You look good even wearing a potato sack. Listening to my words, the corners of Shen Yuchu's mouth curled up unconsciously. The photo albums at home still treasured. Pictures of them growing up. They were all taken by Dad himself. He said that when I woke up, I could use the photos to slowly make up for the lost time. Who knew? Just as Shen Yuchu was about to speak, Shen Yu beside me wasn't having it. Her aggrieved voice came through the phone receiver. Dad, you don't love me anymore. 4-year-olds are cute, but 18-year-olds aren't, is that it? I quickly coaxed her. You're cute, you're cute. My Tuan and Wanwan are the cutest kids in the world. Shen Yuchu's mood instantly improved. She glanced at the time, immediately stood up and headed out. Dad, I'm already off work. You don't need to pick me up. Just send me the restaurant's location. I'll head over right now. I immediately replied, all right, I'll send you the location then. Watching Shen Yuchu's hurried back, the employees started whispering among themselves. A few female secretaries gathered around Special Assistant Li. Do you know what's going on with President Shen? Why has she been so moody all afternoon? Special Assistant Li just shrugged, not saying much. Who can guess what's on President Shen's mind? Meanwhile, inside the hot pot restaurant, I specifically chose a window seat. Shen Yu and I were slurping our boba tea in the exact same pose. As soon as she saw Shen Yuchu, Shen Yui immediately waved her arms and shouted, Sister, over here, we're over here. Her voice was so loud that Shen Yuchu finally noticed her, but just as she was about to step forward, she realized that the other diners had been drawn by the commotion and were all staring in their direction. Shen Yuchu paused in her tracks. It was too embarrassing. She kind of didn't want to acknowledge this sister of hers. Who knew Shen Yu thought her sister hadn't seen her and actually raised her voice even louder. Sister. Mumph. I quickly covered her mouth, using my boba tea to hide my own face with my other hand. I was equally embarrassed. Sorry. Kids will be kids. I'll keep her in line. Only then did the people around us turn back around. Shen Yushu also quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Striding over to the table on her long legs, she cast a dark glance at Shen Yu beside me, paused for a moment, and silently turned to sit across from us. Her thin lips pressed tightly together. I let go of my hand and lightly tapped Shen Yue on the head. Don't make a scene in public. She finally gave a dejected hum of agreement. I took out my phone and started ordering. What kind of broth do you two want? Let's get a split pot. I remember Tuan doesn't really like spicy food. Shen Yushu's thin lips, which had just been pressed into a straight line, instantly curled up in a secret little smile. I kept looking at the menu, minding my own business. Let's get some fatty beef rolls. Wasn't Wanwan so hungry she could eat a whole cow? I'm going to personally watch you eat it. Sure. Shen Yu regained her energy, leaning her head over my phone. I can eat 2 plates. All right, I'll order 2 plates for you. Soon, the waiter brought over our food. As I looked up, I happened to spot a familiar figure, Shen Zihao. He was talking to a waiter alongside a strange man. The man was wearing a light blue shirt. He was handsome and had an elegant aura. Right at that moment, the man looked up and actually met my gaze. Our eyes locked in the air. I could clearly sense the surprise in his eyes and a momentary stiffness. This man knew me. And he wasn't exactly friendly toward me. I instantly came to a conclusion. But searching through all my memories, I didn't have the slightest impression of this man. I couldn't help but frown, and Shen Yuchu, who had been staring at me, naturally noticed my strange reaction. She turned her head, following my line of sight. With just one glance, her body froze in place. Immediately after, Shen Zihao looked around the restaurant. After seeing me, his expression clearly showed a hint of excitement. There's an empty seat over there. Tao, let's sit there. He pointed at the table next to mine and walked over. As he got closer, he acted as if he had just noticed me, feigning surprise. Brother, you're here too. After saying that, he covered his mouth, looked at Lu Yuntao, and then looked at me, his eyes flashing with blatant schadenfreude. But Lu Yuntao didn't speak. His nails dug into his palms, going mad with jealousy. He never expected that I would actually come back alive. His eyes were fixed on me, as if trying to burn a hole through me. This face was exactly the same as in his memory. His features were deep and striking, the corners of his eyes slightly upturned. Just one look was enough to make him unforgettable. After our more than a decade, time hadn't left a single mark on me. Instead, it had added a touch of mature charm. The jealousy surging in his eyes almost threatened to swallow me whole. His nails dug even harder into his palms. Why was this man so lucky? I could almost hear the screaming in his heart, but in the blink of an eye, it was as if he thought of something, and his mood actually relaxed a bit. Lu Yuntao forced himself to stay calm and spoke to Shen Zihao. Is this your brother? The eldest young master of the Shen family, who's been missing for years. Shen Zihao immediately nodded. My brother just came back a few days ago. Saying that, he turned to introduce him to me. Brother, you probably don't know Tao yet, right? He is. Before he could finish, Shen Yu slammed her hand on the table, instantly blowing her top. Who told you to come over to my dad? Get lost. At the same time, Shen Yuchu was tense, her gaze fixed entirely on me. She didn't even spare those two a glance out of the corner of her eye. Her eyes filled with nothing but worry. Watching this scene, my mind raced. Shen Zihao called him Tao, and he could make my 2 daughters this furious. I instantly understood. He was Lu Yuntao, the illegitimate son of the Lu family who used underhanded methods to have a child with my wife. After figuring it out, I tugged on my youngest daughter's arm to get her to calm down. I reached out and rubbed her head, then looked across at them. My voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was enough for everyone around to hear. If I'm not mistaken, this must be the illegitimate son of the Lu family who used underhanded methods to have a child with my wife, right? As soon as those words came out, the diners around us once again turned their heads in unison, their eyes filled with gossip. Lu Yuntao's face instantly flushed bright red, ever since he was acknowledged back into the Lu family, and especially after getting the matriarch of the Tsai family pregnant, who didn't flatter him as if he were Mr. Tsai himself. But he never expected that I would return so quietly and even expose his identity in public. Were all his schemes over the years going to go down the drain? He forced out a smile, trying to defend himself. Mr. Shen, you can't slander me like this. You were the one who went missing for over a decade. Did you expect President Xi to wait for you her whole life? Who knew Shen Yu would blow up again? Bullshit. You're just a shameless homewrecker. The onlooker's eyes lit up even more. A plot twist. Another plot twist. Right at that moment, I noticed Shen Yu Chu beside me. She was clenching her fists tightly, her eyes filled with rage, looking as if she was about to get physical. Compared to the impulsive Shen Yu Chu's psychological state worried me more. I immediately grabbed her tightly clenched fist resting by her side. Feeling the warmth of my hand, she was abruptly pulled out of her negative emotions and looked at me in a daze. I gave her a gentle smile, slowly unclenching her fist finger by finger. Don't be impulsive, Dad is here. Shen Yuchu gave a soft and obediently sat back down, but her eyes remained fixed on me. Terrified that I would get hurt even a little, I didn't want to waste my energy on these people, so I pulled Shen Yu back as well and coldly ordered them to leave. That's enough. Don't interrupt our meal. We aren't close. Shen Zihao's face fell. Brother. My gaze sharpened. Do you not understand human speech? I said. Don't call me brother. Get lost. Lu Yuntao was completely enraged. He pointed his finger right at my nose, his chin raised high. What are you so smug about? Sooner or later the Tsai family will belong to my child. If you piss me off, I'll kick all of you out eventually. Those words completely struck a nerve with Shen Yu. I looked at Shen Yu's exasperated expression, but I didn't care in the slightest, and fired right back. It's barely dark out and you're already dreaming? Let me tell you, as long as I'm around, you and that child of yours won't lay a single finger on the Xi family's assets. Lu Yuntao was so angry he was gasping for air. For so many years, he had never been humiliated like this. Seeing this, Shen Zihao immediately stepped forward to rub his back and calm him down. His overly attentive demeanor made it seem like he was terrified of offending this future master of the Xi family. Seeing this, my sarcasm reached its peak. Birds of a feather really do flock together, like attracts like. The fact that you two hang out just proves you share the same stench. Immediately after, I raised my hand to call the waiter. There are 2 pieces of shit polluting the environment here, and it's ruining our meal. Could you please clean them up? The waiters exchanged glances, finally snapping out of their gossip-induced daze, and hurried over. Lu Yuntao was already fuming. Under the pointing and staring of everyone around, he didn't even bother waiting for Shen Zihao, angrily stomping his foot before running out. Shen Zihao panicked, glaring at me with pure hatred, before hurriedly chasing after him. That idiot. He had specifically brought Lu Yuntao here tonight, intending to show me who's boss. Who knew Lu Yuntao would be so utterly useless? However, the mood had still been ruined by them. Shen Yuchu and Shen Yu both looked at me cautiously, terrified that I would show even a hint of sadness, but I acted as if nothing had happened. I reached out, scooped the meat out of the pot, and divided it into their bowls. Hurry up and eat the meat. It's all those 2's fault. They made us overcook the meat. Seeing that I was truly fine, Shen Yue started smiling again. She gobbled down the meat in one bite and mumbled with a full mouth. Dad, don't let them make you mad. If they dare show up again, I'll beat them up every time. I had a meatball in my mouth and only spoke after swallowing it. Right now, the whole internet is looking for your 3 older sisters. If you don't want to inherit the company, don't force yourself. You have plenty of sisters anyway. I don't believe not a single one of them is capable. If all else fails, we still have Tuanchuan to fall back on. The Tsai family will never fall into the hands of outsiders. She looked up at me. This thought actually coincided perfectly with hers. Shen Yu finally relaxed as well, flashing her signature little canine tooth with a smile. She even picked up a piece of fatty beef for her sister. That's good. The capable do more work. After all, from now on, I'll be relying on you to cover for me, second sister. Shen Yushu's eyes also curved into a smile. Then she looked at me, her expression turning serious. Over the past few days, many people have provided clues, and quite a few have come to the Shen Corporation claiming to be family. Do you want to meet them in person, Dad? I immediately nodded. Arrange a place. I'll meet them myself and collect their hair samples to run DNA tests on each of them. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, we can't miss it. As long as she's my daughter, the plot will automatically appear in my mind the moment I see her. Meeting them one by one is the most efficient way, but having been screwed over by the system once, I'm afraid it might drop the ball at a critical moment. So the DNA tests are an absolute must. Double insurance. Shen Yuchu immediately nodded. Neither of us brought up the little interlude from earlier. By the time we got home that night, it was already past 9. As soon as the butler saw us return, he immediately came to greet us. Sir, the items you purchased this afternoon have all been delivered. Would you like me to have someone organize them? I stared at the shopping bags piled up like a small mountain in the living room and couldn't help but fall silent. Did I really buy this much stuff? Who would have thought? Shen Yu was even more excited than I was. Like a husky off its leash, she let out a howl and dove into the pile of shopping bags. Rummaging through them, Shen Yuchu looked at the messy living room and, with a headache, gave her a smack on the butt. What exactly are you looking for? But Shen Yu didn't even look up, keeping her butt in the air as she continued to dig. Suddenly, she straightened up, holding up a pair of white overalls. With one hand on her hip, she looked as arrogant as a boiling kettle. Sis, Dad picked this out for you himself. You can't let Dad's good intentions go to waste. She blinked her innocent eyes, but her face was full of mischief. I burst into laughter. That's right, I bought 2 pairs. You and Wanwan both go try them on. Her closet was entirely black, white, and gray. But these overalls, aren't they for kids? She looked at me with eyes full of a plea for help, but she only saw absolute anticipation in my eyes, as if I couldn't wait to put them on her right this second. Forget it, I'll just change. Looking as if she were marching to her death, she picked up the overalls. The little bear accessory hanging from the pants swayed back and forth. Shen Yu followed closely behind her. Sis, I'll help you find a suitable top to match. Watching the two of them disappear upstairs, I finally couldn't hold back my laughter. Even the usually serious butler couldn't help but smile. The atmosphere in the entire villa became exceptionally lively. Now this feels like a home. 10 minutes later, Shen Yu dragged Shen Yuchu downstairs. Shen Yuchu was naturally elegant and aloof, but now, wearing a simple solid t-shirt and overalls, her cold and hard aura instantly softened. That cute outfit actually gave her a bit of a girlish vibe. It was only then that I suddenly realized she was only 18 years old. Shen Yu, on the other hand, boldly spun around in front of me, smiling brightly and exuberantly. Dad, who looks better, me or second sister? She was already lively and endearing, and wearing this made her look even more soft and playful. The two sisters standing together, one cold and tough, the other soft and cute, each had their own charm. My eyes instantly lit up, as expected of my kids. They're just so good looking. Dad absolutely adores you too. Shen Yue threw her arms around me, rubbing her head against the crook of my neck. Dad is the best looking dad in the whole world. Shen Yuchu also relaxed, and with a smile, her entire demeanor softened significantly. Seeing this, I reached out my free left hand and waved her over. She glanced at her sister, who was clinging to me and acting spoiled. And the next second, she also threw herself into my arms. I held one in each arm tightly, unable to hide the smile on my face. Right after that, I took out my phone and snapped a bunch of photos of my two precious daughters. I carefully selected 9 photos and posted them directly to my moments. I chose a photo of the 3 of us, father and daughters, and placed it right in the center, accompanied by the caption. I declare, my Tuanchuan and Wanwan are the cutest kids in the world. Who would have thought? This first moments post of mine in 13 years instantly blew up all of High City. My comment section immediately exploded with activity. Everyone was shocked that after being missing for 13 years, I had suddenly returned, and my appearance had barely changed. What shocked them even more was that the ruthless Shen Day of the business world actually looked this soft and cute through my lens. Even old Master Shen and old Madam Sai liked the post and secretly saved every single photo, but unexpectedly. Because of this moment's post, the entire wealthy circle of High City began to recalculate, even reconsidering whether to continue cooperating with the Liu family. After replying to my friends' private messages one by one, I saw that it was already past 10 o'clock, so I decided to initiate a willpower tempering plan. I patted Shen Yue, who was playing a game. It's getting late, time for bed. She let out an "oh," quickly finished her match, clearly intending to go back to her room and secretly play on her phone, but she didn't expect that I would follow her all the way back to her room. Shen Yu looked at me with a face full of question marks. Dad, do you need something else? I announced with a straight face. I missed out on your growing up, so I've decided that starting tonight, I'll make up for it by telling you bedtime stories. Shen Yu was instantly shocked. Even though I love spending time with you, Dad, I'm 18 years old now. Is it really appropriate for you to tell me bedtime stories? I raised an eyebrow. It's appropriate. Why wouldn't it be? Just then, I noticed Shen Yuchu, who had followed behind, her eyes instantly dimming. Who knew? Shen Yu acted as if she had seen a savior, seizing the opportunity immediately. Dad, you have to be fair. You can't just tell stories to me and leave my sister out, right? I looked thoughtful and turned to Shen Yuchu. Do you want to listen to stories? Without a second thought, she nodded quickly, terrified I might change my mind. All right then, you guys go wash up first tonight. You come sleep in Wanwan's room, and I'll tell stories to both of you together. Okay. Shen Yuchu immediately turned and left, leaving Shen Yu behind, reaching out a hand in despair. At 10:30, the two 18-year-old big babies lay side by side on the bed, two pairs of similar eyes staring at me unblinkingly. I sat at the head of the bed and silently pulled out a book. Wait. Shen Yu sat up excitedly, pointing at the cover and shouting, "That's 3 Days to See. Who in their right mind reads this as a bedtime story?" I didn't say a word. This daughter's psychological endurance was too weak. I had to nip the problem in the bud. If an accident really happened, I wanted her to have another way to live, rather than easily giving up on life. So I forcefully pushed her back down, opened the book, and said without looking up, "I specifically picked out a lot of books for you two today. I'll come read to you every day from now on. Aren't you touched?" Right after that, I turned sideways, revealing a row of books lined up on the desk. How the Steel Was Tempered. Robinson Crusoe. The Life of Beethoven. Ordinary World. Shen Yu instantly froze, not daring to move. I turned off the main light, leaving only a dim yellow nightlight, then gently opened the book and slowly read it word by word. But unexpectedly, 2 minutes later, before I had even finished a single page, faint snoring sounds actually echoed in the room. I looked up and happened to meet Shen Yushu's completely sleepless eyes. We both looked toward the sound at the same time, only to see Shen Yue sleeping soundly. This sleep quality, I can only say I'm impressed. Early the next morning, Shen Yu rarely woke up early. She stretched, feeling refreshed, only to realize her leg was actually draped over someone else. She took a closer look. It was her sister. Then it's fine. She didn't remember a single thing from last night's story, but in her heart, she gave my cleverness a thumbs up. Sleeping while listening to classic literature is just so nice. She'd never have to worry about insomnia again. It just easily made her dream of being back in school, dreaming of being woken up by the homeroom teacher throwing a piece of chalk at her. She rubbed her messy hair and was just about to get up when she turned her head and met Shen Yuchu's heavily dark-circled eyes. Morning, second sister. Shen Yuchu had been tortured by her all night, snoring, kicking, and squeezing. She hadn't slept peacefully at all. She secretly made a decision in her heart. She would never sleep with this girl again. She would let this girl have me all to herself. She wasn't going to fight for favor at night anymore. After washing up and going downstairs, I looked at the dark circles under Shen Yuchu's eyes and asked her, "Didn't sleep well last night?" She cast a resentful glance at Shen Yue and nodded, but didn't say anything. As a result, Shen Yue excitedly jumped out. "I slept so well last night." Listening to Dad's voice, I even felt the solid comfort of sleeping on a desk in the classroom. I slapped her on the back of the head. "Sleeping in class? And you have the nerve to say it out loud?" Shen Yue instantly looked aggrieved. Yesterday, she was a good baby, and today she was getting beaten and scurrying away with her head in her hands. A hint of a smile, however, appeared at the corner of Shen Yuchu's mouth. She spoke up. "Dad, I booked the coffee shop across from the company. All the people coming to claim kinship will be there today. Do you want to go see them yourself?" I immediately nodded, "Then we'll go together in a bit." After breakfast, I went upstairs and changed my clothes. When I came down, I was holding a potted cactus. "I bought this specifically for you. Put it next to your desk. Looking at green plants when you're relaxing puts you in a good mood." Shen Yuchu smiled and took it. "Okay," but as soon as we left, Shen Yu instantly fell into despair. Not only was she confined at home to read, but she had to read the same book from last night, 3 Days to See, and even had to write an 800-word reading reflection. Meanwhile, in the coffee shop, I looked at the long line of 18-year-old girls in front of me, and the corner of my mouth couldn't help but twitch. Are they all really here to claim kinship? Assistant Lee, who was in the car, nodded seriously. "Yes, sir. Ever since the day we published the missing person notice, people have been contacting us one after another." Assistant Lee continued. "These people have all been screened. Those whose backgrounds clearly didn't match were filtered out long ago. The remaining ones are all around 18 years old and don't know who their biological parents are." I took a deep breath. "All right, I understand." Just then, a man in a sharp suit walked out and introduced himself. "Hello, sir. I'm Xiao Liang. I'm in charge of the kinship verification process this time. What are your plans?" I looked at the dragon-like line. A rough estimate put it at several dozen people. But in my mind, no plot surfaced whatsoever. I spoke simply and bluntly. "Find a private room. Have them come in one by one, pluck a hair and let them leave. Have someone package them properly and send them directly to the Shin Corporation's hospital for DNA testing. My genetic profile is on file there. Back then, in order to find my child, I specifically left a DNA sample on file. I didn't expect it to come in handy right now. Xiao Liang was clearly taken aback, but he still nodded immediately. Understood, I'll arrange it right away. 10 minutes later, I followed him into the private room. The young girls lined up and came in one by one. I just sat there, looking at them one after another, while the staff quickly sealed the hair samples on the side and labeled them. It wasn't until the last person left that I leaned back in my chair and let out a faint sigh. In my mind, it was still completely empty. It seems none of them are her. I knew it. It wouldn't be this easy. However, this is only the first batch. I'm not going to lose heart just yet. After returning, I rarely went out. I spent all day in the study surfing the internet, occasionally visiting senior sister's lab to take a look. In the blink of an eye, it was the day Shen Yu started school. I woke up early and nagged her endlessly. Study hard when you get to school. No fighting, you hear me? Shen Yue, chewing on a shrimp dumpling, said nonchalantly. Dad, you said that no less than 10 times. Am I really that much of a troublemaker? I still wasn't at ease, even thinking, how about I arrange a few bodyguards to follow you? Shen Yu was so scared she almost choked. Cough, cough. Dad, are you serious? I'm going to school, not going to a gang fight. I put on a stern face and threatened her directly. If you ever get into a fight and end up in the police station, don't expect me to come bail you out. Shen Yu immediately promised. Don't worry, Dad. I'm your most well-behaved kid. I absolutely won't fight. Who knew? Shen Yushu would suddenly throw her under the bus. Right. Last time wasn't a fight. It was just you unilaterally sparring with someone. In the end, I still had to go to the police station to bail you out myself. Shen Yu wished she could cover my mouth. She hurriedly defended herself. It really wasn't my fault that time. That guy was harassing a female student. My head was just buzzing. I looked at her coldly. You've read quite a few of the books I bought these past few days. If you actually get into a fight with someone, you might just end up becoming one of them someday. I paused, changing the subject. And my words became even more piercing. No, wait. You're just a little punk who knows nothing but how to fight. How could you even compare to the main characters? They go out and build their legacies. And you? You probably wouldn't even make it out of the hospital before you'd end up taking your own life. As soon as I said that, Shen Yu's big eyes instantly filled with grievance. But I didn't soften in the slightest. I gave her an ultimatum. Starting today, you will behave yourself and attend classes at school. The driver will pick you up and drop you off every day. If I catch you getting into a fight, all your pocket money will be completely cut off. Shen Yu slumped onto the table, letting out a wail. No way. On the first day of school, I personally dragged a dejected Shen Yu to school. Haicheng First High was a famous elite school. Wealthy and powerful families all sent their kids here. Of course, for the sake of their college admission rates. They also specially recruited some impoverished students with excellent grades and character, like the female lead of this book, Zhang Pei. Just as we got out of the car, a few of Shen Yu's close classmates surrounded us. Sister Yu. A girl ran over carrying soy milk and soup dumplings, followed by several heads of colorful dyed hair. Good grief. Put them together and they could cosplay a rainbow. When Shen Yue saw her besties, she instinctively tried to throw an arm around the girl's neck, ready to strut with her usual arrogant swagger, but the moment she met my gaze, she instantly dropped her hand and turned into a good little girl in a split second. Dad, my classmates are here. I'll head to the classroom with them for class now. The Rainbow Squad girls were all dumbfounded. To make their sister Yue act so sweet and submissive on her own. Just who was this man in front of them? Not to mention, hearing the word class come out of Shen Yu's mouth was like the sun rising in the west. Li Shu scratched her head. She remembered that Sister Yu's dad had passed away a long time ago, hadn't he? So this guy in front of them was her stepdad. Her eyes instantly grew wary. I noticed Li Shu's defensiveness and simply smiled, speaking gently, You must all be Shen Yu's friends. I'm her dad. She brought some snacks in her backpack. You can share them when you get tired from studying. Why does that sound so familiar? Shen Yu silently grumbled to herself. I think I said the exact same thing when she was in kindergarten. Seeing my friendly attitude, they also put away their thorns and said obediently, Thank you, uncle. I nodded, then looked at Shen Yu. I straightened her collar and whispered in her ear. I believe my Shen Yu is a good kid who will listen attentively in class. She definitely won't skip class or get into fights. I patted her on the shoulder. Hurry up and go to class. Shen Yu swore. She saw naked threat in my eyes. She could only nod with tears in her eyes. I'll study hard. After saying that, she led her group of underlings and marched into the campus with a look of righteous sacrifice. Li Shu followed behind her, asking in confusion, Sister Yu, was that handsome uncle just now your stepdad? Shen Yu's footsteps paused. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Huh? No, I'm not. If you're not, then why are you calling him handsome uncle? That's my biological dad. Li Shua finally realized what was going on. Sister Yu's dad had actually shown up. A red-haired girl said foolishly, "Sister Yu, your dad is really handsome. He looks exactly like you. I thought he was your older brother." The corners of Shen Yue's mouth curled into a huge smile. Of course, just look at whose dad he is. Li Shu also giggled foolishly along with her. Now let's see who would dare use the illegitimate daughter rumor to anger Sister Yu again. Meanwhile, I, whom they thought had already left, hadn't actually gone anywhere. I was sitting in the principal's office, drinking tea. The principal wiped his forehead, where his hairline was worryingly receding, and looked at me in shock. "Shen Yu's father? Did you say you want to donate a building to our school?" "Yes." My tone was casual, as if a building were just a trivial little trinket. "I heard the school's laboratories haven't been renovated in a long time, and the equipment is all outdated. I can donate a brand new laboratory building. All the latest equipment. Our Shen family's companies have it all. I'll donate it all together." The principal heard it loud and clear. This time, a flattering smile immediately appeared on his face. He had seen plenty of wealthy people, but someone this generous? This was truly a first. For Shen Yu's father to be so considerate of the students, it's a blessing for our school. Rest assured, I will definitely have the teachers take extra good care of Shen Yu. I took a sip of tea. The time was right. Only then did I reveal my true purpose. My Shen Yu tends to act impulsively, and I worry about her, so I wanted to discuss something with you, Principal. I wonder if it would be convenient. Here it comes. The real motive is revealed. The principal knew exactly what was going on. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you have any requests, please feel free to ask. As long as it's not too unreasonable, the generous sponsor's requests must be granted. I smiled and started my bluff. It's not an unreasonable request. A master fortune teller predicted that my child will face a bloody disaster during her senior year. As her father, I'd rather be safe than sorry. I can't just ignore it. Therefore, I'd like to place a few bodyguards in the school, disguised as staff members to secretly protect my daughter, as long as she's safe. I guarantee they will absolutely not interfere. The principal's mouth twitched. Did rich people really believe in fortune tellers this much? Just because of a few baseless words, he was actually going to such great lengths. However, this wasn't a big deal anyway. The principal immediately nodded. Rest assured, our school has strict management. Nothing will happen to her. We will definitely cooperate. That's good. I felt relieved. As for the building donation, the Shen Corporation will send a specialist to coordinate with you. We'll start the process immediately. The conversation ended, and both sides were very satisfied. Only Shen Yu was kept completely in the dark. She didn't even notice that a new janitor would occasionally spawn near her, or that the cafeteria uncle serving her food never had shaky hands. She only felt that there were far fewer punks provoking her lately, but she didn't pay it any mind at all, because she was currently very busy. During the break, Li Shu strolled over to Shen Yu's desk. Seeing her earnestly taking notes, her jaw practically dropped. "Whoever you are, get out of my sister Yu's body right now." Shen Yu was startled and jolted, snapping back in annoyance. "Are you possessed?" Li Shua scratched her head. "I think you're the one who's possessed, Sister Yu." Shen Yu threw her pen down, rested her chin on her notebook, and stared blankly. The bitterness of studying is just too damn bitter. Trying to be my dad's good little girl is so freaking hard. Li Shua was completely baffled. "Sister Yu, haven't you always not cared about studying?" "I didn't care before, but it's different now." Shen Yu slammed her hand on the desk and suddenly stood up. "I'm going to class 1. Li Shua followed closely behind. "What are you going to class 1 for?" "That's the top scholars class." Underachievers like them usually took a detour just to avoid walking past it. Shen Yu looked resolute. "I'm going to ask Jiang Pei to borrow her notes. From now on, I'm a newly minted good student. Whoever dares to interrupt my studying is my greatest enemy." Jiang Pei was the only top student among her friends. Who else was she supposed to ask? Li Shu was completely speechless. She really was possessed. Meanwhile, inside senior year class 1, when Jiang Pei heard that Shen Yu was looking for her, she was a bit surprised. The two of them had met last year at a high-end bar. She had been working part-time at the bar back then and ran into a drunkard causing trouble. It was Shen Yu who conveniently helped her out of that mess, and it was, from that moment on, that she slowly got to know Shen Yue. Realizing she wasn't the spoiled rich girl the rumors made her out to be, she was drawn to Shen Yue's sincerity, and they became close friends, but they didn't interact much at school. So when she heard Shen Yu was looking for her, she was a little worried. Jiang Pei quickly walked out of the classroom and immediately spotted Shen Yu's eye-catching blue hair. "Shen Yu, did you need me for something?" Shen Yu said a bit awkwardly. "Well, it's not a big deal." Jiang Pei breathed a sigh of relief. "If you need something, just say it. I'll definitely help if I can." Shen Yu looked as if she were throwing caution to the wind. "I want to borrow your math notes to look over." Beside her, Li Shu looked utterly incredulous. "No way. Sister Yu, you're actually borrowing them? Jiang Pei was equally surprised. After all, she had offered to tutor Shen Yu in the past, but was completely rejected every time. Later, when she found out Shen Yu's family was wealthy, she assumed Shen Yu already had plans for her future, so she never brought it up again. But now Shen Yu was actually taking the initiative to study. This was a good thing. She immediately agreed. Sure. Wait here for a second. I'll go back in and get them for you. The students in Class 1 saw Shen Yu standing at the door, and all turned their heads. Shen Yu was a prominent figure in the senior year. Even though her grades were bad and she loved to fight, you couldn't deny that she was beautiful and sweet-talking. Whenever she got into trouble, she would immediately lower her head and admit her mistakes, and could even coax the teachers into a good mood. Even the boys she had rejected never spoke ill of her behind her back because of how sweet she was. Just then, a refined-looking boy wearing glasses inside the classroom felt his heart skip a beat. Upon hearing the name Shen Yue, his name was Su Jing Chen, he pretended to casually turn his head, and through the window, he saw the sunlight falling on Shen Yu as if coating her in a layer of gold. In an instant, his heart pounded like a drum, and the tips of his ears turned red. He quickly lowered his head and gripped his pen tightly. He wondered to himself, how did Jiang Pei know Shen Yu? They lived so close to each other, and were in the same class, yet he hadn't noticed a thing. Right after, Jiang Pei quickly walked out of the classroom holding a notebook. These are the notes I organized. If there's anything you don't understand, come ask me anytime. Shen Yu nodded. Holding the study notes made her feel uncomfortable all over. She gave a few perfunctory replies, took the notes, and quickly walked away. However, she was walking so fast that she didn't notice someone ahead of her wasn't looking where they were going either. The two of them crashed right into each other. Duo, who had been hit squarely by Shen Yu, was just about to curse. But when she looked up and saw it was her rival, her anger flared even hotter. Are you rushing to get reincarnated walking that fast? Li Shui instantly raised her fist, but was held back by Shen Yu. I promised my dad I wouldn't fight. Besides, you're the one walking without eyes, right? I'm in a good mood today, so I can't be bothered to argue with you. Get lost. Duo narrowed her eyes, her gaze landing on the notebook in Shen Yu's hand. She suddenly burst out laughing. Looking at the direction you came from. Don't tell me you went to Class 1 to borrow notes from Jiang Pei. An underachiever like you actually wants to study hard and make progress every day? That's hilarious. Shen Yu looked at her with utter disdain. How does someone dead last in the grade have the nerve to mock someone in the bottom 10? Duo choked on her words instantly. She was just hiding her true strength, but she couldn't exactly say that. This made her feel even more stifled. Shen Yu, however, didn't want to waste any more breath. She stepped forward, roughly shoved past her shoulder, and quickly walked away. At that moment, a gardener pruning flowers nearby secretly looked up. Seeing that they had left, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Duo clutched her shoulder, watching Shen Yu as retreating back, her eyes instantly turning dark. But she quickly withdrew her gaze and turned to walk toward Class 1. To find her new boyfriend. On the way, Li Shu was full of indignation. Sister Yu, why didn't you let me beat her up? Her dad's words instantly flashed through Shen Yu's mind. Fighting will make you disabled, and once you're disabled, you can only be the protagonist of an inspirational story. Li Shuai looked confused. Immediately after, she glanced back. But what is that Duo going to Class 1 for? Don't tell me she managed to date a top student. Shen Yu sneered. With her personality, she's never had a shortage of handsome guys around her. Why would a top student ever fall for her? Li Shu casually chimed in. True. I heard she publicly confessed her love on the sports field a few days ago, causing a huge uproar. Shen Yu, however, didn't care at all. Who cares about her? She pays out a lot in breakup fees. One is willing to hit, and the other is willing to take it. Meanwhile, inside the Haicheng Research Institute, I was following behind Ning Shi. As we walked toward the experimental zone, my left hand was stuffed in my pocket, my palm tightly clutching the strength pill I had brought from home. But my eyes were constantly scanning the surroundings. Most of the people here were new faces. Occasionally, someone would look up at me, then quickly lower their head again. But right at that moment, a researcher delivering documents, Lu Yan, stared at our backs, her eyes growing increasingly dark. She had worked diligently here for so many years, so why was I highly valued the moment I arrived? She glared at Ningxi's back, convinced in her heart that there was some illicit relationship between us. Ningxi, however, didn't notice a thing. She led me to the door of a laboratory. She stepped forward and scanned her fingerprint. With a beep, the heavy doors slowly opened. Junior brother, Wakes is the lab the professor specifically reserved for you. I'll have my assistant register your personal information in a bit. I silently looked around at the fully equipped instruments and devices, feeling very satisfied. All right, thanks, senior sister. Ningxi smiled, then looked at me. I heard from the professor that your research focus this time is reproductive biology. chemistry, and reproductive biotechnology. I nodded. That's right. If successful, it might lead to breakthroughs in endangered species conservation and treatments for human infertility. Ningxi's eyes lit up. Is the experiment highly feasible? Keeping a straight face, I dropped a bombshell. Actually, I started researching this project 20 years ago. I've already made some initial progress, but the side effects of the drug are too severe. It still needs improvement. 20 years ago? Ningxi was completely shocked. A second later, it suddenly clicked in her head, staring at me. She asked, "You've been missing for so many years. Does it have something to do with this experimental project?" I simply used what happened 20 years ago as an excuse. After all, achieving such a massive breakthrough in a short time would be completely impossible to explain. So, I looked at Ningxi and nodded in admission. Yes, I kept it a secret from everyone and conducted the first human trial on myself. But I didn't expect the side effects to be so severe. It almost cost me my life. Ningxi gasped. So all of this is the result of that experiment. She was quite angry. Junior brother, how could you be so reckless? Is this something you can just casually test on yourself? You should have done animal trials first. I could only offer an awkward smile. Senior sister, I was young and reckless back then. It won't happen again. Ningxi sighed and didn't say anything more. She left shortly after. Next, I immediately threw myself into intense experimental work. Opening the porcelain bottle, a perfectly smooth and lustrous pill came into view. I put on sterile gloves, carefully took it out, and quickly placed it into the precision analyzer. Amidst the soft hum of the running machine, I kept my eyes fixed on it, my fingertips operating with practiced ease. Every movement felt carved into my bones. Once I got busy, I completely lost track of time. By the time I walked out of the lab, I realized I had several missed calls on my phone. Standing at the entrance of the research institute, I was just about to call my daughter back, when a Maybach in front of me suddenly honked. The window rolled down, revealing Shen Yuchu's face. She immediately got out of the car and walked toward me step by step. Dad, her voice was full of worry. I called you so many times, but no one answered. I smiled apologetically. I was in the lab. I got too busy and didn't notice. To my surprise, her long eyelashes fluttered, looking a bit aggrieved. The institute doesn't allow outsiders in. I waited here for you for 2 hours. I thought something had happened to you. Whenever I think about the dial tone on the other end of the phone, my heart aches. I quickly and patiently coaxed her, reaching out to stroke her cheek. It's Dad's fault. I made my little Tuanchuan worry. Can Tuanchuan forgive Dad? Shen Yuchu's face instantly flushed red. She stammered. I'm not mad. I could never be mad at you, Dad. I looked at her, finding it a bit amusing, and took her arm as we got into the car. Dad hasn't eaten yet. Let's hurry back. But neither of us expected that. The moment the car drove away, from inside the institute's doors, Lu Yan slowly walked out. She pushed up her glasses, the corner of her mouth curling into an undisguised sneer. It turned out she had spotted me long ago. Seeing Yuchu and me acting so intimately, she immediately took out her phone and quickly snapped a photo. In her eyes, my ability to enter this research institute wasn't based on my skills at all, but on the sugar mommy backing me. Back at the Yunding villa, Shen Yu was already home from school. She was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, playing a game. The moment she heard us, she immediately tossed her phone aside. Li Shu's anxious voice could still be heard from the phone. Sister Yu, why did you stop moving? But Shen Yue didn't care at all. She threw herself right at me. After hugging me, she hugged her sister, making sure to spread the love equally. Shen Yu clung to us affectionately. You're finally back. I missed you guys so much. I smiled and played along. I missed you too. Shen Yuchu, on the other hand, kept a cool face. Shen Yu was already used to it. After dinner, Shen Yuchu suddenly brought something up. Dad, you've been back for a while now. Should we host a banquet? I shook my head. That's too much trouble. Word travels fast in our circle. Those who need to know already know. She didn't push the issue. Instead, she took out a box from the side and handed it to me. At the charity gala yesterday, I saw this watch and thought it would suit you perfectly. So I bought it. See if you like it. The crushed diamond sparkled under the light. My heart warmed. This was a gift from my daughter. I love it. Tuanchuan, help Dad put it on. I extended my fair wrist. Shen Yushu lowered her head and carefully fastened it for me. Seeing her purse, her lips in a happy smile, I felt a sweet warmth in my heart too. Who knew that? Shen Yue, standing to the side, would start grumbling. Wow. Since when did second sister become so scheming? She actually bought a gift behind my back to suck up to Dad. She immediately squeezed closer to me and announced loudly, when I get my allowance next month, I'm definitely going to buy Dad something even cooler. In response, Shen Yuchu just gave her a faint glance and dropped a bombshell. There's an auction the day after tomorrow. All the wealthy families in Haicheng received invitations. I heard there will be a lot of jewelry. If Dad likes anything, I can buy it all for him. The feeling of spending money on her dad, she really enjoyed it. Shen Yu let out another heavy harumph. So what if you have money? But when I heard about the auction, my heart skipped a beat. An old friend I hadn't seen in a long time was just about to return to the country, and we had arranged to meet on that exact day. So I looked at my daughters and said, "Do you remember your Uncle Wang Hao? He's coming back to the country the day after tomorrow. We actually plan to meet at the auction. You can come with me then." Shen Yuchu immediately nodded. I remember. Uncle Wang, Uncle Guan, and Uncle Bai would send us gifts every year for our birthdays. They've also always looked out for me in business. Shen Yu leaned in too. Yeah. For our coming-of-age ceremony, Uncle Wang gave second sister and me a sports car each. They didn't know that these close, trusted friends were all mentored by me personally. Back then, when my dad cut off my credit cards during college, I had no choice but to start my own business. The first person I thought of was Guan Mushin. Then, I brought in two impoverished students I had previously sponsored, Wang Hao and Lu Zexing. They were the most talented and hardworking among all the kids I had sponsored. Just like that, the four of us grew our business bigger and bigger, eventually building the Jiwan Group, a force to be reckoned with even overseas. As for this auction, it was only because they heard that Jiwan's major shareholder, Wang Hao, was returning, that they specifically sent him an invitation. I looked at my two daughters and made a decision. Wanwan has school that day, so you can come with me. Shen Yuchu immediately nodded. Okay, whatever you and Uncle Wang like, I'll win it for you at the auction. I rubbed the crushed diamonds on my wrist, a smile curving my lips. In the blink of an eye, the day of the auction arrived. I took Shen Yuchu's arm, and the two of us walked calmly into the venue. As soon as we entered, a man claiming to be the CEO of Shengang Group approached us, greeting Shen Yuchu with a face full of smiles. President Shen, hello. We had dinner together just a few days ago. I wonder if you still remember me. He obviously didn't recognize me, treating me as just an ordinary companion. His eyes were completely fixed on my daughter, but Shen Yuchu, dressed in a custom haute couture business suit, exuded a cold, commanding aura. She merely gave him a faint glance and parted her lips slightly. President Wang, no pleasantries, just the conciseness of someone in power. Hearing this, President Wang immediately started flattering her. I've long heard that President Shen is young and accomplished, with an extraordinary presence. Seeing you today, it's absolutely true. Shen Yuchu, however, had no desire to chat. She gave a slight nod, and when her gaze turned to me, her tone instantly softened. Let's head upstairs first. This incredibly gentle tone made President Wang freeze in shock. Only then did he turn his gaze toward me. Who was this man? To actually make Shen Yuchu act so gently, was he her boyfriend? As he was making wild guesses, a sudden commotion broke out at the entrance. A man in a tailored suit walked in. He had a tall, straight posture and a powerful aura. His features were somewhat cold and his eyes were calm yet sharp. He quietly swept his gaze across the room, but the moment he saw me, he completely ignored everyone else, rushed over, and pulled me into a tight hug. Shen Chen. It's really you. I reached out and patted his back. It's me. I'm back. Shen Yushu stood to the side and greeted him obediently. Uncle Wang. Wang Hao actually looked a bit embarrassed, which was rare for him. After all, he wasn't someone who usually showed his emotions. Seeing his eyes slightly red, I said, let's head upstairs first. We can catch up once we're up there. Wang Hao nodded. The three of us went upstairs together, leaving behind a wave of whispers. Who is that man with President Shen? He even knows President Wang from Jiwan Group. Look at how President Wang reacted. Their relationship is definitely not ordinary. Could he be President Shen's new boyfriend? Just then, someone who had seen me before interrupted them. Don't talk nonsense. That's President Shen's biological father, the eldest young master of the Shen family who went missing for years. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone gasped, especially that President Wang from earlier. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. He had actually thought the man was an assistant. In the private booth upstairs, Wang Hao looked at me. You've been back for so long and didn't even contact us. If it weren't for that WeChat Moments post, we wouldn't have even known you were back. I quickly raised my hands in surrender. You can't blame me for that. I ran into trouble the moment I got back. Of course, I had to sort that out before finding you guys. I briefly told him about the situation with the Wang family. Wang Hao was furious after hearing it. I knew it. Why would you ever arrange a childhood marriage with the Wang family? So it was all fake. He patted Shen Yuchu's shoulder sympathetically. You've really suffered these past few years. Shen Yuchu shook her head, brushing the topic aside. Since the auction hadn't started yet, Wang Hao pulled me aside and kept rambling on and on, as if trying to fill in all the blanks from the past few years. Flipping through the brochure in his hands, he pointed at a ruby and said to me, I heard there's a pigeon egg-sized ruby this time. I'll win it for you later. You can wear it tomorrow when you meet Lu Zexing and Guan Mushin. Let them see how dashing our young master Shen is. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Yuchu pursed her lips, looking displeased. Uncle Wang, I have money, I can win it for Dad. Wang Hao froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. All right, you bid for it. I won't fight you for it. Soon the auction began. It went on until a familiar voice rang out, 5 million. I looked toward the sound and saw it was actually Lu Yuntao. He was holding a glass of red wine, smiling in a refined yet smug manner. The way he looked around was full of showing off. Who didn't know? He was the father of the Sai family's illegitimate daughter, relying on the power of both the Sai and Lu families. Everyone had to give him some leeway. Sitting next to him, Shen Zihao was so jealous he could grind his teeth to dust, but he could only lower his eyes and praise him. Tao Tao, this brooch really suits you. Lu Yuntao slightly raised his chin, his gaze lightly sweeping over my booth, carrying undisguised contempt. Just when he thought the brooch was in the bag, a cold and sharp male voice suddenly rang out. 10 million. The entire venue instantly fell dead silent. Everyone instinctively turned their heads. They saw Wang Hao with his arms crossed, glaring coldly at Lu Yuntao. His eyes seemed to say, as if you're worthy. Now there was a good show to watch. President Xi's original spouse publicly slapping the face of the lover. I looked at Wang Hao and lowered my voice in disapproval. It's just a brooch. Bickering with him is just giving him face. But Wang Hao poked my arm in frustration. Are you just going to watch this guy throw his weight around using the Sai family's influence? Even Shen Yuchu nodded silently. Uncle Wang is right. He was deliberately provoking you just now, Dad. Lu Yuntao was indeed furious. He raised his hand, about to lift his paddle, Yu. But Shen Yuchu immediately followed up, her voice cold and clear. 15 million. Forget it. It's rare for the kid to want to play. Let her have her fun. I crossed my arms and leaned back. Leaning lazily against the backrest, ready to watch the show, Lu Yuntao was so angry his fingertips were trembling. This price had already far exceeded the brooch's actual value. Anyone who kept bidding would be a total sucker. But if he didn't bid, how could he save face? Forcing himself to keep up appearances, he glared fiercely at me and gritted his teeth. 20 million going once. Lu Yuntao turned his head to look at us, only to see the three of us sitting completely still. 20 million going twice. Shen Yuchu was silently sipping her tea. Wang Hao's eyes were full of amusement, and I was still just enjoying the show. 20 million going 3 times. Sold. Lu Yuntao stared at that brooch. He could have easily won it for 5 million, but right now, it just looked incredibly glaring. I raised an eyebrow at Wang Hao. I thought you guys were going to keep driving up the price. Wang Hao gave me a look that said, we're not stupid. Since he wants to be a sucker so badly, let him be one. I couldn't help but laugh. And so, for the rest of the auction, it was like Lu Yuntao was possessed by the god of bad luck. Whenever he set his sights on something, someone would always bid against him. As a result, he either had to buy it at an exorbitant price or was forced to give up. Everyone else was quietly watching the joke unfold. In order to curry favor with my daughter, many people were actively going against Lu Yuntao. He had practically become the laughingstock of the entire room. He was so furious he didn't even want to raise his paddle anymore. I was pretty happy watching it all too. Especially after winning that ruby, I was in a great mood. I have to admit, throwing my weight around actually felt pretty good. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. It really pays to have a successful daughter, huh? I looked at him. What? Are you jealous? If you're jealous, hurry up and find a woman to have one with. It's not too late at your age. To my surprise, Wang Hao immediately shook his head like a rattled drum. Forget it, forget it. Having a kid like Yuchu is basically hitting the genetic jackpot. I wouldn't dare try my luck. I nodded in agreement. My Tuanchuan is indeed outstanding. Shen Yuchu, however, blushed in embarrassment. She lowered her head and took a sip of tea to hide her awkwardness. Just then, the final item of the auction was brought out, an antique vase, supposedly from the Song Dynasty. I immediately sat up straight. Old Master Li's birthday is in a few days, and this vase would make the perfect gift. Wang Hao frowned. The Li family. You mean Old Master Li, the leading authority in the academic world? I nodded. Yeah, Elder Li is very close with my teacher, and he even gave me some guidance back in the day. Naturally, my gift this time can't be too shabby. While we were talking, the price of the vase had already been driven up to 150 million. I immediately raised my paddle. 160 million. Everyone in the room quickly grabbed their phones to report to their bosses. With my wealth and the C family's backing, very few people would dare to keep bidding, but to my surprise, Lu Yuntao was actually after this vase too. The Lu family had also received an invitation from the Li family, and his dad had specifically sent him to win this vase. However, what he had spent in the previous rounds had already far exceeded his budget. He gritted his teeth in hatred, but still couldn't help raising his paddle. 170 million. I shot him a faint glance. I wasn't doing this out of spite this time. I genuinely wanted to win this vase. So, I directly raised the bid to 200 million. Lu Yuntao's hand trembled. 200 million. Why was this guy always out to get him? His gaze was as sinister as a venomous snake, wrapping tightly around me, wishing he could tear me to shreds, but the moment the gavel fell, I couldn't even be bothered to spare him a glance. I just followed the staff to collect the vase. This kind of blatant disregard humiliated him even more than a face-to-face insult. After the auction ended, Wang Hao and I took a stroll in the park. Shen Yuchu had already returned to the company. Leaving the time for us two old friends who hadn't seen each other in ages, Wang Hao patted the back of my hand, filled with emotion. Thank goodness you came back safely. You have no idea. After you disappeared, Si Jiao Jiao went completely insane. She even almost strangled Guan Mushin to death. I froze in shock, unable to believe it. How could that be? What does this have to do with Guan Mushin? Why would Si Jiao Jiao strangle her? Wang Hao realized he had misspoken. He hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell the truth. Si Jiao Jiao thought Guan Mushin was the one hiding you. My eyes nearly popped out of my head. Wang Hao had no choice but to carefully explain. When we started our business back then, we began in the medical field. The note you left said you were going to get medical treatment. Naturally, the first person Si Jiao Jiao thought of was her. He then added, you said you were going to a friend's research institute for treatment. Aside from us, what other friends do you have in the medical industry? Guan Mushin was the biggest suspect. She had the time, and she had the skills. Add all these reasons together, and her motives and capabilities were basically maxed out. Wang Hao stared into my eyes, as if trying to figure out the truth. Just then, my phone rang. I quietly breathed a sigh of relief, and answered it immediately without even checking the caller ID. Hello? But a minute later, my expression instantly darkened. I have something to take care of right now. I need to head out first. Wang Hao asked with concern. Your business is more important. Do you need my help? I waved my hand. No need. It's my youngest daughter. She got into some trouble. I just need to head back and deal with it. After agreeing to meet up with Wang Hao tomorrow, I found my driver and headed straight for the police station. As soon as I walked through the door, I saw an arrogant blue-haired girl. Standing behind her were the bodyguards I had assigned to her. She stood with her hands on her hips, looking incredibly cocky, shouting at a bruised and battered duo. You actually have the nerve to call the cops. You're the one who provoked me first. I'll let it slide this time, but you have to apologize to us. The group of rainbow-haired girls behind her immediately chimed in. You have to apologize. As for Duo's side, several of them were sporting injuries, looking absolutely miserable. You called a bunch of bodyguards to beat us up. That's playing dirty. Seeing that they were about to start arguing again, a police officer stepped in and shouted sternly, Shut up, all of you. Sit quietly and wait for your parents to get here. Both groups instantly knew better and shrank back. I strode inside, my face dark as I looked Shen Yu up and down. It seemed she wasn't hurt. Only then did I turn to look at the police officer, my expression softening a bit. Hello, I'm Shen Yu's father. But the moment Shen Yu saw me, she instantly dropped her arrogant act. She stared at me pitifully with big, teary eyes, and explained. It turned out Shen Yue had brought her bodyguards and beaten the other side to the ground. And this brat actually had the nerve to give me an innocent smile. Thank goodness for the bodyguards you arranged, Dad. Otherwise, I definitely would have been hurt. I glared at her fiercely. You still have the nerve to smile. Just then, a clear female voice suddenly chimed in. Uncle, this wasn't Shen Yu's fault. Duo was the one who brought people to cause trouble first. I turned my head and saw a girl who looked like a very well-behaved student. I asked tentatively, and you are? The girl introduced herself. My name is Jiang Pei. I'm Shen Yu's best friend. My eyes widened slightly. This girl. It was actually the female lead, Jiang Pei. I didn't expect that before this sweet romance story even unfolded. The female lead would just be a frail girl in an oversized school uniform. Then, from her explanation, I finally understood the whole story. It turned out that Duojua liked a boy named Su Jingchen. But that boy happened to like Shen Yu. After Duojua found out, she brought people to corner my daughter, and Jiang Pei happened to be Su Jingchen's neighbor. Noticing something was wrong, she found out the truth and rushed over to help, but she was still a step too late. By the time she arrived, Duojua's people had already been completely wiped out. After hearing all this, I frowned slightly. None of these events were in the so-called plot. I hadn't noticed any of this at all. Could it be that it had happened but didn't have much of an impact? I first glared at Shen Yue, then went to negotiate with the police. I would definitely pay the medical bills, but my daughter wasn't at fault, and an apology from them was absolutely necessary. Right at that moment, a handsome young man walked in, his face full of arrogance. He looked around the room, his gaze finally landing on Duo. The moment he opened his mouth, it was to scold her. Duo, you're being way too unreasonable. If your dad finds out, he's definitely going to reprimand you. Duo's eyes instantly blazed with fury. Why are you here? Where's my dad? The man just smiled gently. The boss is always busy with work. It's the same if I, his assistant, come instead. Duo trembled all over. Busy with work again. She clenched her fists tightly, causing the wounds on the back of her hands to split open again. But she just kept her head down desperately, not saying a single word. I originally thought Duo's parents would be difficult to deal with, and I was fully prepared to fight them to the bitter end. I didn't expect the other party to be surprisingly cooperative. Everything was handled strictly by the book, medical checkups were done as needed, and apologies were made where due. By the time we got out of the hospital, the sky was already completely dark. The only ones left in the car accompanying Shen Yu were Li Shua and Zhang Pei. I looked at the three teenage girls in the backseat through the rearview mirror and spoke up directly. Where do you guys live? I'll drop you off. The two girls immediately felt embarrassed, both saying they could just take a cab, but my tone left no room for refusal. It's not safe this late at night. You guys were delayed until now because of Shen Yu, so I have to take you home. Otherwise, if your parents blame you, I can at least explain things to them. I had noticed earlier that they were the only ones whose parents hadn't shown up at the police station. There had to be some unspeakable difficulties, especially Zhang Pei. This future business tycoon, the female lead of the story. I was genuinely curious about her, to be able to turn her life around from the mud and still have such incredibly upright morals. She was practically a panda-level rare female lead, so even knowing that my daughter would lose her legs because of her in the future, I never thought about tearing them apart. The two of them gave their addresses, and the driver dropped off Li Shue first since it was on the way. 10 minutes later, the car pulled up smoothly in front of a villa. I was just about to get out and explain things to her parents, but Shen Yue suddenly grabbed me. Don't go. Only her grandpa takes care of her. Her parents don't care whether she lives or dies. I froze instantly. No wonder they didn't even show up to the police station. I sighed softly, and the car immediately turned around. Half an hour later, we stopped at the entrance of a pitch-black, run-down old neighborhood. There wasn't even a single streetlight. Zhang Pei got out of the car with her backpack and politely said goodbye to us. Uncle, Shen Yu, goodbye. I looked at the surroundings and couldn't help but ask, are you sure you don't need me to walk you up? Zhang Pei just smiled faintly. No need. I knew very well in my heart that deadbeat dad of hers was probably still at some poker table right now. Watching her frail figure disappear into the dark stairwell, I felt a complex mix of emotions, but who would have thought that as soon as she went upstairs, the door across the hall cracked open. Zhang Pei pulled her keys out of her backpack. The sound of the lock turning seemed to startle the person across the hall. Soon, the door opposite hers opened a crack, and Si Jingchen's face appeared. Si Jingchen pursed his lips, looking hesitant to speak. Did Si Yu drop you off? Zhang Pei turned her head, her expression somewhat obscure in the dim light. You like Si Yu? Si Jingchen's ears instantly turned bright red. He stammered, and no, but you already have a girlfriend. Zhang Pei's gaze was icy cold as she stared dead at Si Jingchen. Duo is the one chasing me. I just didn't know how to reject her. Si Jingchen's face turned deathly pale, but Zhang Pei cut him off directly. Then what about Zheng Yuting? The moment he heard that name, Si Jingchen could barely stand steady. He could only weakly defend himself. She and I aren't like that. But Zhang Pei wasn't listening at all. She issued a direct ultimatum. I don't care what kind of relationship you have with anyone, but Si Yu is not someone you're allowed to like. Your feelings will only bring her trouble. Don't bother her. With that, she slammed her door shut with a bang, shutting out everything. Meanwhile, at Yunding Villa, I snatched up my belt and chased Si Yu all over the house. I swung the belt so hard it whistled through the air. 1 second I tell you not to fight, and the next you end up in the police station. Ow. 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 It really wasn't my fault. You still dare talk back. I don't care whose fault it was. Dad, you're being unreasonable. I think you just haven't been beaten enough. I'm going to give you a complete childhood right now. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Shen Yuchu, who was standing to the side, silently minimized her presence, terrified of getting caught in the crossfire. It wasn't until she saw Dad's movements slow down that she quickly brought over a cup of tea. You must be tired from hitting her. Take a break. Si Yu's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. I can't believe you're this kind of second sister. I held my waist and sat down, downing the tea in one gulp. Only then did I look at Si Yu. You really weren't to blame for this incident, but when faced with danger, not only did you not hide, you actually led people to fight back. If it weren't for the bodyguards I sent, someone definitely would have gotten hurt. Si Yu instantly hung her head. She already knew that her dad had donated a building for her, and that she had bodyguards secretly following her. For a moment, she felt a complex mix of emotions. Seeing her looking so pitiful, my heart ultimately softened. Dad is just angry that you don't take your own safety seriously. I still haven't found your 3 older sisters. Dad only has you and Tuan left by his side. If something were to happen to you too, what would you expect Dad to do? These words made Siyue's eyes well up with tears. She suddenly hugged me, choking back sobs. Dad, I was wrong. I'll never get into a fight again. I patted her head. That's good. Hand in an 800-word reflection essay tomorrow. Gah. Siyu's crying came to an abrupt halt. I gave her a threatening look. Got a problem with that? Siyu immediately squeezed out a sincere smile. No problem at all. It doesn't even have to be tomorrow. I'll hand it in tonight. Only then did I nod in satisfaction. Good girl. Once her emotions settled down, I suddenly asked an unrelated question. Are you and Zhang Pei close? Siyu paused. Why are you asking about Zhang Pei, Dad? She answered honestly. We're all right, I guess. I chose my words carefully. Looking at where she lives, she probably isn't very well off. You could ask her if she needs any help. Actually, I wanted to help Zhang Pei get rid of that deadbeat father of hers, but Siyu misunderstood. She immediately explained. Zhang Pei is a specially recruited honors student at our school. Her tuition is fully covered, and she gets a scholarship. I've asked her before, and she said she doesn't need any help. Since Zhang Pei herself wasn't willing, I didn't push the issue. After all, she wasn't my own daughter. Intervening rashly would be inappropriate. So, I could only remind Siyu once again. I've arranged bodyguards for you. They won't spy on you. They'll only step in when you're in danger. Take them with you wherever you go from now on. Don't put yourself in danger. Siyu nodded heavily. Okay. The next evening, just as I left the lab, I received a message from Wang Hao. Following the location he sent, I drove to a highly private, high-end club in the city center. After I gave my name, a waiter immediately led the way. I followed behind at a leisurely pace, taking in my surroundings. Things have really changed in 13 years. This place was a whole level higher than the ones I used to frequent. Right at the door of the private room, just as I was about to push it open, a voice drifted over from next door. Si Xiaomeng, don't tell me you got beaten by your dad again. The name Si Xiaomeng made me pause. I subconsciously turned my head. I've been back for so many days, but I've only heard her name and never actually seen her. I really wanted to see what my wife's illegitimate daughter actually looked like. Through the crack in the door, I only saw a few teenagers drinking, with female companions leaning into their arms. It was a scene of pure indulgence, but with all the mixed voices in the room, I couldn't figure out who Si Xiaomeng was at all. Just then, the waiter beside me pushed open the door to my private room. I had no choice but to look away, no longer paying attention to next door. The moment Wang Hao saw me, he immediately stood up and pulled me over. Chen, get over here. It's been 13 years. We're not leaving until we're drunk tonight. The moment Guan Mushin saw my face clearly, she nearly knocked over the glass in her hand. The calm and collected expression on her face instantly shattered. Her voice even trembled. Chen. She stood up abruptly, looking unusually flustered. I, however, gave a generous smile. Mushin, Zeching, long time no see. His face was still as young and handsome as ever, gradually overlapping with the sunny, flamboyant boy in her memory. Deep down, Guan Mushin actually felt a rare hint of inferiority. Lu Zecheng, on the other hand, looked at him calmly. His perpetually cold face finally leaked a bit of genuine emotion. Long time no see. I sat down next to Wang Hao. 4 old friends reuniting after so many years. It felt like we had endless things to talk about. The barrier brought by time quietly dissolved in our conversation. I couldn't help but sigh. You guys have changed so much. You've all matured a lot. My friends had all been pushed forward by time, as if I was the only one left behind. Guan Mushin lowered her eyes, downing one glass after another. Chen, you're still as young as I remember. Compared to you, we've all gotten old. I couldn't help but drink a few more glasses myself, teasing with a smile. You call yourselves old? My daughter is already 18. In a few years, I could even be a grandpa. Meanwhile, you two are still flying solo. As soon as I said that, Wang Hao and Lu Zecheng suddenly glanced at Guan Mushin. It was only after I disappeared that they found out Guan Mushin had always had a crush on him. Being one step too late, her confession could never be spoken. She could only watch helplessly as the man she loved started a family with someone else, but Guan Mushin acted as if she didn't notice their gazes. She smiled and chimed in. That's true. You've always been a step ahead of our peers since we were kids. We couldn't catch up to you even if we tried. While others were still in school, he had skipped grades all the way to graduation, sweeping up countless competition awards. He was even personally invited by academician Zhang from the academic circle because of a single paper, and made an exception to be promoted into the Haiqing Research Institute. Not only was he a step ahead in his career, but the same went for marriage and having kids. He was simply out of reach. Guan Mushin still remembered to this day the heartbreak she felt when she received his wedding invitation. I, however, smiled smugly, raising a hand in mock modesty. Keep it low-key. Guan Mushin loved seeing this arrogant yet charming look of his, like a Persian cat showing off its spoils. A smile spilled from the corners of her lips. Only then did she realize that the joy of reunion had long overshadowed the bitterness of her unrequited love. From now on, she would only be his best friend. She would never cross the line, unless— Guan Mushin's eyes darkened. Si Jiao Jiao had an illegitimate daughter of her own. She didn't believe Chen Chen was so love-struck that he could tolerate everything. I looked at myself in the mirror, the drunkenness slowly fading away, leaving only absolute clarity. I was afraid the truth would crush the child, and even more afraid that my overwhelming love would become a burden. So, I forced down the urge to acknowledge her immediately, deciding to take things slow. I would let her accept me bit by bit. Since Bi Yuntao dared to persecute my daughter like this, he better be prepared to pay the price. And the Si family. Si Xiaoming had suffered endless grievances in the Si family since she was a child. This debt, I would collect it piece by piece. The female lead, Si Qianqian, shouldn't even think about escaping unscathed either. When others bullied Si Xiaoming, she watched coldly from the sidelines, but the moment Xiaoming fought back, she would immediately step in to play peacemaker. This was practically a signal. Even the heir of the Sai family didn't like Sai Xiaoming. As a result, those people bullied her even harder. I hold a serious grudge. My daughter suffered so much in places I couldn't see. Then there's no need for me to play the good guy. If I'm going to be the villain, I'll be the villain to the very end. When I clash with the Sai family, even if I can't crush them completely, I'll definitely severely damage their foundation. When that time comes, I must ruthlessly tear a piece of flesh from the Sai family as compensation for my daughter. As for Bi Yuntao, he'd better pray he doesn't fall into my hands. I splashed my face with cold water and looked at Wang Hao, my voice returning to its usual calmness. Hao, do you have hair gel and cologne? Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief and nodded hastily. I brought some. It's in the private room. Let me borrow them. I looked at my disheveled self in the mirror, with red eyes and messy hair. I didn't want my first meeting with my eldest daughter to leave her with this kind of impression. Returning to the private room, I subconsciously glanced at the room next door as I passed by, but the door was already closed. When Guan Mushin and Lu Zeching saw me looking like this, they were startled. Chen Chen, who bullied you? Guan Mushin clenched her fists, her face full of worry. It's nothing. I shook my head, brushing it off casually. I ran into an acquaintance. I'll be leaving a bit early. Right after that, I grabbed the hair gel and cologne and started fixing my appearance. Over 10 minutes later, I stood outside the door of the private room next door, took a deep breath, and turned the doorknob. The wealthy young ladies playing inside instantly held their breath. Wearing a beige casual suit, I exuded a mature and elegant aura. My gaze swept across the room, instantly locking onto the young girl, drinking in the corner, Si Xiaoming. She slowly lifted her eyelids, and her gaze unexpectedly collided with mine. In that moment, I clearly saw the astonishment in her eyes, but it quickly vanished. She returned to her slouching, boneless posture, leaning back against the sofa, with a half smile on her lips, letting me look her over. I raised my hand, just about to call her name, but as the words reached my lips, they abruptly turned into, "Hey, you edgy little kid." As soon as the words left my mouth, I instantly facepalmed. My image as a steady, loving father completely collapsed. Si Xiaoming raised an eyebrow, looked left and right, and finally pointed at herself in disbelief. "Are you talking to me?" A wealthy heiress next to her slapped her thigh hard. "You actually chased Xiaoming all the way here." She nudged Si Xiaoming's shoulder, an elegant, handsome older guy. "He's being so proactive, why don't you just give in?" Si Xiaoming glared at her in annoyance. The next second, she looked at me nonchalantly, the glass in her hand swaying back and forth, as if it would spill at any moment. "You need something from me?" I simply stopped pretending to be steady, walked right over, and sat down next to her. My gaze roamed over her face inch by inch. "Yeah, I've never had a daughter since I was young. So, would you like to be my daughter?" Puffed. The sound of people spitting out their drinks echoed throughout the room, followed by uncontrollable, roaring laughter. Sai Xiaoming's face instantly darkened. She looked at me through gritted teeth, enunciating every word. "What did you just say?" Someone laughed so hard they slapped their thigh. Did this guy lose a game of truth or dare and come looking for our Xiaoming? The surrounding rich kids, upon hearing this, immediately realized what was going on. That was the only explanation that made sense. However, listening to the wild laughter in her ears, Si Xiaoming only found it incredibly annoying. I immediately put on the airs of an elder, my eyes full of affection. What's so funny about that? I'm already 40 this year. Is it weird for me to have an 18-year-old daughter? But the crowd only laughed louder. Nobody believes the truth these days. I turned to look at my daughter. Although I didn't plan on announcing our relationship right now, I absolutely couldn't just watch her suffer. So, I decided to take a roundabout approach. I saw a wealthy heiress playing pool nearby, then lifted my chin and looked at Si Xiaoming. Do you know how to play? See, Xiaoming didn't even bat an eyelid. You want to play with me? I don't just give face to anyone. I leaned in closer to her. Anyone can talk big. Do you dare to play a match with me? She finally showed a bit of interest. Play for what? Don't come crying to me when you lose later. I reached out and patted her cheek, my tone threatening. I suggest you forget about that part. Otherwise, don't blame me if I secretly assassinate you in the middle of the night. Her cheek felt a bit ticklish. She stood up uncomfortably, slowly walked over to the pool table, and took a cue. The onlookers all craned their necks to watch. I looked around with great interest, my voice neither too loud nor too soft. Since we're playing, we definitely need some stakes to make it fun. Don't you agree? Si Xiaoming casually rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair, slender forearms. Her whole being exuded a careless, lazy vibe. She looked up. What do you want to bet? If you lose, you have to call me Dad whenever you see me, I said without hesitation. The private room instantly fell silent. Everyone gasped. Si Xiaoming dropped her cynical attitude, a chill flashing through her eyes. Are you serious? Everyone present knew about Si Xiaoming's background, and they knew even better how much she hated her father, but I acted as if I couldn't read her expression, throwing my hands up and saying helplessly, yeah, I lost a game of truth or dare. What can I do? Si Xiaoming was practically laughing out of anger. That icy aura instantly dissipated. A dangerous glint of interest rose in her eyes. Fine. Since you want to play, then I'll play with you to the end. But if you lose, I want you to be my assistant for a month, serving me tea and pouring water every day. I was actually, shamefully, tempted. Spending a month together in close proximity. No. I quickly shook off the thought. I can't lose the forest for the trees. I coughed lightly. All right, it's a deal. But my gaze was drawn to the faint scar just below her collarbone. My heart suddenly trembled. The book said she had attempted suicide multiple times. This scar, was it from being abused in her childhood, or did she cut it herself? And on her wrist, hidden beneath that delicate women's watch, were even more scars that she had carved herself. Staring at me like that, are you captivated by my charm? Si Xiaoming waved her hand in front of my face. Give up now. And I won't hold it against you. I snapped back to reality and took the pool cue. I'm claiming you as my daughter today, no matter what. I leaned over the table, my eyes instantly turning sharp. Clack. A crisp sound rang out. The red ball dropped into the pocket. The cue ball stopped in an incredibly tricky position, perfectly lined up for the next shot. The surrounding jeers instantly vanished. Si Xiaoming raised an eyebrow, the casual indifference in her eyes fading a bit. After that, the only sounds left in the private room were the crisp clacks of the cue and balls dropping into pockets. Even though I was a bit rusty from not playing for years, I was naturally good at math and physics. I was used to calculating points of impact, so my shots only got smoother. When the final ball dropped steadily into the pocket, the entire room fell dead silent. I let out a breath of relief and flashed her a provocative smile. My voice was smug and arrogant. Baby girl, let me hear you call me Dad. Gasp. Someone sucked in a sharp breath. You could hear a pin drop in the room. Si Xiaoming's face looked awful. She never expected to lose to a drunk. That's right. She still remembered how wasted I was just a moment ago. Throwing myself at her and crying the second we met, I stepped forward, raised my hand, and ruffled her hair. I took the opportunity to pluck a single strand of hair, while the smile on my face only grew gentler. I lowered my voice and whispered in her ear, call me Dad, and I'll give you the entire Psy Corporation as a welcome gift. How about it? Si Xiaoming's expression instantly changed. Who exactly are you? My expression remained unchanged. As I quietly slipped the hair into my pocket, I continued to look at her patiently. Don't be mad, baby. Just remember, Dad is doing this for your own good. Do you like this gift? She stared at me, as if trying to judge the truth in my words. I saw my own reflection in her pupils. I tilted my head and added, if that's not enough, I can also help you carve a piece of flesh off the Psy family and snatch the shares right out of Si Qianqian's hands. I looked at her, my tone full of temptation. Is that sincere enough for you? Ripples formed in the calm lake of Si Xiaoming's heart. Why should I believe you? I tilted my head and thought for a moment. By the day after tomorrow at the latest, your grandfather will call you. I'll have old Master Sai bring you into the company. Can you believe me now? All the disguise in her eyes faded away. Those rebellious eyes were now filled with absolute seriousness. After a long time, her red lips parted slightly. Dad. She didn't care about the Sai family, but she hated them. Especially that two-faced green tea bitch, Si Qianqian. I smiled. I smiled so hard that tears started to fall, and I pulled her into a tight hug. I teased, I still prefer it when you call me Daddy. Sai Xiaoming wasn't used to being hugged at all. Her entire body stiffened. Don't push your luck? I acted shamelessly. I want to push my luck. Are you going to let me? Si Xiaoming reluctantly squeezed out a word from her throat. Daddy. After saying it, she felt uncomfortable all over. She hadn't used that address in over a decade, yet here she was, saying it to a complete stranger. I let go and grabbed her phone, dodging her hand as she tried to snatch it back. I used her face to unlock it, added my contact info, and said a cheesy nickname, Dearest Daddy. Si Xiaomeng was left speechless. I then pulled out my own phone and typed 2 words into her contact name. Little Rebel? Si Xiaomeng got angry. Who are you calling that? I stroked her long hair. Be a good girl, Little Rebel. The onlookers around us had long turned to stone. From the moment Si Xiaomeng called me Dad, they had completely frozen. I got ready to leave. Before going, I cupped her face in my hands, looked deeply into her eyes, and said word by word, Baby, Dad loves you. With that, I pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. Before she could react, I turned around smoothly and walked away, leaving behind a muttered remark. Sigh. In the past, when I saw a beautiful girl, I'd want to conquer her. Now I just want to kidnap them and raise them as my kids. Time really is a cruel butcher's knife. Si Xiaomeng stood completely frozen in place. The lingering warmth of the kiss still seemed to rest on her forehead. This feeling of being treated like a precious treasure was a luxury she had never experienced before. Her heart took a heavy hit, feeling both achy and burning hot. The tips of her ears quickly turned bright red, and her eyes held a rare, dazed look. It was like a dream she had when she was little. The dad in her dreams was just this gentle. But when she woke up, there was only cold reality. Xiaomeng, he's already gone. Why are you still staring? Someone next to her nudged her. Some people couldn't understand it. Are they playing some kind of kink? Did we just become part of their roleplay? A wealthy heiress stroked her chin thoughtfully. Doesn't look like it. The way that guy looked at Xiaomeng, it reminded me of my dad. He really treated Xiaomeng like his daughter. The crowd was shocked. But that guy looks like he's barely older than us. How could someone so young have a daughter this old? They didn't understand, and they were utterly bewildered. Going out for the night and coming back with a new dad. What kind of plot twist was this? The world had finally gone crazy in a way they couldn't comprehend. Meanwhile, Si Xiaomeng finally snapped out of it. She realized that she still didn't even know her new dad's name. Aside from a WeChat contact, she knew absolutely nothing about this man. By the time I got home, it was already past midnight. I noticed a small lamp was still on in the living room. Shen Yuchu and Si Yue were sprawled out on the sofa, sleeping without a care for their image. Suddenly, Si Yue kicked her leg out hard, and Shen Yuchu rolled right off the couch and onto the rug. I instantly understood why Shen Yuchu never wanted to sleep in the same bed as Si Yue. Shen Yuchu rubbed her waist and looked at me with sleepy eyes. Her drowsiness vanished in an instant. Dad, you're back. My voice was hoarse. Yeah, why are you two sleeping in the living room? Si Yu also sat up groggily, a few strands of bedhead sticking up from her hair. She muttered a complaint. Dad, we waited for you for so long. Why are you back so late? Ran into some things tonight. I took the opportunity to announce. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to have Si Xiaomeng enter the Si family's company. Si Yu replied casually, but a second later it registered. She jumped 3 feet into the air. Shen Yuchu was also confused. Dad, you met with Si Xiaomeng tonight. I looked at the two of them, especially Si Yu, that big blabbermouth, and gave a simple explanation. The Si family offended me. Getting Si Xiaomeng into the company is part of my plan. I want to use her to deal with the Si family. Si Yu instantly looked like a cat with its fur standing on end. The Si family is asking for death. Second sister, hurry up and bankrupt them. Shen Yuchu was much calmer. What did the Si family do? You can tell me the details. Dad, let me handle them. However, I dropped another bombshell. I have a lead on your older sister. I looked at them, speaking half-truths. The Si family used to bully your older sister. We'll talk about that later. First, we're going to collect some interest. When the time comes, I'll need you and Si Xiaomeng to cooperate. Shen Yuchu immediately frowned. Is Si Xiaomeng reliable? The people in the Si family are her relatives after all. Hearing the word relatives, my face turned cold. Don't worry, Si Xiaomeng doesn't like the Si family either. We have a common enemy. I patted Shen Yuchu on the shoulder. Trust me, the Si family won't fall into the hands of outsiders. I found out your older sister has quite a talent for business. Once this is all over, I'll hand the Si family over to her. Shen Yuchu finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Then, what's the situation with our older sister? It's not convenient to talk about it right now. Once this matter is resolved, I'll tell you everything. Out of trust in me, Shen Yuchu nodded. Okay, Si Yu, who had no say in the matter, weakly raised her hand. If you need any help, you can tell me too. I can also help brainstorm ideas. The moment she thought about her older sister coming back and taking over the company, she instantly felt liberated. Oh yeah, in the future, she'd have 2 older sisters to provide for her. She could go back to being a lazy bum who only cared about eating, drinking, and having fun. I praised her casually. Mum, my Tuanchuan and Wanwan are both amazing. See, you got excited again and trotted happily into the kitchen. Wait here, Dad. I made some hangover soup especially for you. I'll go get it right now. I chuckled softly. All right, Shen Yuchu raised her hands and gently massaged my head. Dad, let me rub your temples. The exhaustion of the entire night seemed to be instantly smoothed away in that moment. However, the next day, I didn't rush to find old Master C. First, I sent the hair I had secretly plucked last night to a DNA testing facility. I had to confirm that Si Xiaoming was my biological daughter. Before going to old Master C for a showdown, the results wouldn't be out for a while, so I headed back to the lab. Who would have thought? As soon as I entered the research institute, I acutely noticed that my colleagues were looking at me very strangely. I ignored them and walked straight to my own lab. Seeing that a meeting was about to start, my assistant had to interrupt me. Professor Shen, the meeting is starting soon. The director is taking this very seriously. I glanced at the time and continued recording my data. Got it? I'll head over as soon as I finish organizing this report. Half an hour later, I walked into the conference room with my documents. It was packed. Not only were my colleagues from the institute there, but also professors from Haicheng University and Huaqing University. Even higher-ups we rarely saw were connected via video call. When my mentor, academician Zhang, saw me, her eyes were filled with relief and pride. Has there been any progress on your project? I nodded and waved the report in my hand. During the screening, I noticed a derivative behaving abnormally. After tracking its structure, I discovered it's a new substance that has never been recorded before. You discovered a new substance? Surprise flashed in Zhang Ling's eyes. I confirmed in a low voice. Yes, in vivo testing confirmed that the new substance has a strong activating effect on animal reproductive functions. It's just that the side effects are currently too severe. Zhang Ling nodded repeatedly. Send me the data after the meeting. I suggest you go to the lab at Haicheng University. The facilities there are larger, and your senior sister can assign some students to assist you. I smiled faintly. All right, thank you for your care. Professor, the meeting soon began. Director Ma, with his graying hair, was speaking at the front, but down below, sitting in the corner, Lu Yan's nails were digging deeply into her palms. She wasn't even qualified to attend this meeting. She had begged her mentor just to sit in and observe. She never expected that I would be sitting openly at the conference table, especially when Director Ma finished his work report and actually started praising me profusely, his words full of emphasis on the project in my hands. On what grounds? Lu Yan was so jealous her heart was souring. This man who relied on a sugar mommy to get in through the back door, why does he get to enjoy so many resources? Just then, Director Ma spoke with assurance. This time, we will focus on cultivating newcomers. I will represent our institute and head to Haicheng University. I object. Lu Yan couldn't hold it in any longer. She slammed her hands on the table and stood up abruptly. Instantly, everyone's eyes were drawn to her. Director Ma pushed up his glasses and looked at her. You are? Lu Yan's face flushed red. She hadn't expected the director to not even know who she was. She could only explain. I am Lu Yan, a junior researcher at the institute. Director Ma nodded and asked calmly. So, you stood up because you have something to say? Director Ma didn't get angry. He just looked at Lu Yan calmly. Who knew Lu Yan would point her spear directly at me, her tone full of sarcasm? Everyone should have seen that photo by now. I think the most important thing for a scientific researcher is ability, not relying on a sugar mommy to get in through the back door. It's a disgrace to the scientific community. She paused, looking completely self-righteous. Sending someone with absolutely no qualifications to Haicheng University, wouldn't that just embarrass our institute? What do you say, researcher Shu? Photo? I frowned. Someone secretly took a picture of me? I gave her a faint, sweeping glance, too lazy to even speak. Director Ma was also confused. He pushed up his glasses and asked Lu Yan, what photo are you talking about? Liu Yan immediately unlocked her phone and handed it over. Someone posted it anonymously on the academic forum. It was a picture of me holding a woman's arm and getting into a Maybach. Right at the entrance of the institute, she suddenly turned to me. So, do you have anything to say for yourself? The entire room was in an uproar. All eyes instantly focused on me. Many people who didn't know me looked at me with eyes full of disdain. I only took one glance at the photo, before calmly pushing the phone back. Isn't that just my daughter picking me up from work a few days ago? I spoke coldly. Everything requires evidence. A single photo doesn't prove anything. Just then, my mentor, Zhang Ling, flew into a rage. You dare to spread rumors in public based on a single photo. If you had just moved your fingers and searched online, you wouldn't have made such a joke of yourself. Clearly, she had also recognized the person in the photo. Liu Yan immediately panicked. How did things take this turn? Weren't they supposed to accuse him of academic fraud? Why are you targeting her instead? She quickly defended herself. Don't try to change the subject. I just joined the research institute. Why does he get to lead a key project right away? There's definitely something fishy going on here. Director Ma coughed lightly, interrupting her. Little Lu, let's put everything else aside for a moment. Just looking at his achievements before he even turned 20, he had already published several papers in authoritative journals and was highly sought after by top scholars in the industry. He graduated with his Ph.D. at 21. He participated in key national projects. If it weren't for an accident, he would have been promoted long ago. Now that he has returned, this project was also proposed by him personally. Having him lead it is a testament to his unquestionable ability. Hearing this, Liu Yan's mind buzzed. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. How is that possible? He's just a junior researcher. The face of the teacher beside her also turned extremely ugly. But unexpectedly, as if grasping at straws, Liu Yan picked up her phone again, pointed at the photo, and shrieked. Then him having a sugar mommy can't be fake, right? Maybe all his past achievements were bought with money. She even sounded self-righteous, as if she had caught me red-handed. A few days ago, I even saw him acting intimately with Ning Shi. Who knows, maybe he slept his way up with several people just to get here. At this, Professor Jiang Ling completely blew her top. I quickly stepped forward to support her. Professor, please don't be angry. You know better than anyone. What's going on between me and senior sister Ning Shi? Professor Jiang Ling had never married in her entire life. She had dedicated all her energy to scientific research, and to us, her two students. Ning Shi didn't attend the meeting today. Liu Yan actually thought the professor was angry at Ning Shi's behavior. She even hypocritically tried to console her. Academician Jiang, please don't be too angry. The main fault lies with Shen Chen. I suggest we fire him immediately. Whispers immediately broke out in the conference room. As scientific researchers, they hated fraud and deception the most. Although they didn't completely believe it, the seeds of doubt had already been planted. I decided to just lay it all out. The person in the photo is my daughter. She just came to pick me up from work. As for me and senior sister Ning Shi, do you have any proof? Spreading rumors without evidence will hold you legally responsible. Liu Yan froze for a moment, then quickly recovered, looking as if she wanted to nail me to the pillar of shame. Do you take us for fools? You're only in your 20s. How could you have a daughter that old? That's the lamest excuse I've ever heard. She questioned sharply. If you're really that amazing, how could you be a complete nobody? At the end of the day, you just relied on your sugar mommy to get into the institute. Right at that moment, Professor Jiang Ling slammed her hand on the table. Ning Shi and he are both my students. I know better than anyone. The person in the photo is the CEO of the Shen Group, and she is also Shen Chen's biological daughter. If you look it up online, you can find it all. She pointed at Liu Yan, her tone cold and stern. And you call yourself a scientific researcher. Don't you know the spirit of seeking truth from facts? As soon as these words came out, Liu Yan's face turned deathly pale. He's your student? How is that possible? She instantly thought of that teenage genius who had vanished without a trace many years ago. If it was him, then everything made sense. But she stared intently at my face, unable to believe it was true. If that genius from back then hadn't died, he should be 40 by now. Yet there wasn't a single wrinkle on my face. I didn't even spare her a glance. I walked straight to the front and calmly opened my PowerPoint presentation. She was right. Everything speaks through strength. Then I would let everyone see whether I truly had what it takes to be in the Haicheng Research Institute. The conference room instantly fell silent. Everyone stared at me with rapt attention. But the moment I opened the document, all the color drained from Liu Yan's face. I stood on the stage, confident and proud. My voice was steady and clear. Regarding the research and development of the multi-gestation promoter, I started it 20 years ago. Currently, there has been new progress. As soon as I finished speaking, the crowd went from initial skepticism to being completely engrossed. When the presentation reached the last slide, I cast an unreadable glance at the deathly pale Liu Yan. My voice turned cold. Recently, I noticed that my experiment logbook had been flipped through, and some key parameters had been altered. So I made electronic backups and encrypted all the core data. Otherwise, I'm afraid all my hard work would have gone down the drain. My gaze pinned Liu Yan down like a nail. Researcher Liu, if you're interested in my experimental methods, you can just come to me directly next time. And if you're interested in my daughter, I wouldn't mind introducing you too. At this, everyone understood. Not only did Liu Yan slander my private life, she actually tried to destroy my experimental data. Everyone present was a scientific researcher. The thought of their own hard work being ruined like this made them glare at Liu Yan with fury. Liu Yan's body trembled slightly. She glared at me as if she wanted to eat me alive, but she couldn't utter a single word. After finishing my report, I walked over to her and tapped lightly on her desk. She stared at me, thinking I still wouldn't let her off, but I simply raised my hand and clicked the remote. The screen instantly switched to the paper she had recently published. Researcher Liu, can you explain to me Why the paper I published 20 years ago, after having a few words swapped out, suddenly became yours? Only one word remained in Liu Yan's mind. Doomed. She was completely doomed. Who would have thought that borrowing from a 20-year-old paper would result in being caught red-handed by the original author? Director Ma looked shocked, and Liu Yan's teacher turned deathly pale. In the end, Director Ma's face turned cold, and he directly had her escorted out. This incident has severely corrupted the Institute's atmosphere. The Institute will definitely punish this severely. Hearing this, I finally smiled faintly, took my documents, and walked back to my seat. By the time the meeting ended, it was already noon. The way everyone looked at me was filled with respect. I followed my professor out of the conference room, and Director Ma also came over. The three of us had lunch in the Institute's cafeteria. At the dining table, Director Ma was still filled with righteous indignation. Chen, don't worry. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation for this. Professor Zhang Ling was even more furious. The Institute's standards are really getting too low. They just let anyone in these days. Old Ma, you really need to look into this. Director Ma repeatedly promised to do so, and then reminded me about going to Haicheng University. Professor Zhang Ling smiled. That's quite a coincidence. My other student, Ning Shi, happens to be a professor at Haicheng University. With her there, she can look out for you a bit. I nodded along, with senior sister around. I'm naturally at ease. Meanwhile, what happened in the conference room had already spread throughout the entire institute. Liu Yan didn't even dare to show her face at noon. At the same time, everyone saw me eating with academician Zhang and Director Ma, chatting and laughing cheerfully. From then on, the way people looked at me held a bit more awe and reverence. They finally understood that the legendary teenage genius who had been silent for 20 years had truly returned. But just as I finished eating and took out my phone, a message from the testing center instantly made my heart skip a beat. I took a deep breath, my fingers trembling, but I still resolutely opened the paternity test report, confirmed to be the biological father of Si Xiaoming. These few words finally allowed my anxious heart to settle. Later, I finished my experiments early in the afternoon and drove straight to the Tsai family's old manor. The old man was fishing by the lake. I walked straight up to him and spoke without any warning. I saw Si Xiaoming yesterday. The old man's hand jerked, and his fishing rod plopped into the water. He didn't even care about the fish, looking at me with a face full of apprehension. Did she offend you? To his surprise, I shook my head. What I said next left him stunned on the spot. Dad, take Si Xiaoming to the company for a look around tomorrow. I think she's a good kid. We can try grooming her to be the heir. The old man thought he was hearing things. He asked cautiously, Are you in your right mind right now? My face instantly darkened. I am perfectly clear-headed. The old man shrank his neck, looking aggrieved and guilty. But just a few days ago, you warned me not to hand the Tsai family over to Tsai Xiaoming. I argued back without batting an eye. I just feel a connection with that kid. Before I could finish, he interrupted me. Cut the crap. I had no choice but to change my tune. That kid looks like Si Jiao Jiao. I liked her the moment I saw her. If we groom her well, the sisters can look out for each other. The old man didn't say a word. He just stared at me faintly. We stared at each other in silence, the air almost freezing over. Finally, he lost his patience and pierced through all my disguises with a single sentence. You brat. I watched you grow up. You're as petty as they come. You couldn't tolerate your own father's illegitimate child back then, and now you can tolerate your wife's illegitimate daughter? Just as his thoughts were running wild, I pulled the paternity test from my pocket and slapped it against his chest. He scrambled to catch it, asking as he flipped through it, What is this? I stared at him. You'll know once you read it. When he saw the words paternity test, his eyelids twitched violently. The next second, his eyes scanned the last line, and his fingers stiffened. Confirmed to be the biological father of Si Xiaoming, he snapped his head up, his eyes wide, his voice trembling. Is this real? I nodded. It's real. Si Xiaoming is my biological daughter, and she's also Yuchu and Si Yui's older sister. But the old man still couldn't believe it. How could that be? Isn't Si Xiaoming Bi Yuntao's kid? Isn't she a few months younger than Yuchu and Si Yu? What exactly is going on here? Every time I brought this up, the resentment in my eyes deepened. I'm not entirely sure about the details either, but I can be certain that Bi Yuntao also went to the resort villa back then. He was the one who stole my eldest daughter. Then I turned to stare at the old man, forcing him to fill in the loopholes from back then, when Bai Yuntao brought the child to claim kinship. You only did a paternity test between Si Xiaoming and Si Jiao Jiao. You probably didn't do one between her and Bi Yuntao, did you? As the old man recalled that year, his scalp went numb. His son-in-law had suddenly disappeared. His daughter had gone mad searching everywhere, and his two little granddaughters were so terrified they cried all day. And right at that moment, Bi Yuntao showed up at their door holding a baby. His head was about to explode. So back then, They only did a paternity test between Si Xiaoming and Si Jiao Jiao. According to normal logic, since Bi Yuntao brought the child, who would have thought she wasn't his biological daughter? But once the test confirmed the blood relation, the already chaotic household became even messier. The most serious incident was when Si Jiao Jiao was so triggered that she had an episode. Losing her mind, she actually tried to immolate herself along with Si Xiaoming. Fortunately, the old man discovered them in time. Otherwise, a tragedy would have occurred right then and there. Over the years, even though they knew Bi Yuntao treated the child poorly, they just assumed it was because he hadn't married into the Si family and was taking his anger out on the child. They never in a million years expected that this was the real truth. The old man thought about the life Si Xiaoming had lived all these years, then looked at my tense face and sighed heavily in his heart. Then he remembered that Si Jiao Jiao had been abroad for nearly a month and was about due to return, so he swallowed his words, planning to let his daughter handle her own family affairs. His old bones weren't going to blindly interfere anymore. I took a deep breath, my voice cold and deep. The Sai family hasn't bullied her any less over the years. As her father, I have to seek justice for my child. Letting Si Xiaoming enter the company is only the first step. The old man turned to look at me. Are you planning to take down the Sai family? I replied, yes. The suffering Si Xiaoming has endured all these years cannot be for nothing. The main culprit must pay the price. I stared at the fish swimming in the water, my voice softening a bit. I'm only telling you about this. Please don't tell anyone else for now. Old Master Si knew I was a man with a plan, so he nodded in agreement. All right, I won't even tell your father. Then I asked him to tell me more about Si Xiaoming. I wanted to understand this child better. The old man felt a pang of heartache. He had always doted on me the most among the younger generation. Ever since I married his daughter and had 5 children with her, he had been grinning from ear to ear. Now learning that Si Xiaoming was also my biological child, his bias instantly shifted entirely to her. The more he thought about it, the more pitiful he felt Si Xiaoming was. Remembering the grievances the child had suffered over the years, he wished he could just smash the Si family and tear Bi Yuntao into 8 pieces. So the old man sighed, picked up his fishing rod again. And while fishing, he talked about what Si Xiaoming was like when she first came to the Si family. She was so skinny and frail, with barely an ounce of meat on her bones. It wasn't until the sun set and a cool breeze blew across the lake that the two of us carried the fish and headed back. The old man looked at the fish thrashing in the bucket, his sorrow dissipating a bit. Call Yu Chu and see you over too. You all stay at the old manor for dinner tonight. The servants here are quite skilled at cooking fish. I nodded and agreed. The next day, Si Xiaoming was eating breakfast when she suddenly received a call from the old man. My figure inexplicably appeared in her mind. Her newly acknowledged father. She couldn't believe it. I actually managed to convince the old master. Until an hour later, when Si Xiaoming appeared at the Si Corporation building, she was still in a daze. The old master looked hale and hearty, taking her around everywhere, telling everyone he met, "This is my eldest granddaughter. She just graduated this year. So I brought her to the company to see the world. Yes, my granddaughter also graduated from a top university. While these old bones of mine can still move, I need to seize the time to train her well. Ha ha ha. My Yu Chu is indeed excellent, but Xiaoming isn't bad either. One will inherit the Shen family, and they can support each other in the business world in the future." Si Xiaoming felt like the world had gone crazy. All morning, she met almost the entire upper management of the Si Corporation. The old master was practically grooming her as his successor. Finally back in the office, the old master was also exhausted. He plopped down in his chair, put on his reading glasses, and the more he looked at Si Xiaoming, the more he liked her. Not to mention, she was a spitting image of his daughter. Si Xiaoming felt incredibly awkward under his gaze. Unable to hold back, she blurted out, "Old master, are you setting up a trap for me? Just say it. What exactly is your scheme?" Old Master Si choked on his breath, looking up to glare at her fiercely. "What nonsense are you spouting? Can't I genuinely want to train you?" But Si Xiaoming just sneered. "Heh, this belated training of yours is more useless than a winter coat in the middle of summer." She crossed her arms, looking completely nonchalant. "If you dare let me come to the Si Corporation, aren't you afraid your precious daughter and precious granddaughter will throw a fit?" At the mention of this, the old master felt a surge of guilt toward her again. That affectionate look in his eyes made Si Xiaoming think she had seen a ghost for a moment. She took a half step back, her face full of confusion. "Do you really want me to take over?" The next second it dawned on her. "I get it. It's just like a simulation game. If you mess up this playthrough, you just start a new one. After all, I'm not your only granddaughter. Don't tell me you want to use me as a stepping stone for CU." Her shocked yet enlightened expression successfully angered the old master. "What kind of nonsense are you imagining all day? It's a waste of your talents not being a screenwriter." The old master slammed the table, suddenly finding everything about her irritating. "Can't you stand up straight?" Si Xiaoming slowly smoothed out her hem, her tone still careless. I am straight, look, straighter than my life plans. Old Master Sai ignored her and made the final decision. Enough. For the next few days, follow me and get familiar with the company. When the time comes, I'll arrange for you to intern in various departments to gain some experience. Once you can hold your own, I'll let you officially take over the company. Si Xiaoming froze, her expression turning a bit more serious. You're bypassing my mom to arrange this. Aren't you afraid she'll come back and throw a fit? But Old Master Sai just chuckled softly. He knew his own daughter best. Now that she knew Chenchen was back, she probably wanted to stick to her husband 24 hours a day. Why would she care about the company? So he made the final call. The matter is settled. As for everything else, you don't need to worry about it. Someone will handle it for you. Sai Xiaoming still found it unbelievable. She inexplicably asked, your attitude changed so drastically. Did someone say something to you? Who exactly was that man? To think he even managed to bewitch the Old Master Sai suddenly stiffened, looking up to glare at her fiercely. You brat, why do you care so much? Aren't you happy I'm letting you take over the company? Hearing this, Sai Xiaoming couldn't be bothered to overthink it anymore. She leaned back lazily on the sofa. Happy? Of course I'm happy. As long as she was strong enough, she would have the capital to go against Si Qianqian, and Brother Nuanuan wouldn't have to be targeted by that old woman anymore. As long as things were in her favor, that was enough. The old master took a few more looks at his eldest granddaughter. She finally spoke. Let's go have dinner at the old estate after work tonight. Your grandmother was just saying last night how much she misses you. Tong Xiaoming opened her mouth, but ultimately didn't refuse. Her grandmother was one of the few people who had ever shown her kindness. She didn't want to break her heart. Meanwhile, in another luxurious mansion, it was absolute chaos. See you. I stared at the massive red X on the test paper in my hand. Feeling my vision go dark, I suddenly realized I have something to do tomorrow. Have your grandpa go to your parent-teacher conference instead. Seriously, I have never seen such terrible grades in my entire life, especially in math. You actually only scored a 28. I've been a genius since I was a kid. I got close to a perfect score on every exam. This score isn't even a fraction of what I used to get. How on earth did CU manage this? To my surprise, CU hugged my arm, looking incredibly wronged, and whined as she shook it. Dad, I love you the most. Everyone else's dad is going to the parent-teacher conference. Mine is the only one who isn't. The others are all making fun of me, saying I don't have a dad. Dad, do you really have the heart to leave me all alone? Those words actually struck a chord in my heart. When I was chatting with the old man the other day, I learned that people had been mocking them for not having a father. I looked at the test paper, then at her pitiful, wronged little face. So what if I lose a little face? I'll just go. Why couldn't I have caught a better time? If I had just come back a few years earlier, I could have gone to Tuanshuan's parent-teacher conference and experienced what it feels like to be the center of attention. CU looked at me, her little face falling. Dad, do you really have to be so blatant about your disdain for me? I tossed the eyesore of a test paper aside and began my daily interrogation. Have you gotten into any fights these past 2 days? CUA immediately replied like an angel. Nope. I'm Daddy's good little girl. I never get into fights. I reached out and ruffled her hair, then added, oh right, this weekend is Elder Lee's birthday banquet. You're coming with me. Go rub shoulders with an academic giant and soak up some of his aura. Who knew a light bulb would suddenly go off in her head? Wait, Elder Lee. The famous Elder Lee from the academic world? I nodded. That's right. You know him? She nodded vigorously at first, then shook her head. I don't know him, but I'm really good friends with his granddaughter, Li Shui. Immediately after, CU lifted her chin proudly. Li Shui's grades are just as bad as mine. And what does that tell you? My eyelid twitched violently. It tells you that we have an impenetrable golden shield protecting us. The aura of a top student can't infect us. Smack! I slapped her hard on the back of the head. Do you think scoring a 28 is something to be proud of? You're actually proud of it? Only then did CU lower her head and twiddle her thumbs. I was wrong. Since it was my first time attending my child's parent-teacher conference, I was actually a little nervous. I tried on several outfits in front of the mirror. Before finally settling on an understated suit, I shaved clean and styled my hair. As soon as I arrived at the school gates, CU appeared. The little blue-haired girl waved frantically at me. I quickly walked over to her, but I was still feeling very uneasy. Sweetheart, you didn't rank dead last on this exam, did you? I was terrified of being called out by the teacher. I had been a top student my whole life. This was the first time I was actually afraid of a teacher. It's my first time attending a parent-teacher conference. After all, at least leave me a little dignity. CU patted her chest and declared boldly, don't worry, Dad. With my level, there's no way I'm dead last. I had just breathed a sigh of relief when her next sentence was, I'm 9th from the bottom. Great. My anxious heart finally flatlined. At that moment, I really wanted to pry her skull open and see if this kid was a genetic mutation. She definitely got her IQ from her mother. Just then, we bumped into a few familiar faces. It was actually Duo, the girl CUA had fought with the other day. She had her arm slung over a boy's shoulder, looking nonchalantly at the man standing opposite her. I took a closer look. Wasn't that the assistant who helped me out of trouble last time? I heard Duo let out a cold sneer. Heh, what right do you have to meddle in my business? The assistant completely ignored her, turning his gaze instead to the boy in her arms. Si Jingchen, with an arrogant smile on his face, he said, I've seen plenty of boys like you. President Lee will never allow you to marry into the family. He suddenly changed the subject, his tone becoming even more aggressive. Besides, I heard that you're currently relying entirely on a girl named Zheng Yuting to support you. Yet here you are, throwing yourself into someone else's arms in the blink of an eye. Does Zheng Yuting know about this? As soon as those words were spoken, Si Jingchen's face instantly turned pale. He stammered, Mr. Zheng Yuting and I aren't in that kind of relationship. But the assistant simply raised a hand to cut him off, and even pulled out a bank card. Weighing the pros and cons, taking this money and leaving is the best choice for you. Don't you agree? Humiliated, Si Jingchen's face was full of stubborn defiance. Before he could even speak, Duo stepped in and slapped the card out of the assistant's hand. Do you think everyone is just like you? Si Jingchen is different from you. I genuinely like him. Si Yue and I stood on the sidelines, eating up all the drama. We exchanged a glance. Her eyes were sparkling. That girl is named Duo. She's consistently ranked dead last in the grade. The guy she's holding is her new toy. I heard he's a good boy from class 1. We muttered back and forth, deciding to just hide on the side and watch the show. Who knew that? Si Jingchen seemingly couldn't bear the humiliation. He suddenly broke free from Duo's embrace. Let go of me. I don't like you at all. You force me. Let's break up. A cold sneer played at the corners of Duo's mouth. Her strong arm clamped around Si Jingchen's waist once again, completely ignoring the assistant standing nearby. If you don't like me, who do you like? Her eyes were full of deep affection. You don't need to take my family's words to heart. I am absolutely going to be with you. Tears welled up in Si Jingchen's eyes. He struggled a few times before collapsing back into her arms. I felt like I was watching a soap opera. They were putting on a whole domineering female CEO forces her love act right here. But Si Yue just spat in disgust. Domineering CEO, my foot. Duo is just a female thug. The men she's been with could circle the globe twice. Just then, Si Jingchen, who was leaning against Duo's chest, seemed to spot someone familiar. He violently shoved her away. Zhang Pei. Don't misunderstand. Before he could finish, Duo flew into a jealous rage. She yanked Si Jingchen right back into her arms, glaring dangerously at Zhang Pei. You said you don't like me, so who is it that you like? Her? Zhang Pei looked completely baffled. I didn't misunderstand anything. I have things to do, I'm leaving. However, she hadn't taken more than a few steps before Duo blocked her path, seeing that a fight was about to break out. Si Yu couldn't just stand by and watch. She let out a loud shout and charged right in. I was utterly speechless. How did things escalate to this point? But the real chaos was yet to come. Stop fighting. You guys, stop fighting. Si Yue, are you okay? Are you hurt? Duo, stop it. Si Jingchen stood on the sidelines, anxiously pulling his hair, but the only name he was screaming was Si Yue's. At this point, even the bodyguards beside me were stunned. They all turned to look at me in unison, as if asking for permission to intervene. I just threw my hands up, 2 against 1, plus a cheerleader on our side. We have the advantage, no need. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, I finally stepped in myself, pulling them apart. That's enough. Getting into a brawl right at school. Have you no shame? Only then did Si Yu remember I was still there. She immediately behaved herself. Zhang Pei noticed me too. She patted the dust off her clothes and politely greeted me. Hello, sir. Who knew that Si Jingchen would suddenly lunge towards Si Yu? Si Yu, are you okay? I have band-aids in my backpack. Come with me too. Si Jingchen. Duo completely exploded. She grabbed his arm, her eyes blazing with fury. The person you like is Si Yu? She and Si Yu had never gotten along. Why did Si Yu get to have everything without doing a thing, while she had to carefully hide her true self? Terrified, Si Jingchen lowered his head and stayed silent, large tears rolling down his face. Si Yue was even more dumbfounded. The moment Si Jingchen lunged at her, she instinctively hid behind me. Now, it was the assistant's turn to watch the show. He looked at one person, then at another, wearing an expression like he had just stumbled upon the juiciest gossip of the century. That assistant had recognized my identity at the police station last time and naturally wanted to network with me. But the timing had been wrong both times, so he could only stand awkwardly in place and keep watching the drama unfold. As for me, I stared at Si Yu in absolute disbelief. Hold on, you didn't mention you were part of this love polygon. CU instantly looked like she had been horribly wronged. I'm not. I didn't. I don't even know that guy. Seeing that I didn't believe her, she looked ready to scream at the heavens. Fortunately, Jiang Pei spoke up for her. Sir, it's not what you think. Si Jingqian's crush on CU is completely one-sided. I nodded. Looking at my daughter's exquisite face, it was perfectly normal for someone to like her, but CU blew her top. He likes me? How did I not know about this? I've never even interacted with him. Jiang Pei also shook her head. I have no idea when he started liking you either. I'm more curious about something else. What about Zhang Yuting? I heard she's the one providing for this guy. What's their relationship? Speaking of that, Jiang Pei couldn't help but sigh. Well, Zhang Yuting and Si Jingqian were neighbors. Zhang Yuting grew up living with her grandpa. Later, he got sick and passed away, leaving her all alone. The neighbors took pity on her and helped her out as much as they could. Si Jingqian's dad would often invite her over for dinner. Her gaze grew complicated as she watched the young couple still arguing across from us. Later on, Si Jingqian's dad also fell ill and passed away. On his deathbed, he entrusted Si Jingqian to her, but they both needed to go to school, and the expenses were just too high. So, after getting into high school, Zhang Yuting dropped out. Now she's out there working, solely to support Si Jingqian's education. I gasped upon hearing this. Is Zhang Yuting even an adult? Making one child shoulder the burden of another child's entire life. That's just too cruel. Jiang Pei lowered her eyes, her emotions a tangled mess. They used to be childhood friends who grew up together. Their grades were neck and neck, but fate played a cruel joke on them. Zhang Yuting dropped out of school and entered society early, while she herself was still moving forward on her original path. She only just turned 18 this year. Her grades used to be really good, too. What a shame. I could see the regret in her eyes, so I spoke up. You can go ask her later. If she still wants to go to school, I can sponsor her. My gaze swept over Si Jingqian, and I added, and that boy, too. I don't mind sponsoring one more student. As soon as I said that, CU's eyes were the first to light up. Our company sponsors plenty of underprivileged students every year anyway. 2 more won't make a difference. Jiang Pei? You should go ask her. Jiang Pei was completely stunned by the sudden surprise. She genuinely wanted Zhang Yuting to return to school. Okay, I'll go ask her tonight. Thank you on behalf of Zhang Yuting. Uncle. I waved my hand dismissively, ignoring the crazy couple still bickering with each other. I just followed CU straight into her classroom, but the moment I walked in, seeing the little blue-haired punk next to me still grinning like an idiot, my sanity started slipping. I clenched my fists tightly, telling myself, this is a school, I have to leave the kid some dignity. I can't beat her up. I absolutely cannot beat her up. Before long, the other parents started filing into the classroom, but when they saw me, their eyes were filled with surprise. They all assumed I was some student's older brother. Right after that, the teacher stepped up to the podium. I, however, was sitting on pins and needles. I wished the ground would just swallow me whole. The moment the speech ended, I didn't dare stick around for even a second. I hurriedly packed my things and bolted out of the classroom. However, before I could even make my escape, someone recognized me. A woman in a business suit looked at me. Mr. Shen. I froze, but managed to keep a polite smile on my face. To my surprise, she introduced herself as the parent of one of CU's classmates, and mentioned she was currently doing business with the C Corporation. As soon as she said that, the surrounding parents instantly caught on. I was the eldest young master of the Shen family who had been missing for years. At that point, they all started swarming around me. Faced with their endless, over-the-top flattery of my daughter, I was cringing so hard my toes could have dug a trench. I gave them a few perfunctory replies and quickly made my escape. But just as I stepped out of the academic building, I overheard 2 boys talking. Hurry up. CU is playing basketball on the court. Jiang Pei is there too. My eyes lit up. The next second, I immediately followed after them. As soon as I reached the basketball court, a wave of youthful energy hit me. CU's blue hair was darting across the court at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the basketball swished right through the hoop. Right after that, the ball landed in Jiang Pei's hands. With a smooth move, drawing an even louder wave of screams, the corners of my mouth curled up. Just then, Duo actually dared to make a dirty move on my daughter. Damn it. Duo, what the hell is wrong with you? CU barely dodged it, grabbed the ball and ran, playing dirty just because you can't win. She quickly passed the ball to a teammate, and then suddenly spotted me. She instantly broke into a massive grin, jumping up and down while waving at me. Hearing the crowd praising my daughter, I swelled with pride. But right at that moment, a gasp erupted from the corner of the court. I looked over and saw it was Si Jingqian. He was surrounded by a group of guys, and their mocking voices cut through the cheering crowd. So he's Duo's current boyfriend. I heard he's a total gold digger. He gets some other woman to pay his way, while hooking up with a rich kid on the side. Guess he got tired of fine dining and wanted to try some street food for a change. The guys burst into a fit of laughter and even started placing bets. I give it a month before they split. I say 2 months. I heard Duo is actually pretty serious this time. Right then, Si Jingshen couldn't take it anymore. With tears streaming down his face, he shouted, "I'm not." After that, he wiped his tears and ran off. I finally managed to piece the story together. Turns out, the school's bad girl decided to settle down with a good boy. And somehow my daughter seemed to be caught up in the middle of it. The cheers from the basketball court snapped me back to reality. Duo made a mistake and lost the game. The moment it ended, she sprinted off the court. Right after that, Cua, wearing a wild, triumphant grin, ran toward me with a bottle of water. The guys around me instantly erupted into cheers. "She's coming over. She's heading this way. Does she have a boyfriend now?" But to their surprise, under everyone's watchful eyes, Cu ran straight up to me. Just as she was about to give me a bear hug, I immediately stepped back in disgust. "You're covered in sweat. Stay away from me." Before the guys around us could start jeering, she let out a pitiful, "Dad." The entire court instantly turned to stone. This handsome older guy was actually Cu's dad. The very next second, the boys actually started asking me if I had a girlfriend. Cu's face turned as colorful as a painter's palette. She grabbed me and dragged me away. "This is my dad. What do you mean? Does he have a girlfriend?" Once we got away from the crowd, she started showing off. "Dad, wasn't I totally awesome just now?" I immediately went into praise mode. "Amazing. You actually play a lot like I did back in the day." Cu's eyes lit up, and she blurted out, "Dad, an old fogey like you actually knows how to play basketball." Old fogey. How does that describe me in the slightest? I was completely speechless. Just as she was about to start rambling on, my phone suddenly rang. I answered it, and my expression instantly changed. "The parent-teacher meeting is over. I have to go." Seeing that something was wrong, Cua immediately asked, "Dad, did something happen?" I dropped a bombshell as I walked away. Juai and Tuan got into a fight. Your grandpa and your other grandpa almost got into a fist fight too. Your grandma can't hold them back on her own. I need to go back and check on them. Cu's brain instantly short-circuited. She knew who Kun was. That was her second sister. But Juai, who on earth was that? Why did that name sound like a dog's name? Her third sister had always been aloof and cold. Why would she be fighting with a dog? What was even more mind-blowing was, her two grandpas at their age were actually brawling like a couple of teenagers. Cu wanted to go watch the drama unfold, but I immediately shut her down. Don't go sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. If you get grades like this again next time, don't even think about calling me for your parent-teacher meeting. I couldn't let her get mixed up in this mess. Otherwise, it would just turn into an even bigger disaster. I rushed over to the Tsai family's old estate as fast as I could. The scene before me made my scalp go numb. The two old men were glaring at each other furiously, slamming their canes against the floor with loud thuds. They looked ready to smash each other over the head with them. Shen Yuchu and Si Xiaoming were each holding one of them back. Old Madam Si was standing to the side, desperately trying to calm them down. The whole scene, chaotic, didn't even begin to describe it. What on earth is going on here? I really just wanted to turn around and walk right back out, but I had no choice but to bite the bullet and step inside. The moment he saw me, old Master Shen looked at me like I was his savior. He grabbed my arm and immediately started complaining. "Son, the Tsai family is going too far. They actually brought this illegitimate daughter into the company behind your back. They have absolutely no respect for you." As he spoke, he tried to drag me and Shen Yuchu toward the door. "If that's how it's going to be, then my son is divorcing Si Jiao. If you love that illegitimate daughter so much, then you can just keep her." Hearing this, it finally dawned on me. I had completely forgotten to tell my old man that I found my eldest daughter. No wonder. So that was what this whole fight was about. "Dad, don't do anything rash. It's all a misunderstanding." I quickly held him back, but what I didn't notice was that Tsai Xiaoming, who was currently holding old Master Tsai, had her pupils shrink in shock. Her face was filled with absolute disbelief. The strange man who had tricked her into calling him dad was actually him. Her biological mother's first husband. No wonder he had been able to convince her grandfather to let her into the company. But what was his ultimate goal? Was he just messing with her? Or did he want to build her up, give her everything, just to watch her fall from grace? Si Xiaoming felt a suffocating pain in her chest, making it hard to breathe. Seeing my reaction, old Master Shen instantly caught on. He stared at me intently. "You knew about this?" Old Madam Si also spoke up, her voice full of grievance. Chen, I know this is unfair to you, but Xiaoming is innocent." She caught a glimpse of Si Xiaoming's face and instantly stopped talking, terrified of hurting the child's feelings. However, Si Xiaoming's gaze remained fixed on me. Her expression didn't change in the slightest, as if they hadn't just been talking about her biological father. Only old Master Sai let out a heavy sigh. What a sin. At that moment, all eyes were on me. I kept a straight face, but my mind was racing. Finally, my gaze landed on Si Xiaomeng. Stealing my resolve, I suddenly lunged forward. Si Xiaomeng didn't dodge and let me pull her into a tight hug. Her entire body went stiff, and she didn't even dare to move. She couldn't help but laugh at herself internally. It was truly ridiculous. She was just an illegitimate daughter who could never see the light of day, yet she was actually craving the fatherly love of her mother's first husband. Even she found it absurd. But the very next second, a low, hoarse, and sorrowful voice, forcefully, pierced through Si Xiaomeng's ears, sending an instant wave of goosebumps down her arms. Dad, Si Zhao Zhao and I are truly in love. You can't tear us apart? I looked at Si Xiaomeng with eyes full of deep affection, my fingers gently brushing across her cheek. My voice was so gentle it practically melted. When you love someone, you have to accept everything about them, even the flesh and blood they share with someone else. Look, Xiaomeng looks so much like her mother. From now on, I will treat her as if she were my own flesh and blood. As soon as I said that, the living room fell dead silent. The cane and old master Si's hand clattered to the floor. His eyes were filled with absolute awe at my acting skills. Old Master Shen, on the other hand, had veins bulging on his forehead. He gripped his cane tightly, looking like he wanted to smash it over my head, but to my surprise, the first person to break the silence was actually Si Xiaomeng. A playful smirk tugged at the corner of her lips, and her eyes were filled with profound amusement. TSK, I wake up, and suddenly Wang Baochuan has lost her title as the ultimate simp. There aren't enough wild vegetables on the mountain for you to dig up. The corner of my mouth twitched. Why did this girl have to be so savage? But I couldn't break character now. Tears quickly welled up in my eyes, and I reached out to gently touch her nose. Xiaomeng, how could you say that to your dad? You have no idea how much my heart aches. The fatherly love in my eyes was practically overflowing. From now on, you are my own flesh and blood. You are my heart, my soul, my precious little sweetheart. But to my surprise, the first one to completely lose it was Shen Yuchu. She couldn't take it anymore. She stormed forward and yanked me behind her. She raised her hand and swung a slap right at Si Xiaomeng. Si Xiaomeng dodged to the side, and the two of them instantly started brawling again. Old Master Shen waved his cane in the air and roared, "Hit her, beat her good. She must have put some kind of hex on my son." Old Master Si, on the other hand, simply sat down on the sofa and sipped his tea, deciding that what he couldn't see couldn't bother him. Only old Madame Sai was crying tears of sheer panic. "Stop fighting. Stop it right now." This scene felt so damn familiar, seeing that my two daughters had absolutely no intention of stopping. I had no choice but to sink my chi to my dantian and roared at the top of my lungs. "Both of you, stop it right now." My furious roar echoed through the room, scaring a flock of birds right out of the courtyard trees. I sat down on the sofa, glaring at the two girls standing before me with messy hair and bruises on their faces. My temples were throbbing violently. Shen Yuchu stood in silence with her head bowed. Her business suit was completely wrinkled, and she looked nothing like the aloof, elegant heiress she usually was. Si Xiaomeng, however, stood there slouching carelessly. She deliberately looked at me and let out the most pitiful, coquettish whine she could muster. "Dad, it hurts." Shen Yushu was instantly enraged. A raging fire burned in her eyes. "Shut up." Si Xiaomeng completely ignored her and continued to look at me with pitiful eyes, dragging out her words. "Dad." Seeing Xu Jingxing about to strike again, I quickly stepped forward to stop them. "Both of you, shut up." Sure enough, the two of them finally settled down. Only then did I soften my voice. "You two are blood-related sisters. Look at yourselves right now. Aren't you embarrassed to be seen like this?" Shen Yuchu, however, was unconvinced. She muttered in defense, "I'm not blood-related to her at all." Old Master Shen immediately chimed in. "Exactly. I swear. Have you been hexed? Why are you suddenly spouting nonsense?" The more he looked at Si Xiaomeng's face, the angrier he got. But it wasn't appropriate to take it out on the younger generation, so he could only glare fiercely at Old Master Si. Just then, a servant walked over carrying a medical kit. Old Madame Sai was heartbroken. "Oh, look at how badly this little face was beaten. Whatever it is, couldn't you just talk it out? Did you really have to get physical?" As she spoke, she directed the servant to apply medicine to the two girls. Surprisingly, both of them refused to cooperate. They just stared at me pitifully, and my heart softened. I stood up and gave each of them a rub on the head. "Be good, and let them apply the medicine. I don't like ugly kids with scarred faces." Only then did the two of them lower their heads, allowing the servant to apply the medicine. Taking advantage of this moment, I pulled Old Master Shen into a corner. I opened my mouth and dropped a massive bombshell. "Dad, I forgot to tell you. Si Xiaomeng is my biological daughter." Unexpectedly, before Old Master Shen's brain could even process it, his hand had already smacked me on the back. "You love-struck fool. To think you'd even make up an excuse like this for that illegitimate daughter. I was completely stunned by this smack. No, wait, I'm really not lying to you. I have the paternity test. Then where is it? I instinctively patted my pockets, only to find them completely empty. I could only give an awkward smile. Who would carry that kind of thing around with them? Old Master Shen instantly choked up. How did my perfectly fine son suddenly turn into such a love-struck fool? You're even willing to hand over the C family on a silver platter. I've failed your late mother. Hearing this, my rebellious streak instantly flared up. Old man, talk about double standards. You have a whole bunch of illegitimate kids yourself. How come you didn't say you failed my mom back then? Old Master Shen's face instantly flushed red, and he started swinging his cane at me. Good. You're actually talking back to your own father for a woman. I knew you were lying to me. I skillfully dodged while shouting, Dad, my daughter is still here. Save me some face, will you? The old man was surprisingly agile, and his voice was booming with energy. So you still remember you have a daughter. Our Yuchu is much more sensible than an unfilial son like you. Great. It seems the love brain label has been permanently welded to my forehead. Si Xiaoming was attracted by the commotion over here. She slightly raised her lazy eyes, but waves were already surging in her heart. Is this what a normal father-child relationship looks like? Thinking back to her own provocation just now, she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, feeling like a clown, but what she didn't expect was that, between her and his biological daughter, I actually didn't abandon her. Why? Rumors outside said I became famous at a young age, decisive and ruthless, and once broke the leg of an illegitimate daughter who came to provoke me. But why? Is she the exception? Her eyelashes trembled slightly. Could the power of love really be this great? Right then, the old lady held the hands of the two sisters, her eyes full of heartache. Your dad is right. You two are biological sisters. Even if you break the bones, the tendons are still connected. You can't just fight each other so casually from now on. Shen Yuchu opened her mouth, but ultimately just lowered her head and stayed silent. Si Xiaoming, however, looked dazed, her mind racing with 1,000 thoughts, completely missing what the old lady said. After my intense verbal battle, old Master Shen finally calmed down, but his eyes still held a hint of suspicion. His gaze landed directly on Si Xiaoming, trying to find traces of me in her face. Unfortunately, this kid looked too much like Si Jiao Jiao. He simply couldn't see it. You're not fooling me, are you? I was genuinely exhausted. I've talked until my lips are blistered. Why do you still not believe me? Old Master Shen replied without hesitation. Because you're a simp. Fine. This was truly shooting myself in the foot. However, old Master Shen's attitude had softened quite a bit. He coughed awkwardly. Forget it. Since my son likes her, from now on, Si Xiaoming is my own granddaughter, Gate Ni. As a result, Si Xiaoming's eyes instantly widened, making her look a bit silly. Old Master Shen's gaze shifted under her stare, but he still put on a tough front. What? Do you look down on my Shen family? Before Si Xiaoming could speak, Shen Yuchu couldn't hold back anymore. Grandpa. Old Master Shen's eyes were full of affection. Don't worry. The heir to the Shen family is still you. That won't change. Shen Yuchu choked on her words. That's not what I meant. I immediately interrupted. All right, we're all family. If I catch you two fighting again, I'll read you bedtime stories every night. Then I added another sentence. Along with Wanwan, I'll read to all three of you together. Shen Yuchu instantly shut her mouth. Si Xiaoming was a bit curious, but her intuition told her this wasn't a good thing, so she obediently stayed quiet too. Now, old Master Sai let out a long sigh of relief. He started arranging for everyone to stay for dinner, but old Master Shen insisted on bickering with him. That pawn of yours gives me trypophobia just looking at it. Go. Do you even need to fish for them? And so the two old men started arguing once again. It was rare for Si Xiaoming to experience such a warm atmosphere. It lasted until she went back that night, until she was in her rented apartment and saw Bai Yuntao. He spoke coldly. I heard your grandfather arranged for you to work at the C Corporation. Si Xiaoming's face instantly darkened. The joy from the C family's old manner vanished without a trace. She reverted to that lazy, apathetic look where she cared about nothing. She changed into her slippers and gave a careless hum of acknowledgement, without even glancing at Bai Yuntao. Little did she know. Bai Yuntao hated this half-dead attitude of hers. The most, he grabbed the cup next to him and threw it right at her. Who are you putting on this dead face for? Si Xiaoming didn't say a word. She skillfully stepped around the broken porcelain at her feet and went straight to curl up on the sofa. Bai Yuntao's furious roaring echoed in her ears. She felt incredibly annoyed, her fingers subconsciously rubbing the watch dial on her wrist. Bai Yuntao took a deep breath, suppressing his temper. I heard the old man intends to groom you as the heir. You need to seize this opportunity. You can't let Shen Yuchu and Si Yu, those two little bitches, ruin it. Si Xiaoming couldn't help but sneer. And what about me? An illegitimate daughter who's worse than a bitch. Bai Yuntao could no longer control his temper. His rough voice was deafening. Let me tell you, you are my daughter. No matter how much you despise it, you can't change that fact. He seemed to be hypnotizing himself. The next second, he roared viciously. Who told you not to have that man's blood flowing in your veins? Go die if you have the guts. If you die, maybe you can reincarnate as his biological daughter in your next life. Sai Xiaoming had heard these words since she was a child. At this moment, her expression didn't even change, but the fingers rubbing her watch dial bulged with faint veins. Yeah, why wasn't she his biological daughter? Why? Why did Shen Yuchu and Siyu get to have such a great dad? Bai Yuntao went crazy, smashing everything in the room to pieces. Only then did he slam the door and leave, panting heavily. Si Xiaoming sat calmly on the sofa, watching his retreating back, her eyes dark and gloomy. From the moment he walked in to the moment he left, he hadn't shown a single word of concern for the injuries on her face, and before leaving, he even smashed her things. Was a person like this really her biological father? Her gaze fell on the fruit knife on the floor. Si Xiaoming's fingers twitched once again, but right at that moment her phone suddenly chimed with a notification. A message from her dear dad arrived. Si Xiaoming's rationality was instantly brought back. The corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up. Baby, are you home yet? Her fair, slender fingers typed and deleted on the keyboard, and finally replied with just one word. Seeing the reply, the corners of my mouth twitched. But Shen Yuchu, who was beside me, was practically drowning in a jar of vinegar. Having a sister competing for favor was already enough, and now an unpresentable illegitimate daughter had popped up. Why was Dad treating her so well? After sending the message, I turned around and looked at Shen Yuchu, who had a tense face beside me. I narrowed my eyes dangerously. Oh, my little Tuanchuan has learned how to fight now. I deliberately poked at her. Look at this face, all black and blue. It looks so pretty. Tomorrow the whole company will know their CEO got into a fight. Shen Yuchu stiffened completely. Her thin lips pressed tightly together. She didn't say a word. I got even angrier, and reached out to poke the bruise on the corner of her mouth. You've grown some guts, huh? You're even ignoring your dad now? No. Shen Yuchu couldn't wait to speak, but then quickly lowered her head again. I deliberately tilted my head to meet her eyes from below. What? Are there flowers on the floor? Is that why you can't even lift your head? Right then, Si Yue, who had been silently lowering her presence on the side, couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Oh great, now the firepower shifted directly to her. You're still laughing? Have you been in any fewer fights? You have the nerve to laugh at your sister. I suspect your sister was led astray by you. Now it was Si Yu's turn to cry foul, but she smoothly started condemning her sister. This is my sister's fault. How could she get into a fight? I suggest my sister listen to bedtime stories with me tonight. Shen Yuchu's light yet oppressive gaze instantly landed on her. Si Yue immediately shut up, pretending nothing happened. As a result, these two sisters in distress were directly punished by me to stand in the corner and reflect on their actions. My voice drifted over faintly. Tomorrow, each of you will hand in an 800-word self-reflection letter. Si Yue felt like the sky had fallen. While I wasn't paying attention, she muttered and poked Shen Yuchu's arm. I was implicated by you. You have to write my self-reflection letter for me. Shen Yuchu kept her cold face and stayed silent. Si Yu didn't stop. I don't care. If you don't write it for me, I'll go to the company and broadcast that you got into a fight and were punished to stand in the corner by Dad. Shen Yuchu coldly fired back. Then I'll go tell your little friends that you need Dad to tell you bedtime stories to coax you to sleep every day. Si Yue instantly bristled. I don't need Dad to tell me stories anymore. At this very moment, on the other side, Jiang Pei, who had just finished evening self-study, saw the light shining from her home's window from afar. Her footsteps paused slightly. Immediately after, she lowered her eyes and pushed the door open as if she didn't care about anything. Unexpectedly, a strong stench of alcohol mixed with cigarette smoke hit her face, making her cough repeatedly. The drunk man passed out on the sofa made her frown in disgust. She was just about to walk around him, when an angry roar sounded from behind. Stop right there. Father Jiang, who had been dead drunk just a moment ago, had somehow sat up. His voice was as hoarse as if it were mixed with gravel. Jiang Pei sighed and turned to look at him. What is it? Father Jiang rubbed his head with bleary, drunken eyes and questioned her. Where's the money you earned from your part-time job last month? Did you secretly hide it? Jiang Pei instantly clenched her fists. You went through my room again. I'm your father. Is there a problem with a daughter showing filial piety to her father? Father Jiang spoke with self-righteous arrogance, but Jiang Pei didn't want to argue. That's for buying study materials. Unexpectedly, Father Jiang sneered and violently kicked over a bottle. The noise was so loud it could almost blow the roof off. Don't think I don't know the school waived your tuition fees. He pointed his finger at Jiang Pei, his eyes fierce. Hurry up and hand over the money. Otherwise, don't blame me for breaking your legs. Jiang Pei's grip on her backpack straps tightened. Ultimately, she compromised. She pulled out 500 yuan from her bag and threw it over. This is all of it. I used the rest to buy books. Seeing the man still looking dissatisfied, she said coldly, the school did waive my tuition, but not the cost of books and materials. This is it. Take it or leave it. After saying that, she didn't even enter her room. She turned around and left the house. From behind came the sound of the man cursing as he picked up the money. Useless, money-losing bitch. You'd better die outside and never come back. With a bang, Zhang Pei closed the front door, shutting out all the filthy insults. She took a deep breath and walked upstairs with her backpack. The light in the stairwell was broken, but she didn't care at all. She wouldn't trip even with her eyes closed. Knock, knock, knock. She raised her hand and knocked on the door. A tall girl wearing a pure white camisole and loose shorts quickly came out to open the door. The girl was drying her damp, long hair with a towel, her expression completely unchanged. She said nonchalantly, "Fought with your dad again." Zhang Pei nodded faintly and walked inside familiarly. "I'm sleeping at your place tonight." Zhang Yuting was clearly used to her, making herself at home. They had grown up together since childhood, and sleeping over at each other's houses was a common occurrence. But ever since she dropped out of school, it felt as if a chasm had separated the two of them, pushing them further and further apart. After entering, Zhang Pei put down her backpack and poured herself a cup of water. The furnishings in the room were simple and crude, but very tidy. The two of them remained silent. After a while, Zhang Pei suddenly remembered what Uncle Shen had said during the day, and asked, "Do you still want to go to school?" A hint of gloom flashed across Zhang Yuting's eyes. No. Zhang Pei knew what she was thinking, so she said, "I have a friend. Her dad heard about your situation and felt it was a real pity. He's willing to sponsor your education." She quickly added, "And see Jingchen too. Uncle Shen said he can sponsor both of you to go to school together." But Zhang Yuting didn't believe in pies dropping from the sky. She felt that everything had a hidden price tag attached to it. Therefore, she shook her head firmly. "No need. I think things are fine the way they are." Zhang Pei was getting a bit anxious. "But you used to have such good grades. It's such a pity for you to just drop out like this." Afraid that Zhang Yuting would worry, she quickly explained, "You know the school I go to. A lot of the people there are either rich or noble. A little tuition fee is nothing to them. And you can trust my friend's character." But Zhang Yuting still shook her head. "I'm not going." "Zhang Yuting." Zhang Pei instantly flared up. "Are you going to throw your whole life away for Si Jingchen?" Zhang Yuting lowered her eyes, looking as if she were shrouded in gloom. Immediately after, Zhang Pei's words stabbed at her like knives. Si Jingchen already has a girlfriend. Her family is very rich. Even if he doesn't accept financial aid, he can still continue his studies. But what about you? What are you to him? And what exactly is your relationship with him? Just because Auntie C showed you a little bit of care, you're going to sacrifice your whole life, drop out of school, and support him. Do you think it's worth it? If your grandfather is watching from heaven, he'd be furious with you." Zhang Pei. Zhang Yuting's voice instantly sank, her expression turning ugly. "These are all my own choices. I can take responsibility for my own future. I don't need you lecturing me." Zhang Pei laughed out of sheer anger. "Fine, so your choice is to throw away your future and go screw in bolts at an electronics factory, is that it?" Zhang Yuting remained silent. She turned and went into her room, ignoring her completely. Zhang Pei stared at her back, poured herself another glass of water, and gulped it down in a few swallows. But the anger in her heart just wouldn't subside. In the blink of an eye, it was time for Elder Li's birthday banquet. I made sure to bring the antique vase I bought at the auction and attended the banquet with my two daughters. The Li family villa was located in the city center. Li Shu's father and stepmother were outside greeting guests, smiling so widely. Their faces looked like blooming flowers. Shen Yuchu and Si Yu walked on either side of me, exuding an air of superiority. Father Li didn't recognize me, but he recognized Shen Yuchu. Seeing the usually cold and stern Shen Yuchu obediently following behind a man, he immediately thought of the rumored eldest young master of the Shen family. "This must be Mr. Shen, right?" He looked at me with eyes full of flattery. Ignored Si Yu curled her lips in disdain. So hypocritical. I had long heard from Si Yu about how the Li family mistreated Li Shu. At this moment, I just nodded casually and walked inside. Who knew that right after walking through the door, I would see Si Qianqian and Si Xiaoming in a standoff. Si Qianqian looked calm and composed, but Si Xiaoming had a dark expression. Her fists were clenched tight, looking like she was about to explode with anger. Si Xiaoming was so furious, her chest was heaving. Pointing right at Si Qianqian's nose, she was full of indignation. "Brother Nuanuan is an independent person. He has the right to make his own friends. What gives you the right to arbitrarily interfere with him?" Si Qianqian, however, looked completely indifferent. She slowly and methodically adjusted her cuffs, her tone full of helplessness. "I'm doing this for his own good. That woman from earlier goes clubbing all the time. She changes boyfriends faster than she changes clothes. Nuanuan is too naive. He's easily deceived. Mindful that this was the Li family's birthday banquet, Si Xiaomeng lowered her voice and said, "You're always so self-righteous. Since we were kids, you've used the excuse of doing it for his own good, to investigate the people around him, and drive away countless friends of his. You're clearly just acting out of possessiveness. You can't stand seeing anyone else around him, yet you still make up these high-sounding excuses. You're such a hypocrite." A dark glint flashed through Si Qianqian's eyes, and she looked displeased. Just then, Bi Yun Tao, who had been chatting elsewhere, seemed to notice the commotion. Her expression changed, and she hurried over. Without even asking what happened, Bi Yun Tao immediately started scolding Si Xiaoming harshly. "Si Xiaoming, what kind of trouble are you causing now? Hurry up and apologize to your aunt." Si Qianqian kept a dark face, waiting leisurely, as if she was just waiting for Si Xiaoming to apologize. It was like this again. It had always been like this since she was a kid. Si Xiaoming clenched her fists in frustration, the anger nearly burning away her reason. Bai Yun Tao slapped her heavily on the back again, her voice even sterner. "Hurry up and apologize to your aunt." Si Qianqian was the heir to the Si family. He had to curry favor with her, so naturally, he wouldn't offend her for the sake of his daughter. Right at that moment, I walked over step by step, a cold sneer curling on my lips, while clapping my hands loudly. What a spectacular show! I kept a cold face, my expression full of displeasure. My Sai family hasn't fallen into ruin yet, has it? To think someone would directly bully the heir of the Sai family. Do you think we Sai family members are easy to push around? Bai Yun Tao got angry the moment he saw me. Now he even took a step forward to block Si Xiaomeng. "This is my daughter. I'll discipline her however I want. What does it have to do with you?" I looked him up and down with an unkind gaze, my tone caustic. An unpresentable, illegitimate son who has been kissing up to his younger brother for so many years. Has he ever even looked you in the eye? Yet you constantly beat and scold your own biological daughter, trampling her into the dirt. Anyone who didn't know better would think you had a vendetta against her. Si Yue quietly chimed in. Maybe he just has a vendetta against a good life. He's not even afraid of his daughter pulling his oxygen tube when he's old. As soon as those words came out, Bi Yun Tao was hit right in a sore spot. His face twisted in anger, unable to speak. Shen Zihao, who had been watching from the side, quickly walked over upon seeing this. "Brother, how could you say that about Tao Tao? Tao Tao is only disciplining his child for her own good. We outsiders shouldn't interfere. I had found him an eyesore for a long time." I directly slapped him across the face. "You thing that can't understand human speech? If you call me brother again, I'll rip your tongue out." "Bro." Shen Zihao covered his red and swollen cheek. Just as the word left his mouth, he met my chilling gaze and swallowed the rest of his words. I rubbed my palm, looking at Shen Zihao. "At least you know you're an outsider. A child of our Sai family is being bullied by an outsider. As an elder, I'm stepping in to stand up for her. What does that have to do with you? You're really just a dog catching mice, sticking your nose where it doesn't belong." After saying that, I sized up Sai Qianqian with the same critical gaze, my tone unfriendly. "President C sure is in a good mood, openly bullying a junior. Looking at how skilled you are at it, this probably isn't your first time, is it?" Si Qianqian saw Shen Yuchu, and then heard Shen Zihao call me that, and instantly realized who I was. Si Xiaoming is my niece. When a niece does something wrong, an aunt disciplining her with a few words is considered bullying? I'm afraid you're making a mountain out of a molehill. Then I wonder what exactly this niece of yours did wrong. The chill in my eyes materialized. Was it publicly exposing that you have no respect for your elders or that you disregard basic human decency? Si Xiaoming couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. Wasn't that exactly what Si Qianqian was doing? Relying on her status as an elder to interfere in Brother Nguyen's life, upsetting him on multiple occasions, and even trying to gaslight him. How was this something a normal elder would do? Hit right where it hurt. The breezy indifference on Si Qianqian's face instantly vanished. Ever since she took over as the CEO of the C Group, she had never been publicly humiliated like this. Looking at me now, she could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. "Mr. Shen, your words are completely disregarding the facts. Although Si Xiaomeng is the heir to the Si family, she still has the blood of my Si family flowing in her veins. On the contrary, Mr. Shen, you shouldn't have any relationship with Si Xiaomeng, right?" "President Si, watch your words." Shen Yuchu stepped forward with a cold face. "Si Xiaomeng's surname is Si. My father is the master of the Si family. That alone is enough." She usually didn't show much expression, but now, with her face turning cold, the air itself seemed to grow thin. That oppressive gaze of hers made even Si Qianqian, a veteran of the business world, feel a trace of fear. Her rationality instantly returned. She regretted her earlier words, but given her temper, there was no way she would apologize. However, I didn't care in the slightest. Hearing my daughter defend me, the corners of my mouth curled up. Si Xiaoming, on the other hand, had a flash of gloom in her eyes. When her gaze landed on Bi Yun Tao, the injustice in her heart reached its peak. Why did her father have to be this kind of person? Shen Zihao, who was holding his face to the side, saw that things were going south. He immediately stepped out to curry favor with Si Qianxin. At the end of the day, this is a family matter. Let's not blow things out of proportion, so we don't make a fool of ourselves. These words seemed to give Si Qianxin an out. He took the opportunity to say, Mr. Shen, I still need to go pay my respects to Elder Li. I'll take my leave first. After saying that, he took a deep look at Si Xiaoming and left. I didn't stick around either. I nodded at Si Xiaoming, then took my 2 daughters to the banquet hall. The onlookers had thought a huge drama was about to unfold. Who knew it would just fizzle out so quietly? I noticed their stares but didn't take them to heart. Soon, I started chatting with the people who came up to strike up a conversation. Shen Yuchu and Si Yu carefully observed my face. Seeing that I truly wasn't affected, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Si Yu whispered into Shen Yuchu's ear, Why does Dad like Si Xiaoming so much? I feel like he's definitely hiding something from us. Shen Yuchu couldn't understand it either. Maybe. Dad really is a hopeless romantic. Si Yu's thoughts were instantly derailed. She covered her eyes in despair. What a sin. But the next second, she perked up again. Dad just said that guy surnamed Si is an old creep who doesn't act his age and disregards basic human decency. What's that about? Shen Yuchu lowered her voice. It seems to be related to that adopted son. Rumor has it that President Si isn't getting married because she's waiting for her favored nephew to grow up. Si Yu's eyes went wide. That's some shocking gossip. Uncle and nephew. There's a generational gap. Isn't that an old cow eating tender grass? Shen Yuchu, however, didn't say anything. She thought of her own dad. Dad's mental age and appearance were both stuck in his 20s, while her mom was almost 40 and even had an illegitimate daughter. Isn't that also an old cow eating tender grass? At this moment, Shen Yuchu's desire to have her dad get a divorce began to stir. Just then, a pleasantly surprised voice suddenly came from the side. Chenshin. I turned my head, my eyes widening slightly. Mu Shen, what are you doing here? As soon as he saw me, the smile on Guan Mushin's lips never faded. The company's business is preparing to shift back to the country, so I've moved back for good. I happened to receive an invitation to Elder Li's birthday banquet, so I came over. Hearing this, I was also very happy. That's great. This way, I can see you guys more often. The two of us chatted familiarly, every movement incredibly pleasing to the eye. Off to the side, Shen Yuchu's eyes lit up. Sure enough, Dad was so charming. Even if he left Mom, he could find someone better, she calculated in her heart. Uncle Shen had been unmarried for years and had 0 scandals. Maybe he was just waiting for Dad. She unilaterally decided. To approve of Dad and Uncle Shen being together, Si Yue also saw Guan Mushin. Just as she was about to step forward, she was grabbed by Shen Yuchu. Look, isn't that the eldest daughter of the Li family? She seems to be calling you. Si Yue turned her head and happened to meet Li Shue's gaze. Li Shue immediately waved at her. Surrounded by peers they usually hung out with, Shen Yuchu patted her shoulder. You go ahead. Don't interrupt Dad and Uncle Shen's catch-up. Si Yu immediately nodded. Okay. Then I'll go find Li Shue first. Help me tell Dad. Shen Yuchu, however, remained standing in a corner not too far away. Not stepping forward to interrupt, it was Guan Mushin who noticed her first. Yushu? Only then did Shen Yuchu smooth out her skirt and walk over. She called out politely, Uncle Shen. Guan Mushin patted her shoulder. Time really flies. Yuchu has even become the CEO of the Shen Corporation. I still remember when she was a chubby little girl. In the blink of an eye, she's all grown up. I, however, felt a bit sentimental. Yeah, Yuchu is very outstanding. It's a pity I missed out on her growing years. I couldn't make up for it even if I wanted to. Shen Yuchu didn't want her dad to feel lonely, so she immediately grabbed my hand. As long as Dad can always stay by our side from now on, that's enough. Yuchu is right. Guan Mushin checked his watch. It's about time. Let's go to the second floor and present our gifts to Elder Li. I nodded. All right, Yuchu, come with me. Only then did I realize my youngest daughter was missing. Where's Si Yu? She went to hang out with her friends. Shen Yuchu nodded. Don't worry, Dad. She went to find the eldest daughter of the Li family. And so, the three of us headed upstairs under the waiter's guidance. Shen Yuchu silently took a half step back, allowing Uncle Shen and Dad to walk side by side. Inside the reception room on the second floor, Elder Li sat in the center, surrounded by renowned figures from academic circles. I knocked on the door and entered. Elder Li pushed up his reading glasses, his eyes full of disbelief. In the end, he actually stood up in excitement. Are you Shen Chen? Elder Li, it's me. Long time no see. I had the waiter present the gift, wishing you boundless fortune and a long, healthy life. Guan Mushin also presented his gift. Elder Li was so excited he couldn't stop smiling, especially when he saw the antique vase. He looked like he couldn't wait to reach out and touch it immediately. but he managed to restrain himself and quickly ushered us over. "Sit, please, sit." As he spoke, he patted the shoulder of the student next to him, signaling her to leave, and then pulled me over. Elder Lee looked at me. With burning eyes, "Chenchen, you're finally back. I thought something had happened to you all these years." A professor nearby chimed in. Exactly. Chenchen was a rising star in the scientific research community back then. Who could have imagined such an accident would happen? What a pity, but I just smiled. It's not a pity. I'm back now, and I'm diving right back into my experiments. I'm sure it won't be long before you see my latest results. Soon, the room full of research fanatics started chatting about obscure, highly technical topics. Guan Mushin's gaze fell on me, full of tenderness. Shen Yuchu also looked incredibly proud. She sneaked a glance at Uncle Shen, then looked at Dad. The corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. Uncle Shen really does like Dad. Just then, a servant rushed over in a panic. "Old master, the eldest miss and the youngest miss are fighting." A few other young ladies got involved too. I heard someone push the eldest miss into the pool. "Do you want to go take a look?" Elder Lee clutched his chest, furious. He had dedicated his entire life to research and rarely came home. Every time he did, it was always a harmonious and happy occasion. He never expected his two granddaughters to get into a fight at his birthday banquet. What on earth is going on? My heart skipped a beat. I didn't even have to think about it to know. That girl CUA was definitely involved too. I supported Elder Lee by the arm and anxiously said to the servant, "Hurry, take us there." By the time they hurried to the pool, I saw Li Shua looking like a drowned rat, water dripping down her forehead. The veins on her slender arms were bulging. As she tightly choked Li Ling's neck, Madame Li was frantic, trying to pry Li Shua's arms away, while crying and screaming. "Let go, Li Shua, let go right now. You're going to strangle your sister." Li Nian was also furious. "Li Shua, let go this instant." But a few of Li Shua's friends blocked him, preventing him from moving an inch. "Stop." Elder Li roared in anger, his vision going dark for a moment. Li Shua loosened her grip, and Li Ling immediately broke free, throwing herself into Madame Li's arms and sobbing loudly. "Dad, she tried to kill me." CUA couldn't hold back anymore. "Bullshit. You're the one who pushed Li Shua into the pool. You saw her cramping up and wouldn't even let anyone save her. Who's trying to kill who here?" Li Ling clutched her throat and retorted. "I was just joking around. She lost her footing on her own. I didn't mean to hurt her." The onlookers began to whisper among themselves. "I've heard for a long time that the Li family's eldest miss is an ignorant troublemaker. She hangs out with delinquents all day. She doesn't have a shred of decency. Look, Li Ling's neck is all red. Poor thing, being stuck with a stepdaughter like that. She must suffer a lot on a daily basis." Exactly. Li Ling is barely a teenager. How could she possibly try to hurt anyone? It must be the eldest miss throwing her weight around. Normally, Madame Li often badmouthed Li Shu, so everyone instinctively assumed Li Shu was the vicious one. Madame Li cried even harder, snot and tears streaming down her face, acting as if she had suffered the greatest injustice in the world, but I had no time to care about these people. My gaze immediately landed on CU, whose dress was a bit wrinkled. I looked her up and down, and after confirming she was unhurt, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Who would have thought? CU, who had just been stubbornly arguing with everyone, shrank her neck the moment she noticed her dad's gaze. She instantly cowered, not daring to say a single word. She even flashed a fawning smile, trying to appease her dad. I rolled my eyes hard at her, but then a suffocating ache gripped my heart. Whenever I thought of CU as ending in that book, I couldn't even breathe. Could it be that the frequency of her getting into fights would really lead her to the same tragic fate as in the original story? Was this ending truly impossible to change? Just then, Shen Yuchu also noticed Dad's worried expression. She looked up and shot CU a cold glare, making her shiver instantly. Second, sister hadn't been this fierce to her in a long time. So scary. While they were exchanging glances, Elder Lee had already figured out the whole story. He looked at his only son with a cold expression. His voice was stern. "Is this how you usually discipline your daughter? One sister pushes the other into the pool and almost drowns her. And you plan to just let it slide like it's nothing?" Mrs. Li immediately retorted. "How can you blame Xiao Ling without knowing the facts?" This was clearly Li Shua's fault. Li Shu had always been raised to be timid and submissive. She was a total pushover. But ever since she met Siyu, her personality had completely changed. She looked at her grandfather, the only person in the family who truly cared for her. Her face showed a resolve like never before. "Grandfather, I'm sorry. I shouldn't cause trouble here, but I can't take it anymore. This isn't the first time Li Ling has tried to hurt me. This time, she almost killed me." Guilt flashed in Elder Li's eyes. All these years, he hadn't noticed how much this child had suffered. He had someone bring towels for Li Shu and the young ladies who jumped in to save her. Then he said firmly, "Don't worry, Xiao Shu. Grandfather will definitely get to the bottom of this." Hearing this, Li Dai's expression turned ugly. He didn't dare talk back. Not just because the C family's young miss was on his eldest daughter's side, but also because the families of the children who jumped in to help were all people you didn't want to mess with. Their Li family couldn't afford to offend them, but Li Ling panicked. She immediately hugged her father and wailed, "Grandfather is playing favorites. Big sister tried to choke me. It hurts so much." Mrs. Li's heart ached for her daughter. She wiped her tears and complained, "What's there to investigate? It's Li Shua's fault. She's the one who couldn't stand straight, and now she's framing my daughter. My daughter is usually the one being bullied by her. And today she even laid a hand on her. She's trying to drive us into a corner." The mother and daughter cried convincingly. Elder Li was momentarily at a loss. I stood to the side, watching the mother and daughter's performance. I already had a plan in mind, but she didn't intervene. After confirming my daughter was fine, I just stood by, becoming a complete outsider to the situation. I didn't plan to get involved, but just then, a clear male voice rang out from the crowd. I saw it. Li Ling intentionally pushed the eldest miss into the pool. Everyone looked toward the source of the voice. A boy with short, messy hair stepped forward. He pushed past the woman trying to hold him back and said firmly, "I saw with my own eyes that Li Ling pushed her in. She even blocked the female bodyguards from saving her." He added, "The eldest miss almost drowned because of a cramp. It was CU who fought off the bodyguards, so the others could jump in and save her." As soon as he finished, Mrs. Li shrieked, "That's impossible. You're all in this together. You're framing my daughter on purpose." At that moment, Si Qianxian, who was standing next to the boy, sighed helplessly. She quietly pulled him behind her to protect him. "I'm sorry. The kid at home is a bit spoiled. He's just talking nonsense. I apologize on his behalf." But the boy wasn't having it. He poked his head out from behind her. "Auntie, everything I said is true." Hearing this, Elder Li immediately looked at him. "Thank you, young master, for telling the truth." But Mrs. Li refused to admit it. What truth? A lie is a lie. He must know Li Shui. They've teamed up to slander our Shaoling. Li Shui gripped her towel tightly. Her voice was strained. "This is the truth. Someone saw it with their own eyes. Are you still trying to deny it?" Just then, Si Qianxian whispered a few words into the boy's ear. Surprisingly, he actually went quiet. Seeing this, Si Meng immediately stepped forward. If Brother Nuan says he saw it, then there's no mistake. "Elder Li, you should have a good talk with your younger granddaughter." Hearing this, I suddenly snapped back to reality. Now that both of my daughters were involved, I couldn't just stand by and watch anymore. So, I took a step forward. "Elder Li, I don't mean to meddle, but your eldest granddaughter, Li Shui, is very close with my younger daughter, Cua. I heard that back when they started high school, the eldest miss couldn't even afford a meal. She had to borrow money from my daughter." Elder Li looked surprised. He looked at Li Shui. Li Shui nodded. Disappointment showed in her eyes. "I don't want to live with them anymore. If they can push me into the water today, who knows what will happen tomorrow." Her gaze was resolute. "My father left me an apartment. From now on, I'm moving out to live on my own." Li Dai was the first to refuse. No way. If he really kicked his eldest daughter out, what would people say about him? However, Li Shu's mind was made up. "Grandfather, please let me move out." In the end, Elder Li couldn't win against his granddaughter. The birthday banquet had been turned into a complete mess. After the banquet ended, when Nuan was still unhappy, he stole a glance at his aunt next to him. He slumped in the back seat, acting stubborn. "Auntie, why didn't you let me speak?" To put it seriously, that was attempted murder. Si Qianqian's expression was clearly displeased. Her deep eyes were like a cold pond. She stared quietly at Wen Nuan. Her voice was low and calm. "Are you sure what you saw was the whole story?" Wen Nuan subconsciously clenched his fists. He asked in a small voice, "Auntie, what did I do wrong?" Unexpectedly, Si Qianxian leaned back. She casually tugged at her tie. The next second, a hand was placed firmly on Wen Nuan's waist. Seeing this, the driver silently raised the partition. Inside the cramped space, the air suddenly went still. Wen Nuan couldn't help but feel nervous. "Auntie." Si Qianxian held his waist firmly. She began to lecture him unhurriedly. "How many times have I told you? What you see isn't necessarily the truth." She guided him patiently. "Maybe you only saw the push, but what about before that? Who knows if the eldest miss provoked Li Ling on purpose? How many times have you suffered because of things like this? And which time wasn't it me who cleaned up your mess?" Her words left Wen Nuan feeling incredibly guilty. Just then, Si Qianxian reached out and pulled him directly into her arms. Wen Nuan let out a soft cry. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her neck, their breaths instantly intertwined. Only then did Si Qianxian soften her tone. It was full of allure. "Those messy people and things outside have nothing to do with us. You just need to trust me. Listening to me is enough." When Nuan nodded heavily, I understand, Auntie. Si Qianqian finally smiled. Nuan has grown up. Today's shirt looks very handsome on you. When Nuan thought it was a compliment, he lifted his chin, flashing a proud smile. Handsome, right? Xiaoming also said I looked handsome just now. Hearing that name, Si Qianqian's eyes darkened further. You're on good terms with Si Meng. Yeah, Xiaoming is a great person. Before he could finish, Si Qianqian's hand around his waist suddenly tightened. She buried her head in the crook of his neck. Her voice was muffled. Is she better, or am I better? Wen Nuan couldn't help but laugh. Auntie, you're so childish. I can't believe you're jealous of your own niece. He quickly tried to coax her. Auntie is the most important person in my heart. I'll definitely take good care of you in the future. I'll be by your side for the rest of your life. Unexpectedly, Si Qianqian felt like an arrow had pierced her heart. She was 31 this year. Nuan was only 20. An 11-year difference. She really was getting older. Si Qianqian's eyes darkened. She stopped talking. The car drove quietly all the way to the Si family villa. Meanwhile, I was watching Si Yue and Li Shui eat porridge. They both had quite a scare today. Especially Xiao Shui. I had the maid make some hot porridge. To warm them up, Li Shui's nose tingled. Tears almost fell into her bowl. Her voice was thick with emotion. Thank you, Uncle Shen. I sighed. Looking at this child who was about the same age as my daughter, my heart softened. I had brought her home right after the banquet. I comforted her. Just stay here for the next few days. Once your grandfather arranges a place for you, you can move in. However, Li Shu held the bowl. Her eyes showed a determination like never before. I used to live my life in a daze. I don't want to be like that anymore. She remembered her helplessness by the pool. She remembered the humiliation of being mocked to her face, so she looked up. I want to hire a tutor. I want to take my destiny into my own hands. To my surprise, Si Yu also nodded along. Dad, I want to study hard too. Find a tutor for us. Unexpectedly, Shen Yuchu, who was nearby, cast a skeptical look. It clearly said 2 words. Yeah, right? Si Yu immediately bristled. Sis, what's with that look? When I get serious, I even scare myself. I was also a bit surprised. Are you serious? I knew my daughter wasn't good at studying, but the family's annual dividends were enough for her to live comfortably for several lifetimes. Si Jiao had even arranged for her to go abroad to get a degree, so I had never forced her, but this time Si Yu was incredibly serious. Dad, I don't want to go abroad anymore. I want to go to college here in the country. How could she go abroad? Dad just got back, and that illegitimate daughter, Si Xiaoming, is eyeing everything like a hawk. There's also eldest sister, who's coming home soon, and third and fourth sisters, who haven't been found yet. If she left, would there still be a place for her in this family? So, Si Yu silently made up her mind. She absolutely would not leave her dad, since the child is motivated. Of course, I won't stand in her way. Just as I was pondering which renowned tutor to hire, a name suddenly flashed in my mind. You guys could totally ask Jiang Pei to be your tutor. This was an absolutely brilliant idea. I knew Jiang Pei would soon be recommended for admission to Tsinghua University. She wouldn't even need to take the college entrance exam. Hiring her to tutor wouldn't just let her earn some money. It would also save her time from working part-time jobs, allowing her to focus on preparing for her competitions. Right after that, I thought of Jiang Pei's deadbeat father. I immediately looked at Li Shui. You could invite her to live with you. It would get her away from her father's harassment for a while. 2 people living together is safer than 1, and you can go to and from school together. As soon as I said this, Si Yue and Li Shu's eyes instantly lit up. That's a great idea. Li Shu grew excited. My grandpa will arrange for a nanny so we can just focus on studying. Si Yu made the final call right then and there. I'll call Jiang Pei right now. When night fell, I was holding a bag of potato chips, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, but my mind was racing, calculating everything about the male lead I met today. Wen Nuan was like a little son. He originally had no impure thoughts about his little aunt, Si Qianqian. But Si Qianqian calculated every step, luring him into a gentle trap, and the turning point that triggered everything was Si Qianqian's engagement banquet. That's right, Si Qianqian had a fiancée from a business marriage, but he didn't love her. The one he loved was the nephew he raised by his side. However, the Sai family was already in decline. As the one in power, he was forced into the marriage, right on the eve of the engagement banquet. Wen Nuan finally realized he had fallen in love with his little aunt. Unable to accept this, he chose to flee abroad to escape. Si Qianqian couldn't find Wen Nuan, and in a fit of rage, she actually ran away from her own wedding. But as I peeled back the layers, I glimpsed the truth beneath the sweet romance. The Si family offended the fiancé's family. Old Master Si was so furious he ended up in the hospital, and the Sai family plummeted from grace ever since. I unconsciously gripped the chip bag tighter. A bold plan gradually took shape. Maybe I could trigger this turning point early. Originally, I didn't want to hurt Wen Nuan. I even wanted to give him a hand, but taking revenge on the Sai family was imperative. If Wen Nuan insisted on jumping into Sai Qianqian's fire pit, then there was nothing I could do. Just as I was lost in thought, Shen Yuchu approached silently. She looked at the TV commercial, then at her distracted father, and a trace of darkness actually bred in her heart. Was Dad thinking about her sister again? Or was he thinking about that Si Xiaoming? She didn't want her dad's thoughts to be occupied by anyone else. She only wanted her dad to focus solely on her. I suddenly snapped back to reality. Seeing Shen Yuchu, I was a bit surprised. Tuanchuan, when did you get here? Shen Yuchu pursed her lips slightly. Just now. What were you thinking about, Dad? You look so serious. She lowered her head slightly, her long eyelashes casting shadows, looking somewhat pitiful. You didn't even notice me? I instantly caught the grievance in my daughter's tone. I put down the potato chips, reached out, and pinched Shen Yuchu's pretty face, my tone full of teasing. Does Tuanchuan want Dad to love her a little more? A flash of panic crossed Shen Yuchu's eyes, and she hurriedly explained, No, I. Before she could finish, I pinched her chin, making her lips pout. Dad doesn't like babies who lie, you know. At this, helplessness flashed in Shen Yuchu's eyes, making my heart clench. I immediately let go, pulled her into my arms, and gently patted her back to comfort her. It's Dad's fault. I've been too busy these past few days, and neglected our Tuanchuan. Shen Yuchu froze, and subconsciously apologized. It's my fault. I'm the older sister. I should, but I interrupted her. You're only 18. You were only born a few minutes earlier than your sister, with Dad here. You don't have to be so sensible. Just one sentence. And Shen Yuchu's eyes instantly stung with tears. Since childhood, she had been taught to grow up early and take on responsibilities. However, no one had ever told her that she didn't have to be so sensible. I thought of her awkward personality and the countless misunderstandings between her and Wang Baden in the book. I decided to teach her something different. I feigned seriousness and looked at her. By your logic, I'm an older sister too. Your grandpa has countless illegitimate children out there. Should I be taking care of them as well? Shen Yuchu subconsciously put herself in those shoes. Taking care of Siyu was fine. They were full sisters, but asking her to take care of Si Xiaoming. Her face instantly turned ugly. I reached out and poked her cheek. Don't put too many shackles on yourself. You're already amazing. I poked her chin again. A mouth is meant for communicating. If you want Dad's attention, just say it. If you don't say it, Dad will never know. Shen Yuchu's eyelashes fluttered. But if she said it, wouldn't Dad hate her? I seemed to see right through her thoughts and spoke gently. You have to learn to fight for what you want. You should learn from your sister on this. Wan Wan always says exactly what she wants. We're a family. You don't need to worry about Dad hating you. Hearing this, Shen Yushu couldn't hold back her happiness, the corners of her lips curling up. Dad said she was his baby. I looked into her eyes. Look at Wan Wan. When she makes a mistake, Dad will discipline her and educate her. But afterward, we turn the page. Dad will never hate her. The same goes for you. Don't be so tense. Even if you aren't outstanding or dazzling, Dad will still love you. Shen Yushu instantly felt like she was soaking in a honeypot. She rarely dropped her mask, burying her head in her dad's neck. Her tone a bit awkward. Dad, I love you too, she added in a tiny voice. The most. As soon as she spoke, the tips of her ears turned bright red, and a flush crept onto her usually cold cheeks. My heart warmed, and a smile spread from my eyes. This was a good sign. In the original story, Shen Yuchu never said a single word of love from beginning to end. Now she had actually learned to express her feelings. This was already a massive improvement. That's right. From now on, you're not allowed to bottle up your thoughts. Got it? Shen Yuchu nodded heavily, so expressing one's feelings could bring this much joy. She then remembered the main issue, and asked, Were you worrying about Siyu just now, Dad? I paused, then shook my head. I was thinking about the Sai family, the Si family. Shen Yuchu had a terrible impression of the Si family. Are you going to make a move against them, Dad? I nodded, and dropped a bombshell. Next month, the government is auctioning off a plot of land in the south of the city. I have inside information. There's very likely an ancient tomb beneath that land. If the Sai family wins the bid for that land, Shen Yuchu instantly understood. She pondered for a moment. It wouldn't be appropriate for the Shen group to step in. She paused, then added, Mom should be back in a few days. We can leave this matter to her. It's just, what was Dad really thinking? Would he divorce Mom? Shen Yuchu felt it was unlikely. Given her dad's previous hopelessly romantic brain, he even accepted Si Xiaoming. It would probably be very hard for them to separate. Hearing the news that Si Jiaojiao was returning to the country, I froze completely. Your mom has been abroad for so long. What was the real reason? Shen Yuchu was momentarily at a loss for words. She could only give an ambiguous answer. It's hard for me to say. When Mom gets back, you can ask her yourself. She originally wanted to take the opportunity to smear her mother, but thinking of her mother's illness, she swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue. Seeing this, I didn't press further and turned my attention back to business. After all, in the original plot, it was Si Qianqian's fiancé, the Bai family, who won the bid for that land. As a result, they suffered a massive loss, which allowed Si Qianqian to seize the opportunity and bring the Si family back from the dead. Thinking of this, I narrowed my eyes slightly. It was time to unleash my villainous instincts. That adopted son of the Sai family, Wen Nuan, is he at Haiqing University? Shen Yuqiu instantly understood. Dad wanted to target him. This was indeed a good breakthrough point. Nowadays, who didn't know that by the side of the Sai family's heir was a deeply doted-on little nephew? Having figured everything out, I revealed a villainous smile. I was about to start stirring up trouble. Meanwhile, in a laboratory at Haiqing University, wearing gloves, my fingertips brushed over the highly swollen abdomen of a mouse. The number on the electronic scale was a full 10 grams heavier than before it got pregnant. I quickly jotted down a line of data in my notebook. However, before I could finish writing, a sharp squeak suddenly came from the incubator next to me. My heart skipped a beat. I abruptly dropped my pen and leaned in to observe. I saw the pregnant mouse spinning in circles inside the cage, its abdomen twitching violently. Dark red blood seeped out from its hindquarters, staining the bedding red. The experiment had failed, but I wasn't discouraged. Improving the fertility pill and reducing the side effects on the mother was never going to be an easy task. I immediately took the mouse out and began testing for the cause of the failure. I was busy right up until noon. Just then, a student ran over to call me. Professor Shen, Professor Ning is waiting for you outside the building. She said she has something to discuss with you. I nodded and hurried downstairs. Ningxi smiled as soon as she saw me. Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal at our school cafeteria. I walked beside her and asked directly, Did you need me for something, senior sister? Ningxi shook her head helplessly. Did you forget you have a class this afternoon? Only then did I remember. Previously, Liu Yan was thoroughly investigated for slandering her, and it turned out she had committed academic fraud and stolen her students' credit. The impact was extremely severe. Liu Yan was expelled from the school, and I was appointed in a time of crisis to temporarily take over her classes for a semester. I immediately promised. Good thing the major courses aren't too hard. Don't worry, senior sister, I won't mess it up. Ningxi was very confident in her junior brother. I was just afraid you'd forget, so I came to remind you. Those students are lucky to be taught by you. I felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. You're exaggerating. Senior sister, luckily, there aren't many classes. Only 2 a week. Otherwise, I wouldn't have helped. It was just a pity. I originally wanted to go to the Sai family to watch the drama unfold over the big surprise I had sent them. Now I could only go a bit later. Meanwhile, the Su family was currently in an uproar. A man suddenly showed up at their door, pointing at the Su family's precious daughter and crying, Su Qianqian, you can't abandon me. However, Su Qianqian was full of rage. She violently shook him off. What kind of place do you think my Su family is? I don't know you. At this moment, Wen Nuan, who had just received the news, felt like his world was collapsing. He hid in a corner, crying, unable to believe that his little aunt was this kind of person who knew I would happen to walk by. After seeing this scene, the corners of my mouth couldn't help but curl into a wicked, villainous smile. I immediately called Si Xiaomeng, daughter, are you in need of a husband? On the other end of the line, Si Xiaomeng was completely confused. I patiently explained, Su Qianqian is exposed. When Nuan is heartbroken right now, you can take advantage of his vulnerability and win the handsome guy over. However, Si Xiaomeng's reply instantly turned me to stone. What do you mean, win the handsome guy over? Since when did I like brother Nuan? You don't like him. I was even more shocked than she was. I had racked my brains trying to break up the lovebirds, only to find out my daughter didn't even like the male lead. Didn't that mean all my efforts were in vain? At this moment, Si Xiaomeng felt her head buzzing. I'm only 18, I'm not getting into puppy love. I just didn't want that old cow, Su Qianqian, to graze on tender grass like brother Nuan. My mouth twitched. Wondering if I had read a fake novel, I immediately changed the subject, casually baiting her. I heard there's a pretty good plot of land in the south of the city. If the Su family gets it, wouldn't that bring them some good news? Si Xiaomeng instantly grew alert. There's a problem with this land. I chuckled lightly, thinking to myself. My daughter sure isn't easy to fool. There is a slight problem. If the Su family takes it, their cash flow will definitely be tied up. Si Xiaomeng instantly understood. Then they'll come to me for help. You want me to use the C group to set a trap for them? Exactly. My voice was clear and bright. If we play our cards right with this opportunity, the Su family will definitely suffer a massive blow. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Si Xiaomeng's voice sounded a bit muffled. Why are you being so good to me? Because I'm hopelessly romantic, I promised with a smile. Once the Su family's matter is resolved, I'll give you a huge surprise. Right at that moment, I noticed something was wrong with Wen Nuan. He was clutching his head, looking absolutely miserable. I immediately told Si Xiaoming that Wen Nuan might have actually fallen for Su Qianqian and couldn't handle the blow right now. Si Xiaoming instantly tensed up. Is brother Nuan going to be okay? But I told her not to panic. Relax. Go to the Su family estate after work, and I'll teach you exactly how to comfort him. Even though my daughter didn't have romantic feelings for Wen Nuan, I still decided to give her a hand. After all, she cared about him, and I didn't want to see him get hurt. So, over the phone, I gave Si Xiaoming a step-by-step guide on how to comfort a guy. Si Xiaoming was so anxious she could barely focus, wishing she could fly back to the Su estate right that second. Meanwhile, on my end, I was already standing at the university podium, ready to begin my science lecture. Hello everyone, I'm your new professor, Shen Chen. As soon as the words left my mouth, I suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the classroom. Shen Ziang, Shen Zihao's son. I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a coincidence. Pausing for only a second, I opened my book and continued the lecture, as if nothing had happened. However, the students below were already buzzing with excitement. They seemed stunned by my good looks, and even more shocked by the previous professor's scandal. I heard Professor Zheng committed academic fraud and even assaulted female students. The new professor is a big shot from the Heicheng Research Institute. Our class really hit the jackpot. The well-informed students whispered among themselves, everyone full of curiosity and anticipation for their new professor. But Shen Ziang, sitting in the front row, looked at me with incredibly complicated eyes. The man his parents had always despised had actually become his professor. Because of his father's constant nagging, he knew about my skills and achievements better than anyone else. This stirred up an indescribable emotion in his heart. Was it admiration, yearning, or was it mixed with a bit of resentment? Watching me radiate confidence on the podium, Shen Ziang silently gripped his pen tighter. If only he could be as amazing as me. Meanwhile, Si Xiaoming finally made it to the end of her shift and couldn't wait to rush over to the Su family's old estate. But the moment she walked through the door, she saw a man bossing the servants around. Hurry up, can you afford to compensate me if I starve? Right after that, another elegant, middle-aged man walked in holding a 10-year-old girl's hand, acting entirely like the master of the house. As he greeted her familiarly, Si Xiaoming instantly realized just how chaotic the Su family was right now. She couldn't be bothered to deal with them and asked directly, "Where's brother Nuan? Is he home?" A servant replied. Young Master Nuan locked himself in his room as soon as he got back. Si Xiaoming nodded and casually strolled upstairs. She raised her hand and knocked on the door casually. Knock, knock, knock. A moment later, a hoarse male voice came from inside. "Who is it?" Si Xiaoming leaned against the wall, her tone lazy. "Brother Nuan, it's me." Si Xiaoming, the sound of slippers shuffling approached from inside. As the door opened, she immediately noticed Wen Nuan's slightly red eyes. She instantly stood up straight. "You've been crying?" Wen Nuan awkwardly turned his face away, but Si Xiaoming just squeezed past him and slipped right into the room, acting like a total rascal. What could possibly be wrong with me? I just heard there was some drama at the Su house, so I came to watch the show. Si Xiaoming. Wen Nuan's face flushed with anger. Si Xiaoming immediately threw her hands up in surrender. My bad, my bad. I was worried about you, so I came to check on you." Wen Nuan sniffled, putting on a brave face. "Well, you've seen me. I'm fine. You can leave now." But Si Xiaoming called his bluff, pointing at his red, swollen eyes. "You call this fine? You comforted me plenty of times when we were kids. Now it's my turn." That single sentence completely shattered Wen Nuan's defenses. His tears instantly broke like a dam. "I'm so awful. I'm not a good person." As he cried, a snot bubble actually popped out of his nose. Wen Nuan turned his back in embarrassment and shame. Si Xiaoming held back her laughter and handed him a tissue. All right. It's not like you haven't seen me at my absolute worst." Finally, Wen Nuan stopped crying and sobbed out his true feelings. "I think I've developed dirty thoughts about my aunt." Si Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief. This wasn't surprising at all. That old hag Su Qianqian was incredibly manipulative. Brother Nuan was so innocent. It would be a miracle if he didn't take the bait. She immediately recalled what I had taught her that afternoon and comforted him. "Brother Nuan, this isn't your fault. It's that Su Qianqian's fault. She's harbored those kinds of feelings for you since you were little. She deliberately seduced you." Wen Nuan was so shocked he forgot to cry, his pupils shrinking sharply. "What did you say?" Si Xiaoming immediately dropped another bombshell. "Think about it carefully. Doesn't she always get handsy with you? If Grandpa treated you like that, would you be okay with it?" Wen Nuan instantly shivered and shook his head vigorously. "Exactly." Si Xiaoming pressed on relentlessly. "She's treated you like her property since you were a kid. What books you read, what friends you make, everything needs her approval. Your entire worldview was shaped by her. She refuses to let you out of her control. Your life hasn't even started. Yet every choice has already been answered by her. Si Xiaoming's words grew increasingly cruel, but every sentence hit the mark. Su Qianxin has a fiancé. Now all of Haiqing knows she's keeping her nephew as a boy toy. She doesn't care about your reputation at all. She treats you like a toy. And now, she has another man. When Nuan couldn't take it anymore, shaking his head desperately and covering his ears, stopped talking. But Si Xiaoming yanked his hands down, forcing him to face reality. She deliberately blurred the lines between an elder and a lover, so she could have multiple men at the same time. What you need to do now is rip the band-aid off. Treat her strictly as an aunt you need to keep your distance from. Stay away from her. Wen Nuan still didn't want to believe it, his tears flowing even harder. Si Xiaoming didn't say anything else, just sitting quietly beside him. After a long time, Wen Nuan finally calmed down, but he still repeated, I don't believe my aunt is that kind of person. Si Xiaoming was about to lose her temper, but he suddenly changed his tune. But you're right, I really do need to keep my distance from her. Hearing this, Si Xiaoming finally breathed a sigh of relief. But before she could fully relax, Wen Nuan suddenly asked her, these words, who taught you to say them? Si Xiaoming's eyes widened in surprise. How did you know? Wen Nuan instantly broke into a smile through his tears. Don't I know exactly what you're like? There's no way you could come up with something like that. Si Xiaoming looked down and chuckled. Yeah, if I were really that perceptive, I wouldn't have suffered so much when I was a kid. Wen Nuan felt a pang of sadness and reached out to pat her shoulder, but Si Xiaoming immediately flashed a lazy smile, leaning back on the sofa and teasing him. Got time to comfort me now? I thought you were really going to spiral into a dead end. Wen Nuan snorted. In truth, he had also noticed something was off. He just hadn't wanted to doubt his aunt. He reached out and pinched Si Xiaoming's arm. Spit it out. Which big shot taught you that? I need to go meet them. The moment Si Xiaoming thought of me, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. It's Shen Chen. You saw him at the family banquet. The eldest young master of the Shen family who was missing for years. Wen Nuan's eyes were filled with disbelief. Si Xiaoming nodded. Wen Nuan wanted to ask more, but the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open. Nuan. Su Qianxian walked in briskly. As soon as she saw Wen Nuan's red, swollen eyes, she reached out to hug him. But Wen Nuan instinctively dodged, leaving her grasping at thin air. Su Qianxian looked at her empty hands, her eyes instantly darkening. Nuan, did Si Xiaoming bully you? No. Wen Nuan didn't dare look at her, stammering and stuttering. Instead, it was Si Xiaoming who lazily raised her eyes, looking Su Qianxian up and down, with an incredibly punchable tone. I can't even chat with Brother Nuan. Auntie, you're being way too controlling. Displeasure flashed in Su Qianxian's eyes. Seeing that Wen Nuan had no intention of explaining, she could only pretend not to care. It seems Nuan has his own little secrets now. Si Xiaoming didn't want to stick around any longer. She stood up with a swagger. Brother Nuan, I'll come see you next time. Then, she revealed, seemingly by accident, I'm working on a huge project lately. Once I secure that plot of land in the south of the city, I'll treat you to a massive feast. Wen Nuan nodded along. All right, make sure you get some rest. Si Xiaoming toyed with a lighter in her hand as she sauntered out. Watching her walk away, Su Qianxian's eyes grew thoughtful. That land in the south of the city. The Su family was also interested in it, but it required a massive amount of capital, and she hadn't made up her mind yet. To think the C Corporation was interested too. A short while later, I was just about to drive home, when I suddenly thought of something. I turned the car around and pulled up right in front of the Psy Corporation building. It was soon time to clock out. I sent Si Xiaoming a message. Baby girl, come home and have dinner with me tonight. I'm waiting downstairs at your office. The plan was progressing steadily. The Su family was stepping right into the trap I had dug for them. That land in the south of the city was the fuse that would blow the Su family to pieces. Now that things had reached this point, I felt there was no need to hide the truth from Si Xiaoming anymore. I originally wanted to wait until I had dealt with the Su family, taking the pound of flesh I tore from them, before grandly announcing Si Xiaoming's true identity. But now, I couldn't wait any longer. This child had suffered too much growing up. How could I bear to keep her in the dark any longer? Even if I couldn't announce it to the public just yet, I needed to acknowledge Si Xiaoming privately right away. Time ticked by. Minute by minute, my heart was pounding like a drum, and my knuckles were white from gripping the steering wheel. Finally, a lazy, slouching figure walked out of the building. She walked incredibly slowly, exuding a careless, rebellious vibe. Right then, I gave her 2 quick honks. Si Xiaoming paused, lazily lifting her eyelids to glance over. When she saw me in the driver's seat, her eyebrows twitched slightly, and her pace quickened. The moment she got in the car, she started with the sarcasm. With that honk of yours, tomorrow the whole company will know you came to escort the little princess back to the palace. I sneered inwardly. The people at the company had already been gossiping like crazy, saying that Shen Yuchu, the little princess, was going to be dethroned, and that Si Xiaomeng was the old man's new favorite crown princess. A grand drama of royal succession. They really had quite the imagination, so I played along, looking at her with a half smile. Yep, here to escort my little princess back to the palace. To my surprise, Si Xiaomeng looked suspicious, leaning lazily back in her seat. Did the sun rise in the west today? Aren't you afraid that if you take me back, Shen Yushu will fight me again? The corner of her mouth curled up as she added with full-on sass. And see Yua too. If it's 2 against 1, I'll be at a huge disadvantage. I slowly started the car and calmly told her the facts. Tuan Tuan is working overtime tonight, and Wan Wan is going to a classmate's house for tutoring, so it's just the 2 of us. Si Xiaomeng instantly short-circuited, taking a long time to realize who Kun Kun and Wan Wan were. Her Ice Queen sister, Shen Yuchu, actually had such a cute nickname. Just as the corners of her mouth were about to lift, ready to mock them mercilessly, I suddenly called out, Jue Jue. The smile on her face instantly vanished. What is wrong with you? Giving a grown woman such a childish nickname. We hit a red light, so I slammed on the brakes, reached over, and smacked her on the forehead. You're just an 18-year-old brat. Stop acting so deep and brooding with me. She immediately got annoyed, snorted, and turned her head toward the window, muttering under her breath. Having a meal with me has to be all sneaky and secretive. Don't we look like we're having an affair? I backhanded her with another smack. All right, knock it off. Remember that surprise I told you about? Her eyes instantly lit up, with a flash of intrigue. What kind of surprise needs advanced preparation? It's not going to be a scare, is it? I fell silent, suddenly feeling a wave of anxiety. She had suffered so much growing up. Could she really accept a father who just popped out of nowhere? Whether this was a surprise or a scare, I honestly couldn't say. Seeing that I wasn't speaking, she clutched her chest in exaggerated shock. It really is a scare. I opened my mouth, but in the end, all I could manage was, you'll find out when we get back. Meanwhile, a Maybach was silently pulling out of the airport's VIP lane. Inside the car, a woman leaned back against the seat with her eyes closed, her face full of exhaustion. President C, are we heading straight back to the villa? The driver asked softly. But she didn't react at all. The female assistant in the passenger seat had no choice but to call out cautiously again. President C? Si Jiao Jiao finally opened her eyes slowly, her light-colored pupils revealing a natural coldness. Back to Yunding Villa. Her voice was as cold as ice. As she turned her head to look out the window, not knowing what she was thinking about, the female assistant let out an imperceptible sigh. Ever since her husband went missing all those years ago, Si Jiao Jiao had completely changed into a different person. Sometimes manic, sometimes dead silent. She lived like a walking corpse. She clearly wished she could rush to the underworld the very next second to find him, but the thought that he might still be alive in this world kept her hanging on by a thread, half dead and half alive. She had endured this for 20 whole years. During that time, she had tormented herself into the hospital on several occasions. If it weren't for her daughters, she would have given up long ago. This time, she was driven completely mad. The doctor had no choice but to force her to cut off all contact and go on a vacation. Only now, having shown slight improvement, was she allowed to return to the country. Right at that moment, her phone rang abruptly. Si Jiao Jiao glanced at the screen with indifference. With a swipe of the answer button, the old master's voice came through the phone. Si Jiao Jiao, I heard you're back in the country. Her tone was flat, without a single ripple of emotion. The old master didn't mind, immediately following up with a question. Some things have happened at home recently, did you know? Si Jiao Jiao couldn't be bothered to check the flood of messages blowing up her phone. Anyway, no matter what happened, she didn't care. But the very next second, the old master dropped a bombshell over the phone. Your husband is back. He should be at home right now. When you go back, control yourself. Don't scare him. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. Si Jiao Jiao froze completely. The fingertips holding her phone were trembling. Your husband is back. That sentence looped in her mind like a demonic chant. Immediately after, her phone chimed. The old master had sent a photo. In the photo, I was hugging Shen Yuchu and Si Yue. The 3 of us were smiling brightly. Si Jiao Jiao's gaze was instantly glued to me. Her fingers unconsciously traced my face on the screen. She murmured aloud, Chen, is it really you? Are you back? She suddenly snapped back to reality, roaring at the driver, drive faster. However, Si Jiao Jiao ultimately couldn't bring herself to go straight back to the Yunding Villa. Overcome with the anxiety of returning home, she actually had the driver turn around and head to the old family estate. As soon as she walked through the door, she couldn't wait to shout. The old madam was watching TV. Seeing her daughter in this state, she was momentarily dazed, thinking they had returned to 20 years ago. Si Jiao Jiao rushed to her side, her eyes filled with apprehension, her voice trembling. Mom, is Chen really back? The old madam couldn't bear to see her like this, and nodded in confirmation. Chen has been back for a few days now. The corners of Si Jiaojiao's mouth struggled to form a smile. Her mind was tossing and turning with only one name. Where is Chen? Chen. She clearly had 1,000 words to say, but at this moment, she couldn't utter a single one. The old madam could only console her. Don't rush. Chen isn't going to run away. He's right at home. Have a good talk with Chen. From what I can see, he actually quite likes that child, Si Xiaomeng. Who would have thought? Those words seemed to flip a switch inside her. Si Jiaojiao's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. She stood up abruptly and roared in fury, "Don't mention her." The old madam shuddered in fright. Watch your tone. But Si Jiaojiao had already been provoked by the name Si Xiaomeng, to the point of losing her mind. Her head was filled with only one thought. Chen knows she has an illegitimate daughter. Will he despise her? Will he abandon her again? Right at that moment, the old master, who had just walked down the stairs, saw at a glance that his daughter's state was off. The old master took 2 quick steps forward, firmly pressing down on her shoulders, forcing her to snap out of it. Si Jiaojiao. But she seemed trapped in her own world, unable to break free no matter how hard she struggled. Just then, the old master roared in her ear. Chen is still waiting for you at home. Are you planning to go see him looking like this? Chen. Si Jiaojiao murmured his name in her heart. The agitation in her body actually began to slowly subside. This trick worked. The old master quickly struck while the iron was hot. That's right, Chen is waiting for you. Look at the state of you right now. Hurry upstairs and take a shower. Change your clothes, then go home and see Chen. Si Jiaojiao's mind gradually cleared. She pushed the old master aside and stumbled her way upstairs. Right, I can't see Chen like this. Watching her go upstairs, the old master finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the worry between his brows grew even heavier. He just couldn't figure it out. His daughter, who usually stayed calm for a while after returning from treatment, why did she suddenly have an episode this time? The old madam spoke up awkwardly from the side. It might be because of Si Xiaomeng. The old master slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing the truth. Right at that moment, the butler hurried over. Old master, Boss Sai called several stylists over. Her assistant called and asked me to go out and receive them. The old master and old madam looked at each other in dismay. For the next hour, they watched helplessly as wave after wave of stylists pushed rack after rack of clothes past them. An hour later, a fresh-faced Si Jiaojiao, looking as youthful as a college student, emerged, just standing there. She made the old master and old madam's jaws drop. Even after she left, the old madam's mouth was still hanging open. Why does her outfit look a bit familiar to me? The old master thought for a long time, and finally found the right words. Back when she racked her brains trying to seduce Chen, she dressed exactly this, flamboyantly. Yes, everything that happened back then wasn't love at first sight like I had thought. It was all meticulously planned by Si Jiaojiao. At this moment, I was curled up on the sofa in the Yunding villa with Si Xiaomeng. Si Xiaomeng suddenly leaned in close to me, raising an eyebrow at me. Don't play dumb. Where's my surprise? You're not messing with me, are you? I took a deep breath, just about to speak. Actually, but before I could finish my sentence, the very next second, I fell into a fresh, clean embrace. The person's arms wrapped tightly around my waist, burying her head in the crook of my neck. She held me so tightly, as if terrified I would run away. I could even feel a wave of dampness against my neck. It was Si Jiaojiao. She had actually been pacing outside the door for a long time, rehearsing this reunion in her mind countless times. But upon truly seeing me, she still lost all reason. Hearing her slightly trembling voice, I finally snapped back to reality. I raised my hand and gently patted her back, calling out somewhat uncertainly, Si Jiaojiao. Chen, I missed you so much. Si Jiaojiao's voice was hoarse, even carrying a hint of a sob. I was a bit surprised. I hadn't expected her to return to the country so suddenly, and she seemed a bit different from before, but this familiar feeling also told me that she was still the same Si Jiaojiao. So I patted her arm. Si Jiaojiao, let go of me first. Our daughter is watching. Who knew that not only would she not let go, but the arms around my waist actually tightened even more. My voice instantly dropped, carrying a hint of a threat. Si Jiaojiao. She could always sense my emotions immediately. This time, sensing that I was about to get angry, Si Jiaojiao finally let go, albeit reluctantly. But she shifted to holding my hand instead, her gaze still glued to me, refusing to look away for even a second. I ignored her, and instead looked up at Si Xiaomeng, who was sitting quietly to the side. Her eyelashes were lowered, not saying a word. Even her usual playfulness had vanished. I was just about to continue our previous topic, but Si Xiaomeng was like a wooden doll, neither looking up nor replying. If it weren't for the throw pillow in her hands that she was about to pluck bald, I would have really thought someone had cast an immobilization spell on her. It was only then that Si Jiaojiao belatedly realized There was someone else here? The moment she walked through the door, she only had eyes for me. She subconsciously assumed the daughter I mentioned was Shin Yuchu or Siyu, but when she followed my gaze, her breath suddenly hitched. Si Xiaoming. Why is she here? Is she trying to hurt Chen? The moment this thought arose, Si Jiao's rationality instantly snapped. Her eyes turned blood red, and the way she looked at Si Xiaoming made it seem like she wanted to tear her to pieces the very next second. Only one thought remained in her mind: kill her. She was going to erase this stain with her own hands. The moment I snapped back to reality, those strong, forceful hands had already viciously clamped down on Si Xiaoming's throat. Si Jiao. My eyes widened in sheer terror. Terrified by this sudden turn of events, I hurriedly rushed forward, repeatedly slapping her arms. Let go. Si Jiao. I told you to let go. But she couldn't hear me at all. The arms choking Si Xiaoming continued to tighten, remaining completely unmoving, no matter how hard I hit her. The throw pillow in Si Xiaoming's hands rolled onto the floor. She seemed to have completely lost the will to live. The look in her eyes as she stared at Si Jiao was incredibly complex. As the feeling of suffocation spread, she even closed her eyes, as if thinking that dying at the hands of her biological mother like this could be considered a form of release. Right at that moment, the force on Si Xiaoming's neck actually weakened slightly. I suddenly exerted all my strength, using the exact same posture to choke Si Jiao's neck. My knuckles turned white from the force, and my eyes held an unprecedented sharpness. Immediately after, Si Jiao let out a muffled groan from her throat, and the hands choking Si Xiaoming finally let go. Just then, the girl I had just saved stumbled and collapsed onto the sofa. Without even bothering to catch her breath, she actually called out to me weakly, "Dad." This single "dad" instantly made my nose sting with emotion. I fought back my tears, turned around, and glared coldly at Si Jiao. My voice was bone-chillingly cold. "Are you awake now?" The madness in Si Jiao's eyes receded, replaced by an unprecedented panic. She froze in place, struggling to make a sound, her face written with pleading. "I'm sorry, but should I blame her? Blame her for wanting to strangle her own daughter to death? I knew better than anyone." She didn't know the truth. She only thought this was an unwanted, illegitimate daughter. At the end of the day, she was only 19 years old back then. Yet she was forced to shoulder everything. I forced myself to calm down. I had to make her remember everything. So I looked into her eyes and spoke slowly. "Do you still remember when you were pregnant back then?" Si Jiao didn't understand why I was bringing this up, but she still nodded eagerly. "I remember. Only then did I release my grip on her neck, letting sorrow fill my eyes. Back then, we said we were going to be good parents, that we would take good care of our babies and watch them grow up, but we both broke our promise." Immediately after, word by word, I smashed the cruelest truth onto her. Because of an accident, our oldest, our third, and our fourth all went missing. Now I've found our oldest baby, but she's so pitiful. She was stolen by a bad person, and raised right by her mother's side. Yet her mother didn't recognize her, hated her, and even almost strangled her to death. Si Jiao's pupils trembled violently. She looked at Si Xiaoming on the sofa in utter disbelief. However, that wasn't all. A flash of resentment crossed my eyes. As I revealed the main culprit, the day you gave birth, Bi Yuntao snuck into the resort villa. He was the one who took advantage of the chaos to steal our oldest baby. He's also the one who made Xiaoming suffer so much. My tears finally burst forth, as I looked at the woman before me who had been equally deceived. We are her parents, but we failed to protect her. That's our fault. So, treat Xiaoming better from now on. Make it up to her more, okay? Si Jiao's entire reality was collapsing. She wanted to raise her hand to wipe my tears, but her arm felt as heavy as lead, hovering in midair. After a long time, she finally nodded, forcing out a single word with a hoarse voice. Okay. The shock Si Xiaoming was experiencing at this moment was no less than Si Jiao's. I'm actually Shen Chen's child, the oldest of the quintuplets. Then Shen Yuchu and Si Yui are her biological younger sisters from the same mother. Good heavens, this joke is way too big. No wonder I was always so good to her. It turned out it wasn't because of Si Jiao, but because she was my daughter all along. She should have been like her sisters, growing up surrounded by love, instead of being an illegitimate daughter bullied by everyone. But after the shock, what surged in her heart was actually wild joy. From now on, she was a child with a dad too. Right at that moment, I reached out and pulled her tightly into my arms. Choking back sobs, I whispered in her ear, "I'm sorry. It's Dad's fault. I didn't protect you well enough. You're not a hated child. You are the precious treasure that Mom and Dad hoped for a very long time." These words fiercely struck a chord in her heart. Bai Yuntao's beatings and scoldings intertwined with my gentle comfort. Continuously in her mind, she closed her eyes, resting quietly in my embrace. So a father's embrace is this warm, so warm that it made her want to cry. Her tears instantly broke their banks. I only heard her murmuring over and over, "Dad." It was as if she wanted to make up for everything she had missed out on since childhood, all at once. After her emotions settled down, she suddenly felt a bit awkward. She probably felt embarrassed that, at her age, she was still lying in her dad's arms crying, especially in front of Si Jiao Jiao. But I pressed her back into my arms. Then I looked at Si Jiao Jiao, my voice carrying a hint of command. "What are you just standing there for? Come over here and apologize to our daughter." Si Jiao Jiao was instantly at a loss for what to do. She averted her gaze in a panic, her lips moving several times, yet she couldn't utter a single word. Finally, under my threatening glare, she managed to squeeze out a dry, "I'm sorry, that's it?" I immediately shot her a sharp look. Si Jiao Jiao's face showed an unprecedented look of embarrassment, and seeing her in such an awkward state, my mood surprisingly took a rare turn for the better. As I watched Si Jiao Jiao's flustered appearance, my mood had just improved, when Sai Xiaomeng in my arms seemed to have some sort of switch triggered. Her tattletale skills were instantly activated. She nestled in my arms, looking incredibly wronged, her voice muffled. "Dad, if she doesn't want to apologize, forget it. It's not the first time anyway. I'm used to it. It doesn't hurt." That one sentence completely reignited the anger I had just suppressed. Si Jiao Jiao. Si Jiao Jiao's eyes instantly widened. She probably didn't expect Si Xiaomeng to be such a good tattletale. As a result, Si Xiaomeng shrank further into my arms, her voice even more timid. "Dad, she's glaring at me. I'm scared." Now Si Jiao Jiao had completely stepped on my reverse scale. My fatherly protectiveness exploded. How dare she glare at the daughter I just got back? Seeing my expression change, Si Jiao Jiao immediately hurried forward, pulling the stiff Si Xiaomeng into her arms, her face full of a loving mother's smile. "Be a good girl, Xiaomeng. Mom was wrong just now. Mom apologizes to you." Si Xiaomeng's body instantly stiffened, like an immovable wooden sculpture. My heart skipped a beat. I didn't know what was wrong with her, but Si Jiao Jiao just held our daughter, staring straight at me. That little look in her eyes seemed to say, "I've already apologized, you can't be mad anymore." Seeing that my daughter wasn't struggling, I could only suppress the fire in my heart. Of course. I hoped they could get along as mother and daughter, but right at that moment, a sudden noise came from outside the door. Shen Yuchu and Si Yu were back. As soon as Si Yu walked in and saw Si Jiao Jiao, she jumped 3 feet high in joy, leaping right onto Si Jiao Jiao's back. "Mom, why were you gone for so long this time? Dad is back too." My dad came back from saving the world. She tilted her head, meeting my gentle smile, and grinned, revealing her little canine teeth. "Dad?" But the next second she saw Si Xiaomeng. Her expression instantly turned ugly. "Why are you here?" Shen Yuchu was more observant. As soon as she walked in, she noticed my red and swollen eyes. Her face immediately darkened. She looked at Si Jiao Jiao with a scrutinizing gaze. "Mom, you just got back and you're already making Dad mad?" Seeing that the atmosphere was about to become explosive, I immediately spoke up. "I'm fine. Don't worry, you too." I took a deep breath, looking at my 2 daughters. "Do you remember what I said before about having news of your eldest sister?" Shen Yuchu's body stiffened. "You found eldest sister?" I nodded heavily, turning to pat Si Xiaoming on the shoulder. "Yeah, Sai Xiaoming is your eldest sister. Back then, she was schemed against and stolen away by Bi Yuntao. Now that Xiaoming is back, Dad hopes you sisters can get along well." Who would have thought Si Yu was the first to jump up in protest? "What? How is that possible?" Shen Yushu also couldn't help but frown. "Dad, are you sure?" Meanwhile, Si Xiaoming looked at their expressions of disbelief and actually curled up the corner of her mouth in a provocative smirk. I didn't expect her to actually say to Shen Yuchu and Si Yue, "Little sisters, let me hear you call me eldest sister." Si Yu instantly blew her top. "You're asking for it." Just as she raised her fist, I shot her a cold glare. "What did you say?" Si Yu instantly chickened out, her fist turning into a waving lucky cat paw in a second. She squeezed out a smile at Si Xiaoming. I said, "Hello, eldest sister." Si Xiaoming let out a satisfied sigh. Such a good little sister. Si Yu was furious but didn't dare speak out, only able to shrink to the side in frustration, pinning her hopes on her second sister. Then Si Xiaoming slowly turned her gaze to Shen Yuchu, second sister. Shen Yuchu pressed her lips tightly together, unable to say a single word. Only then did I remember that these 2 girls had been secretly competing with each other before. She skipped a grade. Si Xiaoming also skipped a grade. She won the math competition championship, and Si Xiaoming turned around and won the physics competition championship. Now that they had suddenly become biological sisters, no wonder it was hard for her to accept. Right at that moment, Si Xiaoming started playing the victim again. She tugged at the hem of my shirt, looking pitiful. "Does third sister not like me?" "That makes sense. I'm just not very likable." Before I could even react, I heard Shen Yuchu's teeth-gritting voice. "Eldest sister." Si Xiaoming instantly smiled. Moom, such a good third sister. Eldest sister will take good care of you from now on. Watching the three sisters getting along so amicably, my heart was practically blooming with joy. Now only the third and fourth daughters were still missing. As I was thinking, Si Jiao's hands suddenly rested on the back of mine, tightening little by little. I didn't shake her off. She actually pushed her luck, quietly scooting closer to me. By the time I snapped out of it, she had completely snuggled into my arms. I rolled my eyes at her, too lazy to make a fuss about it, and turned to instruct my daughters. The Bi family bullied Xiaoming for so many years. We can't just let this go. I've already dug a pit for the Bai family. Once they jump in, that will be the best time to reveal Xiaoming's true identity. Don't let it slip when you're outside. Yu immediately made a zipping motion over her mouth. Don't worry, Dad. My lips are sealed. The rest of us all looked at her with complicated expressions. She was the most unreliable one here, but I still encouraged her. Dad believes in you. With the matter settled, to avoid alerting the enemy, I had Si Xiaoming return to her own apartment first. After settling the kids down, I turned and went back to the bedroom. Who knew that as soon as the door closed, my wrist would be grabbed tightly. The next second, I was pinned against the door. The woman's scorching hot body pressed tightly against mine, and a heart-palpitating aura washed over me, firmly enveloping me. Finally, it was just the two of us. Si Jiao wrapped me in her arms from behind, her arms clamping around my waist like iron tongs. As if wishing she could embed me into her body, she buried her face in the crook of my neck, taking a deep, greedy breath, and let out a satisfied yet dangerous sigh. Chen, you're finally back. I thought all of this was just a dream. Immediately after, a paranoid glint flashed in her eyes. Where exactly did you go all these years? Did someone intentionally hide you away? I was being squeezed so tightly I couldn't breathe, so I quickly turned around in her arms, looking straight into the unease in her eyes. It seemed she was afraid I would disappear again. I told her solemnly, no one hid me. I left on my own. Didn't I leave you a note? I didn't expect her eyes to actually turn red, her tone incredibly aggrieved. Then why didn't you tell me where you went? I went crazy looking for you. I raised my hand and caressed her face. It's my fault. There won't be a next time. Who knew that upon hearing this, the grip of her hands would tighten even more, a dark undercurrent surging in her eyes. You dare have a next time. She gritted her teeth, threatening viciously. If there's a next time, I'll show you what I'm capable of. I couldn't hold it back and burst out laughing, quickly burying my head in her shoulder, trembling with laughter. Honey, why are you so cute? She was instantly pacified, the tips of her ears turning red, and asked awkwardly, then, do you like it? I like it. I like you the most. She immediately looked smug. If she had a tail, it would probably be wagging up to the sky. Then she suddenly asked nervously, now that you're back, is your body completely healed? Mentioning the way I looked lying in the hospital bed, her face was written all over with heartache. I nodded, yeah, I'm all better. It won't happen again. Only then was she completely relieved. With her worries gone, Si Jiao seemed to grow bolder as well. I could feel her body gradually growing scorching hot, her hands starting to restlessly roam around my waist, igniting a trail of sparks. Noticing her actions, I looked up and caught her gaze. Honey, your outfit today looks really familiar. I tugged at her collar, smiling as I said, the first time we met, this is exactly what you were wearing. After so many years, Ms. Sai's charm hasn't diminished a bit. Her eyes darkened, but the corners of her mouth uncontrollably curled up slightly, seemingly hiding a secret delight. Her breathing grew a bit heavier, but she stopped. The moment our lips were about to touch, right at that moment, I yanked her collar hard, and just like back then, I kissed her directly. Si Jiao's body suddenly stiffened, as if her brain had exploded, but the next second, I abruptly pulled away, pinning her onto the bed, staring straight at her. I saw a flash of anticipation in her eyes, as if she wasn't unfamiliar with this scene. That's right, even though we had 5 daughters, we had only done it that one time. And that one time was enough to get her pregnant with 5 kids. Her face instantly flushed red all the way to the base of her neck, and she became entirely bashful. I knew her well. She seemed to have a particular fondness for me, taking her by force like this. It was as if only in this way could she truly feel my love and care. Just as a hint of secret joy appeared on her face, my voice rang in her ear like a magic spell. We're not done with what happened downstairs yet. Tell me, why did you suddenly get physical with our daughter just now? After all, who would randomly grab their own daughter by the neck? The expression on Si Jiao's face instantly froze. She probably didn't expect that this matter wasn't over yet, and that I was already starting to settle the score. She stammered, you have a psychological illness. Have you been seeing a psychiatrist recently? Now she was completely panicked. Her eyelashes fluttered non-stop, her eyes filled with the terror of being abandoned. She grabbed my arm, tears welling up in her eyes, looking incredibly pitiful. It's my fault. I shouldn't have hidden it from you, and I shouldn't have treated Si Xiaoming like that. I'm sorry. She explained incoherently, don't abandon me. I'll keep it under control. I won't have another episode. The doctor said I'm already better, and I won't just randomly have episodes. Saying that, she was about to get up and call the doctor to prove it. I didn't expect her to have such a huge reaction, and quickly pressed her back down. Okay, I'm not disgusted by you. I wiped away the teardrops from the corners of her eyes. You're a grown adult, and you're still crying? She stared intently into my eyes, confirming that there was no disgust, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. She hugged me tightly, her voice choked with emotion, yet her tone was fierce. You're not allowed to abandon me. We already have 5 daughters. Abandoning your wife and kids is bad. I patted her back to comfort her. I won't abandon you. But you can't slack off on your psychological treatment. Next time you go, take Xiaomeng with you. You two, mother and daughter, he can get some counseling together. Only then did Si Jiaojiao mumble a response. Okay. The night gradually deepened, and the temperature in the room quietly rose. In the darkness, relying on my last shred of reason, I patted her shoulder. I don't have, that. I don't want to get you pregnant again. Who knew? Si Jiaojiao's movements of kissing my neck paused, her voice husky. I've already been sterilized. It turned out that, from the moment Bi Yuntao brought Si Xiaomeng to the Si family, she had gone and gotten sterilized. It was to completely eliminate the possibility of having any more children. I instantly froze, dodging her kisses. Did you find other men while I was gone? She immediately forced my head back around, kissing me fiercely on the lips. You always wrongly accuse me. I've clearly kept myself pure just for you. Very quickly, my consciousness completely sank into the night. As the sky grew faintly bright, I shifted my body and could feel the person beside me immediately hold her breath. Terrified of waking me up, I turned to grab my phone, but my hand brushed against a patch of soft, warm skin. I couldn't help but snap my eyes open. Si Jiaojiao held my hand, pressing a kiss to my lips. Chen, you're awake. Remembering what happened last night, I only felt a wave of soreness in my waist, and my face grew hot. Seeing this, she raised her hand and gently massaged my waist. Does this feel a bit better? I gave a lazy ma-hum. And looking up, I saw the dark circles under her eyes. I reached up and poked her dark circles. Don't tell me you didn't sleep all night. Who knew? I only felt a wave of scorching heat radiating from her body. Her voice was low and husky. Don't move, Chen. Feeling the burning heat of her body, I reached out and gave her waist a pinch. Behave. I have classes this morning. Don't make me get rough with you. Only then did she stop trying anything funny and quickly asked, what classes? I'll drop you off. I picked up my phone and checked the time. It was only a little past 7. I still had plenty of time, so I stretched lazily and answered in a drawl. I've been transferred to Haiqing University, doing some research, teaching a few classes. Si Jiaojiao's focus, however, was entirely on the word university. She raised a hand to touch her own face. Looking like her imagination was running wild, I could pretty much guess what she was thinking. She was terrified I'd be snatched away by some young hussy. I didn't call out her little insecurities. I just got up, threw on some clothes, and went to wash up. She immediately followed right behind me. By the time we went downstairs, Shen Yuchu and Si Yu were already sitting at the dining table. The moment Si Yu saw us, she bounced up from her chair and rubbed her head affectionately against our shoulders. It feels so good to wake up and see Mom and Dad. I'm the happiest kid in the whole world. Si Jiaojiao's hand, which had been about to grab her collar, froze in midair. Instead, she gently patted her head, her voice softening by several degrees. It'll be like this from now on. Shen Yuchu also stood up and pulled out a chair for me. Dad, sit here. To my surprise, Si Jiaojiao quietly pulled out the chair next to me, determined to sit by my side. Shen Yuchu stayed silent for a moment, then immediately claimed the seat on my other side. As a result, when Si Yue came back, she found her spot taken. Having no other choice, she tactfully sat across from me. Si Jiaojiao pushed a bowl of bird's nest porridge in front of me. Honey, the temperature is just right. Eat it while it's hot. Then she placed a shrimp dumpling on my plate. This is good too. I'll cook for you myself when you get home tonight. Seeing how she looked like she wanted to spoon feed me herself, I closed my eyes briefly. I thought to myself, the girls are still here. We need to keep it appropriate. Si Jiaojiao awkwardly turned away, muttering under her breath. Speaking of which, they're both adults now. They could move out. Annoyed, I stomped hard on her foot under the table. What nonsense are you spouting? Hearing this, Si Yue immediately threw down her spoon and squawked, Mom, you're choosing your husband over your daughter. Just last month you said I was your sweetest little baby. You go abroad once and suddenly, I'm just extra baggage? She stuck her tongue out at Si Jiaojiao. No way. I'm going to stick to you and I'm going to stick to Dad. I'll be the brightest third wheel between you two. Si Jiaojiao glared at her. You're a senior in high school now. Focus more on your studies. Stop pestering your dad all the time. At the mention of studying, Si Yu instantly wilted. Her voice turned soft and whiny. Mom, studying is so hard. I'm so exhausted I've lost weight. My chin is even pointy now. Feel it. Saying that, she leaned her face over. Si Jiao had always been a sucker for her youngest daughter's antics. She actually reached out and pinched her cheek, amusement in her voice. Nonsense, where did you lose weight? You're clearly still chubby. The moment her youngest daughter acted cute, Si Jiao completely forgot what she had just said. She blurted out, if you don't want to go to school, then don't. It's not like our family expects you to be the top scholar. I raised my chopsticks and smacked the back of her hand hard. It's a good thing for our daughter to want to improve. Don't you dare hold her back. Then I shot her a glare. No wonder Wan's grades are so bad. You definitely spoiled her. Si Jiao instantly shut her mouth, sneaking a peek at my expression, before smoothly changing her tune. Ahem. Well, our family doesn't expect you to be the top scholar, but you can't just be illiterate, right? You still have to study what you need to study. CUS secretly despised her mom in her heart, but complaints aside, she was actually quite willing to learn. After all, every time she solved a difficult problem, she felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. I turned to look at Shen Yushu, who was sitting upright and proper beside me. Tuan, don't overwork yourself lately either. If you have any problems at work, you can always ask your mom. Shen Yushu looked up, a smile in her eyes. Okay, but who would have thought, the moment Si Jiao's gaze shifted away from me, the gentleness on her face vanished instantly, replaced by her usual strict, scrutinizing look. There haven't been any issues at work lately, have there? Shen Yushu put down her utensils, her tone flat. Don't worry, Mom, Grandpa is keeping an eye on the company. Everything is going smoothly. Si Jiao just nodded. That's good. You're still young and prone to acting rashly. Make sure you learn well from your grandpa. Shen Yushu replied calmly. You're right, Mom. The mother and daughter's eyes met in the air, and the atmosphere grew a few degrees colder, yet they seemed completely used to it. I was the only one feeling incredibly conflicted, with such blatant favoritism. No wonder she ended up being sent to a nursing home by her second daughter. If it were me, I would have pulled her oxygen tube a long time ago. I immediately gave her calf a light kick under the table. Si Jiao looked completely baffled. Honey, I ignored her and kept my head down, eating. As a result, for the rest of the meal, whenever she spoke to Shen Yushu, I kicked her. Even Si Jiao wasn't dense enough to miss that something was wrong. She simply shut her mouth and played mute, quietly finishing her breakfast. After breakfast, I got up to leave. Si Jiao immediately chased after me. Honey, wait for me. I'll drive you to work. From behind, I heard Si Yu whispering. This must be the legendary simp, right? Shen Yushu's cold gaze landed on her. If you don't want a beating, stop talking nonsense. Si Yu instantly fell silent. Unexpectedly, a second later, Shen Yushu spoke with her iceberg face. She's not a simp. She's in the terminal stage of being hopelessly love-struck. Si Yu's face was full of question marks. I ignored the commotion behind me and walked straight out. Si Yu grabbed her backpack and headed to school as well. But who would have thought? Right after entering the school gates, she was blocked by Su Jingshan. Si Yu's expression changed, and she unconsciously took a half-step back. What do you want? The usual Su Jingshan always wore a neat school uniform, looking like a well-behaved top student. But today, he was actually wearing an expensive designer jacket with a diamond-encrusted watch on his wrist. He looked like a completely different person from his usual, almost shabby self. Right after, he gripped his backpack tightly and, with an almost stubborn expression, announced to Si Yu, word by word, Si Yu, I won't like you anymore. Duo and I are together now. We have a great relationship. Don't think I'm the type to keep pestering you. I figured it out a long time ago, and you never were the one. After saying that, he turned and walked away, his back radiating absolute resolve. Si Yu stood there, completely dumbfounded, so angry she spun in circles. Weren't he and Duo already together? Why is he coming over here to show off his existence? Now I'm going to go viral on the school forum again. Just then, Zhang Pei and Li Shua walked over. Seeing Si Yu bristling with anger, Li Shua stepped forward and patted her shoulder. Sister Yu, what's wrong? Si Yu cursed as she recounted what had just happened, unable to hold back her complaints. What is wrong with Su Jingshan? People who don't know better would think I broke his heart. Zhang Pei, however, sighed. When I went home last weekend, I heard Su Jingshan got cornered by a bunch of thugs. They were all Duo's suitors. They were jealous, so they brought people to jump him. At the critical moment, Duo showed up. Si Yu instantly understood, so he realized he's fallen for Duo. Li Shui, however, scratched her head, looking confused. But weren't those guys jumping him because of Duo in the first place? What's there to be touched about? Si Yu couldn't be bothered to think about it anymore. Whatever. Let people talk, it's not like I'll lose a piece of flesh. Saying that, she slung her arms around both of them and headed toward the classroom. Meanwhile, I was sitting in Si Jiao's car. She seemed a bit distracted, frequently turning her head to look at me. Seeing that I still had a cold expression, she finally leaned over cautiously. Chenchen, what did I do wrong? Tell me. I promise I'll change. Her sickeningly sweet tones startled the driver so much his hand jerked, and he quickly raised the privacy partition. Only then did I turn my head, thinking to myself that I was actually just lost in thought earlier, not intentionally ignoring her. I pondered for a moment, then asked her directly, when you usually talk to Tuanchuan, do you always have such a cold face? Si Jiao Jiao froze for a second. Before realizing who Tuanchuan was, she carefully recalled the scene at the dining table and said somewhat uncertainly, it was normal, wasn't it? I wasn't intentionally giving her a cold face, was I? Suddenly, she became even more unsure and actually turned to ask me, was my expression really cold just now? I nodded, ruthlessly exposing her. 1 second you were smiling at me and Wan, and the next you were giving Tuanchuan the cold shoulder. Do you have a problem with her? She immediately defended herself. How is that possible? I risked my life to give birth to both of them. I love them more than anything, but I didn't buy it. But you definitely aren't treating them equally. Your attitude towards our 2 daughters is a complete double standard. Hearing this, she finally realized what I meant and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She then explained, that's because our 2 daughters are going to walk different paths in the future. The responsibilities on their shoulders are different. Yuchu is going to have to carry a massive corporation all by herself. Of course I have to be stricter with her. As for Siyu, she had poor health when she was little. So, it was inevitable that the family spoiled her a bit. She carefully observed my expression and continued. Later on, Siyu really didn't show much promise, and I had planned to hand the C Corporation over to Yuchu as well, but that would mean CUA loses out. So I always wanted to compensate her in other ways. Good lord, my mind had already conjured up several dramatic wealthy family mother-daughter feuds, but the truth turned out to be so unpretentious. What kind of good mother is this? I wanted to speak up countless times, but I didn't even know where to begin. Si Jiao Jiao noticed the change in my expression, and quietly took my hand. I took a deep breath, and suddenly asked her a question. Do you know why Li Chengxian rebelled? Si Jiao Jiao looked completely lost. Who is Li Chengxian? My eyes instantly widened. In absolute disbelief, I was just wondering why Wan was always at the bottom of her class. Turns out she inherited it all from you. She rubbed her nose in embarrassment, her brain working overtime for a long while, before finally digging the name out from some obscure corner of her memory. I know. He was Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimon's crown prince. And then nothing, I was so angry with her that smoke was practically coming out of my ears. I truly felt the helplessness of tutoring a child with their homework. Forget it, forget it. Go play in the mud or something. Right then, the car arrived at the school gates. I immediately pushed the door open and got out. Who knew Si Jiao Jiao would try to be a tag-along? Following closely behind me, I turned around and forcefully pushed her back into the car. Hurry up and go to work. Xiao Meng was arranged to join the Psy Corporation by Grandpa. Show her the ropes. She was still reluctant. I want to go listen to your lecture and soak up some of that top student aura. She even raised a hand in a pledge. I'll sit quietly in the back row. I absolutely won't bother you. No, I sternly refused. Hurry back and handle your official business. And while you're at it, reflect on what happened today. Only then did Si Jiao Jiao agree with a pitiful pout. After I had walked far away, Si Jiao Jiao looked at the driver and asked out of the blue, do you know why Li Chengxian rebelled? The driver was completely bewildered. Who is Li Chengxian? Si Jiao Jiao scoffed and spat out 2 words expressionlessly. Academic trash. The driver instantly froze. President Xi's speed at changing faces made her seem like a completely different person. Si Jiao Jiao leaned back in her seat, reached up to tug at her collar, and pulled out her phone to start searching. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the company building. She looked up out the window, clearly still having not figured it out. Si Jiao Jiao put her phone back in her pocket and got out of the car, looking as if nothing had happened. But as soon as she arrived at the company, it felt like a cat was scratching at her heart. She couldn't focus at all. What exactly did he want her to reflect on? What did she do wrong? And what did any of this have to do with that Li Chengxian? Just then, Special Assistant Lin came in to deliver some documents. In her desperation, Si Jiao Jiao turned to anyone for help and grabbed her arm. Do you usually make your husband mad? Special Assistant Lin was stunned, but then remembered that the boss's husband had returned. She secretly laughed to herself. That's what you get for playing it cool and ignoring my messages. Now look what happened. He's only been back for 1 night and you've already pissed him off. But on the surface, she remained calm. Couples always have a little friction. Just give him some more gifts, say a few sweet words, and he'll cool down. Si Jiao Jiao looked thoughtful, then immediately threw out her real question. Then do you know Li Chengxian? Why did he rebel? Special Assistant Lin was a top student who graduated from a prestigious university. Hearing this, she immediately nodded. President Xi, you're talking about Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin's deposed crown prince. But as her mind raced, She instantly connected it to the rumors going around the company about Si Xiaoming. A wealthy family drama played out in her head. Could it be that the husband is angry with the president because an illegitimate daughter is rising to power? She quickly grasped the most crucial reason for Li Qingqian's rebellion, a father's favoritism toward another son, which gave him a sense of crisis. Therefore, the husband was using this as an opportunity to warn President Xi not to let Si Xiaoming threaten his own daughter's position. Special Assistant Lin felt she had completely uncovered the truth, but how could she, an outsider, dare to say it? Looking at Si Zhao's expectant eyes, she broke out in a cold sweat, terrified of being silenced on the spot, so she stammered. Haha, I don't know much either. I just know he was the crown prince, and later he was deposed. Si Zhao instantly withdrew her gaze, her face turning ice cold again. That's enough, you can leave. Special Assistant Lin instinctively wanted to run, but as she turned around, she suddenly remembered something. President Mai is hosting a banquet tonight, and specifically invited you to attend. Si Zhao originally wanted to refuse, as she wanted to go home and keep me company, but thinking of Si Xiaoming, she paused. It really was time to take her daughter out to see the world, so Si Zhao finally nodded. Notify Si Xiaoming for me. Tell her to come with me tonight. After thinking for a moment, she picked up her phone and sent a message to Shen Yuchu. If she, their mother, was this busy, her two daughters shouldn't expect to slack off either. Neither of them was allowed to pester her husband. Hearing this, Special Assistant Lin's expression instantly became meaningful. No wonder the mister was wary. Taking her along whenever she went out, she was clearly grooming her to be the heir. Carrying it, everyone is drunk, but I alone am sober attitude. She walked out of the president's office, especially when she saw Si Xiaoming grinning from ear to ear. She felt even more certain. Provocation. This was absolutely a provocation. Meanwhile, Si Xiaoming had been in a bubbling good mood all day. The moment she thought about how I was her biological father, she was so happy she couldn't stop smiling. When Special Assistant Lin expressionlessly relayed Si Zhao's message, the smile on her face stiffened for a second. Her feelings instantly became complicated. Si Zhao was taking her out to expand her network, and to acknowledge her as her daughter in front of everyone. However, she didn't refuse. This would only benefit her. In the future, she could also earn money for Si Zhao to spend. Thinking of this, a smile returned to Si Xiaoming's face. After work, Si Zhao sent me a barrage of messages, and her mood finally improved. The Maybach slowly pulled up to the entrance of the venue. She stepped out of the car with elegant poise, but didn't rush inside. Instead, she stood by the car, adjusting her cuff with one hand. That oppressive aura of someone long accustomed to power instantly quieted the surroundings. Just as everyone was wondering why she had stopped, two young figures stepped out of the car. On the left was Shen Yuchu, and on the right was Si Xiaoming. Si Xiaoming turned her head to look at Shen Yuchu, a playful look in her eyes. Second sister, why are you ignoring me? Shen Yuchu couldn't even be bothered to glance at her, but Si Xiaoming insisted on teasing her. Tuanchuan, if you don't say anything, I'm going to raise my voice. The next second, her mouth was covered. Her peach blossom eyes blinked, admiring her sister's flustered reaction. Shen Yuchu was flushed with anger. Don't call me Tuanchuan. And don't call me second sister. To find an excuse, she added. Dad said your current identity can't be revealed yet. Don't blow your cover. The smile in Si Xiaoming's eyes deepened. When Shen Yuchu let go, she drawled slowly. Okay, Si Zhao just watched them quietly, having no time to deal with them. She was still pondering the words I had told her to reflect on. Just then, a car drove up. Su Qianqin slowly stepped out, and immediately spotted Si Xiaoming. Surprise flashed in her eyes. She hadn't expected Si Zhao to bring her out. Was she really grooming her to be the heir? Su Qianqin quickly hid her emotions, and walked over to greet them. President Si. But Si Zhao merely gave a faint nod and walked inside. She held a deep grudge against Su Qianqin, and found the entire Su family an eyesore. Si Xiaoming, however, looked with complicated feelings at the visibly thinner Su Qianqin. With a mischievous expression of someone enjoying the drama, she said, Auntie, what are you doing here? I thought you'd be at home taking care of my uncle. As soon as she said this, Su Qianqin's face instantly darkened. Nonsense. What uncle are you talking about? Si Xiaoming looked at her with a cheeky grin. Oh, so he's not my uncle yet? Si Xiaoming reached out and patted Su Qianqin on the shoulder. Auntie, that's really not right of you. He already came knocking on your door. It wouldn't make sense not to give him a proper title, right? After saying that, she completely ignored her dark expression and quickly caught up with Si Zhao. When the mother and daughters stepped into the banquet hall, the noisy room instantly fell silent. All eyes surged toward them like a tide. The crowd's gazes darted back and forth between Si Xiaoming and Shen Yuchu, sizing them up. Whispers broke out. Who are those two behind President Si? I only recognize Shen Yuchu. What about the other one? The other one looks like a spitting image of President Si. She must be her youngest daughter. But I heard that illegitimate daughter of the Psy family joined the Psy Corporation. Could it be her? Impossible. President C hates the illegitimate daughter so much. Why would she bring her out? Just then, a few business partners walked over. President C, you brought both your daughters along? C Jiao nodded and clinked glasses with them. The kids are growing up. I brought them out to broaden their horizons. Someone praised Shen Yuchu for being young and promising, then immediately looked at Si Xiaoming. And this must be your youngest daughter, right? She looks so much like you. President C, is she preparing to learn about the company's affairs early? As soon as the words fell, the surroundings fell dead silent, but Si Jiao was the first to speak. You're talking about my youngest daughter, Si Yu. She's a senior in high school and under a lot of academic pressure, so she didn't come. Saying that, she patted Si Xiaoming's shoulder and pushed her forward. This is my other daughter, Si Xiaoming. She's currently interning at the C Corporation. I hope you'll all look after her in the future. The crowd gasped. It really was that illegitimate daughter. The eldest young master of the Shen family could actually tolerate this. But everyone present was a sly old fox, so they quickly recovered and started showering her with praise. But right at that moment, Su Qianxin walked over, her eyes filled with astonishment. President C, what boldness! I heard about that plot of land in the south of the city, such a massive project, and you actually let a rookie like Xiaoming take charge of it. Si Jiao's expression froze. How come she didn't know about this? Si Xiaoming, however, didn't panic at all. She slowly strolled forward. Yeah, Grandpa said it was for me to practice with, but I'm actually quite confident in myself. What do you think, Auntie? Su Qianxian's temple twitched. Xiaoming's abilities are naturally impressive. After a few rounds of verbal sparring, Su Qianxian confirmed the value of the land. She had to secure this project to prove herself. Meanwhile, Shen Yuchu spotted Guan Mushin and Lu Zecheng. Just as she was about to approach them, the two of them walked straight over. Their gazes bypassed Shen Yushu and landed on Si Xiaoming's face. Their expressions shifted slightly. Guan Mushin spoke, his tone full of provocation. President C is certainly in high spirits, bringing two daughters out in public like this. Aren't you afraid Chen will get angry? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere instantly froze. The people around them tactfully dispersed. Hearing Guan Mushin's pointed remark, Si Jiao's face turned ugly. This guy had been coveting me for so many years. It would be a miracle if she gave him a good look. So, Si Jiao fired right back. That's none of your concern, President Guan. With all this free time, you'd be better off going back to your blind dates. In another 2 years, you'll have one foot in the grave, and you'll still be all alone. She raised an eyebrow smugly. Unlike me, who has Chen by my side. Hearing this, even Si Xiaoming secretly clicked her tongue. Was she really this arrogant? Sure enough, Guan Mushin was so furious that his gentle facade nearly slipped. His words became even more biting. Back then, you only relied on your face to seduce Chen. Now you're long past 18, but Chen is still as handsome as ever. There are plenty of people who like him. What makes you think you still rank anywhere on that list? Shen Yuchu was completely dumbfounded. Was this still the gentle and polite Auntie Guan? Even Lu Zecheng's eyes widened. He quickly tugged at the out-of-character Guan Mushin, but before Guan Mushin could speak, Si Jiao, radiating a dark aura, grabbed his collar with a vein-bulging hand. Based on the fact that I gave him 5 daughters. For the sake of our daughters, Chen will never abandon me. As long as we don't divorce, you can keep all your little fantasies to yourself. Guan Mushin's eyes widened in disbelief. You're actually trying to tie Chen down with children? You're shameless. Seeing that the two were about to come to blows, Lu Zecheng and Shen Yuchu hurriedly rushed forward to pull them apart. Si Xiaoming, however, watched with great relish from the sidelines, wishing she had a handful of sunflower seeds. What a spectacular show. Anyway, she only wanted her dad. If her dad didn't want this old woman anymore, she wouldn't mind introducing him to a few 18-year-old college girls. When the two finally calmed down, Lu Zecheng pushed Guan Mushin away, his cold gaze landing on Si Jiao. If you can't handle your family disputes and let Chen suffer grievances, I wouldn't mind giving Guan Mushin a hand. With that, he dragged Guan Mushin away. Si Xiaoming looked at Si Jiao's gloomy face and started kicking her while she was down. As expected, relying on looks to serve others isn't a long-term plan. You're losing your charm as your beauty fades. Si Jiao was stabbed by her words again, wishing she could take a needle and sew that wretched mouth shut. Seeing her expression change, Si Xiaoming quickly took a few steps back. Using Shen Yuchu as a human shield, she poked her head out and provoked. If you dare hit me, I'll go back and tattle to Dad. Si Jiao's face grew even darker. Rebellious daughters. You're all rebellious daughters. Shen Yuchu helplessly massaged her temples. Thank goodness there were a lot of people here. Otherwise, she'd be forced to play the pillar in a game of tag. Meanwhile, a light rain began to fall. Si Yu, having just finished her tutoring session, slumped in the backseat, muttering vocabulary words under her breath. Zhang Pei's head was pounding from listening to it. Unable to hold back, she slapped her on the thigh. Can you please say something else? Siyue had just turned a page, when suddenly, the car let out a screeching sound of brakes. Siyue's head slammed hard into the front seat. What happened? The driver, terrified, immediately turned around. Miss, a delivery rider suddenly fell right in front of our car. Siyue was startled. Did you hit someone? No. She fell on her own. It has nothing to do with us. But Siyue still frowned. She put down her book and pushed the door open to get out. I'll go down and take a look. Zhang Pei, clutching her head, followed her out. As soon as they stepped out, they saw a rider in a yellow delivery uniform, struggling to push up a fallen electric scooter. Takeout food was scattered all over the ground. It was a thoroughly miserable sight. Siyue immediately stepped forward to help lift the scooter. Looking at the delivery rider, who seemed to be around her age, she asked, Are you okay? Are you hurt? No, the person's voice was low, replying faintly before falling silent. Unexpectedly, after Zhang Pei got a clear look at the person's face, she was filled with surprise. Zhang Yuting. The drizzle hit the top of her head, but Zhang Pei still looked neat and tidy. She asked in confusion, It's so late, why are you out here delivering takeout? Siyue felt the name sounded familiar but couldn't recall it at the moment. You guys know each other? Zhang Pei nodded. She's my neighbor. We grew up together. Zhang Yuting raised her eyes. The curtain of rain felt like a deep chasm, clearly dividing them by the luxury car and her miserable self into two entirely different worlds. Her fingers gripping the scooter turned even whiter. She only spat out a few words, working a part-time job. After saying that, Zhang Yuting quickly lowered her head and began cleaning up the mess on the ground. Zhang Pei immediately squatted down with practiced ease, swiftly helping to gather the scattered lunchboxes. She pressed on, Weren't you working as a laborer at a construction site? Why are you delivering takeout now? Zhang Yuting's hands didn't stop moving, but she didn't answer. Seeing that both of them were busy, Siyue felt too embarrassed to just stand there, so she also squatted down to help. You must have some scrapes from falling off your scooter just now. I'll have the driver take you to the hospital to get checked out in a bit. The helmet obscured Zhang Yuting's expression. Her voice remained faint. No need. You guys don't need to help me either. I can do it myself. But Zhang Pei looked at Siyue. Siyue, hurry back to the car. How could a wealthy young lady like you be used to doing this kind of work? Since Zhang Pei was helping, how could Siyue possibly go back to the car alone? She squatted right down. Don't worry. I'm not some useless rich kid who can't take care of herself. After cleaning up the mess, Zhang Yuting looked at the ruined food on the ground and let out a deep sigh. But Siyue draped an arm over her shoulder without a word. Since you're Zhang Pei's friend, you're my friend too. At the end of the day, we're partly responsible for your fall just now. Come with me to the hospital for a checkup. I'll cover the medical bills. She glanced at Zhang Yuting's electric scooter, then looked at the driver. An idea flashed through her mind. Uncle Wang, get out. I'll drive this car. You help me ride this electric scooter back to their neighborhood. The driver's face was full of question marks. The next second, Siyue actually took off Zhang Yuting's helmet and shoved it onto Uncle Wang's head. She lives in the same building as Zhang Pei. You know the address? When we get back, I'll have my mom give you a bonus. Upon hearing the word bonus, the driver's eyes lit up. He nimbly hopped onto the little electric scooter. After riding out 2 meters, he uneasily backed up. Miss, are you sure you know how to drive? Siyue immediately patted her chest and promised, Don't worry. I have a driver's license. Only then did the driver vanish in a flash. Zhang Yuting was silent for a moment, before finally speaking up. I fell down on my own. It has nothing to do with you guys. I'm fine. Siyue, however, wasn't having it. We still have to get you checked out. What if you have internal injuries? Siyue honked the horn twice and urged, Hurry up and get in. Seeing this, Zhang Pei, half dragged, half pulled Zhang Yuting into the car. Then she stared at Siyue uneasily. Are you sure you know how to drive? Siyue turned her head and glared at her. I got my license over the summer break. I even posted it on my moments. I can't believe you didn't know. Zhang Pei rubbed her nose. I was busy working part-time over the summer. I didn't check your moments. Siyue didn't dwell on it. She skillfully started the engine, stepped on the gas, and the car instantly hit the road. But half an hour later, Zhang Pei watched as one electric scooter after another passed them by on the side of the road. The silence was deafening. Zhang Yuting felt even more uncomfortable. Terrified that her wet clothes would stain the high-end seats, she glanced at the scrape on her elbow and spoke up cautiously. How about we just skip the hospital? I feel like the wound is already healing. Siyue's face was dead serious. Don't speak. The roads are slippery in the rain. I'm driving. I can't be distracted. Zhang Yuting silently shut her mouth. Another half hour passed. The car finally pulled up to the hospital entrance, but just as Siyue finished parking, she saw that Zhang Yuting in the back seat had already fallen asleep leaning on Zhang Pei's shoulder. The dark circles under her eyes couldn't be hidden. Zhang Pei also looked helpless. Zhang Yuting had been so stiff and awkward when she first got in, but the moment the car started rocking, she couldn't fight off the exhaustion anymore. She picked up her phone and checked the time. It was almost 10:30 p.m. Zhang Pei gently patted Zhang Yuting's arm. Zhang Yuting, Chao Chou. We're at the hospital. Zhang Yuting groggily opened her eyes and let out a yawn. Realizing she had actually fallen asleep, she immediately sat up straight. Sorry, I just... Yu shook her head. It's fine. Hurry and get out. Let's go get you checked. The three of them headed straight for the emergency room. After the on-call doctor finished the examination and confirmed it was just superficial wounds, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. But then the doctor suddenly started lecturing her earnestly. Young lady, your body is quite weak. First, you're malnourished. You need to eat more meat, eggs, and dairy. Third, your body is severely overdrawn. Your sleep deprivation is severe. You can't stay up all night playing video games every day. The doctor had clearly mistaken her for a rebellious teenager. Zhang Yuting clenched her fists. The loose bangs fell over her forehead, hiding her eyes. Her whole being was shrouded in gloom, yet she didn't say a word. She just nodded silently. I know, who would have thought? The moment they stepped out of the hospital, Zhang Pei couldn't hold it in anymore. She grabbed Zhang Yuting's arm and demanded, Are you working 2 jobs a day now? Going to the construction site during the day and delivering takeout at night. Zhang Yuting kept her head down, still not saying a word. Speak, Zhang Yuting. Zhang Pei was usually gentle, but this time she was truly furious. Even Yu shrank her neck back. Only then did Zhang Yuting slowly raise her eyes. Her dark pupils were calm and indifferent. This is none of your business? Zhang Pei instantly laughed out of sheer anger. Wow, none of my businesses. She was so mad she couldn't speak, her eyes full of frustration at seeing someone waste their potential. A perfectly good piece of unpolished jade, insisting on jumping into the mud pit herself. Right at that moment, Zhang Pei suddenly remembered that trending post on the forum. In the post, Su Jingchen had cornered Yu and spouted a bunch of nonsense. In the attached photos, he was wearing one new outfit after another. She originally thought his girlfriend had bought them for him, but looking at it now, Zhang Pei's expression changed. She grabbed Zhang Yuting. Are you working yourself to death just to buy luxury goods for Su Jingchen? A flicker of emotion flashed in Zhang Yuting's eyes. I knew it. I guessed right. Zhang Pei poked her in the forehead, her voice rising a few pitches. What on earth are you thinking? With that kind of money, you could easily go to school. You shouldn't be ruining your life for Su Jingchen, letting yourself rot in the mud. Yu finally caught on as well. The way she looked at Zhang Yuting changed several times. What a massive sucker. Not only was she providing for Su Jingchen, she was actually funding his dates with his girlfriend. But Zhang Yuting actually shook off her arm and walked away briskly. Zhang Pei was so angry she was practically steaming from the ears. Yu quickly held her back. Forget it. Forget it. Let go of your savior complex. Respect other people's choices. Zhang Pei felt a stifling ache in her chest. She was my childhood friend. How can I just watch her ruin herself? And so, on the way back, the atmosphere in the car was eerily quiet. Zhang Pei sat straight in the passenger seat, refusing to acknowledge that delusional sucker. Who knows what Zhang Yuting was thinking? She just stared silently out the window. After getting out of the car, neither of them spoke to the other. They didn't say a single word until they got home. Zhang Yuting stared at the tightly shut door, closed her eyes, and dragged her heavy feet upstairs. But the moment she opened the door, she saw a delicate-looking boy sitting on the couch. Zhang Yuting, you're finally back. Su Jingchen didn't even notice her injuries. The first thing out of his mouth was a complaint. I've been waiting for you for over 10 minutes. What took you so long? Zhang Yuting calmly changed her shoes and walked in. Which outfit did you set your eyes on this time? Su Jingchen was instantly stunned, his eyes turning red. Zhang Yuting, am I really that much of a gold digger in your eyes? But Zhang Yuting truly couldn't hold on anymore. She had been working non-stop, day and night. Her body was already exhausted beyond its limits. Listening to Su Jingchen's tearful complaints, her patience completely ran out. I'm tired. I want to rest. Su Jingchen still had tears hanging from his eyelashes, his face full of disbelief. In the past, whenever he cried, Zhang Yuting would always coax him. But this time, she was actually brushing him off. Zhang Yuting, you know this. Duo's family looks down on me. I only buy these things so I don't embarrass her. He sobbed, tears rolling down his face. I can't spend her money. I can't let her family look down on me even more. Are you going to look down on me now too? She pinched the bridge of her nose wearily. I'm not. You are. Su Jingchen raised his hand and wiped away his tears. Have you forgotten? When we were kids and others mocked you for not having a mom, it was my mom who helped you and invited you to our house for dinner. At the mention of the gentle Auntie Su from her memories, Zhang Yuting instantly fell silent. I haven't forgotten, Did you come looking for me for something specific? Seeing her attitude soften, Su Jingchen finally sniffled. Duo is taking me to a banquet this weekend. This is my first time attending as her boyfriend. I'm afraid of embarrassing her. Zhang Yuting understood. Her knuckles slowly turned white as she gripped her phone. All right, I'll transfer 2,000 to you in a bit. Su Jingchen hesitated, stammering. But her friends are all wealthy heirs and heiresses. So 2,000 might not be enough. Zhang Yuting just felt mentally exhausted. Duo and her friends were from a completely different social class. 2,000 was already a lot for them. But Su Jingchen's tears started falling again as he spoke. If I dress too cheaply, they'll laugh at me. Zhang Yuting didn't make a sound. Her pitch-black pupils were like a stagnant pool. It wasn't until he cried himself out that he realized she was just sitting there quietly, resting on the couch with her eyes closed, as if he didn't even exist. His crying stopped. The room was unusually quiet. She slowly opened her eyes, her voice low and devoid of any warmth. I fell off my bike while delivering takeout tonight. I was almost hit by an oncoming car. Su Jingchen was startled. Are you okay? Her voice remained flat. I came back late because I went to the hospital. The doctor said I'm malnourished and severely overworked. Who knew that the tears he had finally managed to stop would start falling in large drops again? Are you blaming me? She sighed. No, but all the takeout spilled tonight. I had to pay a lot in compensation. Right now, I can only give you 2,000. Hearing this, Su Jingchen knew that crying anymore would be useless. He immediately wiped away his tears. Fine, 2,000 it is. Then, after he left, Zhang Yuting's gaze slowly fell on the calendar on the table. Next Friday. That was the day her dad was getting released from prison. Right after she was born, he was sentenced to 18 years for participating in a gang fight. Her mom ran off with another man. Now, she couldn't even remember what he looked like. Meanwhile, at Yunding Villa, I finally waited until my youngest daughter, Cue, came home. Only then did my anxious heart settle down. You're still not an experienced driver, especially in the rain. From now on, you can't let the driver leave. Got it? Cue looked touched. She hadn't expected that even this late, her father would still be sitting in the living room waiting for her. Just as she was about to throw herself at me, Si Jiao was quick and grabbed her by the back of her collar. Hurry up and go take a hot shower. You're all wet. Don't go jumping on your dad. Watching my daughter safely head upstairs, I finally turned around and looked coldly at Si Jiao beside me. I told you to reflect on your actions. Have you come to any conclusions? Si Jiao pursed her lips. One look at her expression and I knew she hadn't reflected on a damn thing. So, I reached out and grabbed her tie, yanking her forward sharply. The distance between us closed in an instant. I just dragged her like that, pulling her all the way back to the bedroom. I was just about to have her sit on the couch, but who knew she would actually follow my momentum and drop straight down to her knees on the floor. She looked completely crestfallen. Hanging her head. Hubby, I was wrong. I instinctively leaned back. After snapping out of it, I nudged her knee with my foot and said in annoyance, Where did you learn this futile nonsense? Dropping to your knees at the drop of a hat. Get up. Only then did Si Jiao sit down next to me, looking pitiful. Right then, I spoke coldly. What I asked you to reflect on was your favoritism. Si Jiao looked up in shock, quickly defending herself. I'm not playing favorites. She spoke with absolute conviction. 2 companies. The eldest and the second eldest get 1 each. As for the 5th, we can make it up to her in other ways. That's perfectly fair. I was practically laughing out of anger. So you're telling me that from history, you haven't learned a single lesson, huh? She quietly shook my arm, trying to act cute and gloss over it, but I shook her off and analyzed it for her with a straight face. Back then, Li Shimin also felt that since Li Qingqian was the crown prince, there was nothing wrong with doting a little more on his second legitimate son. But the next thing he knew, Li Qingqian rebelled. Why do you think that happened? Si Jiao immediately placed her hands on her knees, looking like an elementary school student paying close attention in class. Why? First of all, it's the mother's differential treatment. You think that because the second child is going to inherit the family business, you hire a bunch of tutors for her and have everyone surround her, pointing fingers and criticizing. That kind of high pressure will twist a person's mind. I added further, especially when compared to Wanwan, 2 and 2 has to be excellent just to get a compliment, while Wanwan can recklessly play around. This stark contrast is very likely to cause discord between the sisters. Si Jiao's pupils suddenly shrank. She was an only child, so she had never considered any of this. I couldn't help but sigh. Because from Shen Yushu's novel, I could see the unhappiness between the lines. It was a void rooted in her childhood. She developed stomach issues from overworking, but Si Jiao rarely cared. Yet when her younger sister Si Yu got sick, she would be incredibly anxious. Shen Yuchu would watch her mother and sister's intimate interactions with envy, but she never fought for herself. The book vaguely mentioned, that after a major tragedy occurred in the family, Si Jiaojiao's temperament became increasingly volatile, and the mother-daughter relationship dropped to freezing point. Combining that with Si Yu's novel, I instantly guessed what that tragedy was. It was Si Yu's death. The family's little ray of sunshine was gone. There was no one left to build an emotional bridge between me, Si Jiaojiao, and Shen Yuchu. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but wonder, if Wanwan hadn't died so early, would there have been room for reconciliation between mother and daughter? Of course, there was another possibility, that the sisterly bond between them would also gradually sour under their mother's favoritism. For the first time, Si Jiaojiao seriously pondered this topic. The fairness she had always believed in was actually never fair to begin with, so I continued to guide her. Think about it, if Kunkan and Wanwan made the exact same mistake, would you handle it the same way? Si Jiaojiao barely had to think. Before she had the answer in her heart. No, before she is a CEO, she is first and foremost your daughter. I told her word by word, you can't just cast aside your role as a mother and treat her like an employee. Si Jiaojiao truly took it to heart. The more she thought about it, the worse she felt. I patted her shoulder. The crying baby gets the candy, but we can't just give all the candy to the fifth child who cries. We have to learn to treat them equally. Si Jiaojiao suddenly hugged me. Her voice was muffled. Honey, am I a total failure? No. You're already amazing. I praised her with absolute sincerity. We were both young, and you carrying this family all on your own is incredible. The light returned to Si Jiaojiao's eyes. I'll definitely treat our daughters so well from now on. Don't wait for from now on. Do it tonight. My expression instantly changed. Go sleep in Tuanchuan's room tonight. Go build some good mother-daughter bonding time. Even as I pushed her out the bedroom door, Si Jiaojiao still hadn't fully processed what was happening. Just then, Si Yu, who was heading downstairs for a midnight snack, saw her own mother getting kicked out of the room. She immediately put her hands on her hips and burst into hysterical laughter. Ha ha ha. Snort times ha ha. Mom, what did you do? I can't believe Dad actually kicked you out. Si Jiaojiao shot her a dark glare, spun around on her heel, and left her with nothing but a cold back and an irritable scolding. What are you wandering around for in the middle of the night? Get back to bed. Si Yu made a face at her back and scurried off into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Si Jiaojiao marched straight towards Shen Yuchu's room. Standing at the door, she didn't even know what to do with her hands. She felt guilty toward her eldest daughter, but she couldn't bring herself to say anything soft or comforting. For a moment, she was completely at a loss. After a long while, she took a deep breath and raised her hand to knock. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. There was absolutely no sound from inside the room, so Si Jiaojiao simply pulled out her phone and gave her a call. She had to sleep here tonight, otherwise, her husband would be even angrier tomorrow. At that moment, Shen Yuchu, who was sleeping soundly, was jolted awake by her ringtone. Groggy, she glanced at the screen. The caller ID actually said it was her mom. It was past midnight. Why would her mom be calling her? Shen Yuchu's heart pounded with anxiety. She quickly answered the phone. Hello? Hearing the hoarse, sleep-filled voice on the other end, Si Jiaojiao fell silent for a second. Were you asleep? Shen Yuchu's mind was still foggy. She answered blankly. Yeah. Why are you looking for me so late? Did something happen? She organized her words for a moment. No. I just wanted to wake you up too. Shen Yuchu's head was full of question marks. Open the door. I'm right outside your room. Still half asleep, Shen Yuchu actually walked over to the door and pulled it open. She stared at Si Jiaojiao standing there, completely in disbelief. Si Jiaojiao looked her daughter up and down. She had grown quite tall, almost catching up to her own height, perhaps because she had just woken up. Shen Yuchu's pajamas were rumpled, and her hair was sticking up in all directions. She had lost her usual aloofness, and for once, she actually looked like a young girl. It suddenly dawned on her, she was the exact same age as Si Yue. Yet Si Jiaojiao had always treated her like an adult, while treating Si Yue like a child who hadn't grown up. Seeing her stand there motionless for so long, Shen Yuchu asked in confusion, Mom? Si Jiaojiao took a step forward and announced, I'm sleeping with you tonight. With that, she swaggered right in, without the slightest intention of explaining herself. Although Shen Yuchu was completely baffled, she still stepped aside to let her in. She rubbed her eyes, wondering if she was dreaming. How many years had it been since she last slept in the same bed as her mom? It seemed like ever since her dad went missing, it had never happened again. Just then, watching Si Jiaojiao expertly slide under her covers, she finally couldn't help but ask, Mom, why did you suddenly decide to sleep here? Did Dad kick you out? But that didn't make sense. If that were really the case, her mom could have easily slept in the guest room, or the study. Why insist on squeezing into the same bed with her? Si Jiaojiao's face instantly darkened. Was getting kicked out by her husband something to be proud of? These rebellious daughters always insisting on stabbing her right in the heart. But then she remembered my instructions, to be kind to her daughters. So, she forced out a loving smile, and her voice softened by several degrees. Hurry up and come to bed. Shen Yuchu violently shivered, all her sleepiness completely scared away. Are you possessed? With just one sentence, Si Jiao Jiao's mountain-like maternal love instantly suffered a landslide. Get your ass over here and sleep. Now that was more like it. Shen Yuchu quickly scrambled onto the bed. Not daring to delay for even a second, Si Jiao Jiao's chest heaved with anger. Sure enough, she couldn't give these rebellious girls a good attitude. The two of them lay in bed, with a gap between them as wide as the Chu River and Han border. The empty space in the middle was more than enough to fit two CUs. Si Jiao Jiao frowned and scooted closer to her daughter. Who would have thought? The moment Shen Yuchu felt her move, she immediately scooted outward as well, just as she kept wiggling further away. Si Jiao Jiao's voice faintly rang out. Keep scooting and you might as well sleep on the floor. Shen Yuchu instantly froze. Then Si Jiao Jiao reached out and tucked her in and gently patted her shoulder, coaxing her. Shen Yuchu's body was as stiff as a board. Her eyes wide open in the dark. It wasn't until she heard the soft, shallow sound of breathing beside her ear that she gradually relaxed. She quietly turned her head to look at her mother's profile. Finally, Shen Yuchu couldn't fight off her drowsiness anymore. Sensing that her daughter had fallen asleep, Si Jiao Jiao quietly opened her eyes. She reached out and pulled the blanket up a little higher and turned the AC up by 2 degrees. Only then did she close her eyes again. The next day, I saw Si Jiao Jiao and Tuan Chuan coming out of the room at the same time, my eyes curving into a smile. I asked Tuan Chuan, did you sleep well last night? Shen Yuchu nodded. Her mom was much quieter than Cua. She had practically slept straight through the night. She even had a dream for the first time in a long while. She dreamed of when she was little, sitting on her mom's shoulders. She was still a chubby little girl back then, and her mom would squeeze her chubby little legs. As she ran super fast, Cu followed behind them, her own little legs pumping hard as she clapped her hands and cheered. Big sister is flying. I want to fly too. Mom, it's my turn. Fly, fly. The corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. Yeah, I slept really well. Seeing that the mother and daughter were getting along well, I felt relieved, and gave Si Jiao Jiao an encouraging look. Si Jiao Jiao smugly lifted her chin. I linked arms with my daughter and walked ahead, ready to eat breakfast. Wan Wan went to bed late last night, so let's not wake her. We'll eat first. Shen Yuchu nodded. Okay. At the dining table, Si Jiao Jiao completely put on the act of a doting mother. She picked up a soup dumpling with her chopsticks and placed it on the plate in front of Shen Yuchu. This one is delicious. Try it, Tuan Chuan. After receiving a smile from her, Si Jiao Jiao doubled down on her efforts. Eat your porridge slowly, Tuan Chuan. Careful, it's hot. Tuan Chuan, give me your bowl. Mom will serve you. Don't spill it. Oh my Tuan Chuan is so amazing. You can even finish all your food by yourself. Mom is so proud of you. Shen Yuchu shot me a look. That look seemed to be asking, is Mom still possessed? Seeing her mother completely oblivious, Shen Yuchu, covered in goosebumps, scarfed down her breakfast and bolted out the door like a ghost was chasing her. Si Jiao Jiao watched her daughter's retreating figure as she left for work, her eyes brimming with maternal love, and sighed. Tuan Chuan really is such a good kid. She's so eager to go to work. Listening to her speak with the tone of an elderly mother, I really couldn't hold back, and replied, You're a good mom too. Receiving my praise, Si Jiao Jiao finally smiled in satisfaction, thinking about how today was the day we would finally reel in the net on the trap we had set for the Su family. I felt a surge of anticipation in my heart. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. I had just left the lab and was getting ready to head home. I didn't expect that while passing by the small woods on campus, I would be stopped by a familiar figure. It was Wen Nuan. Congratulations on escaping the fire pit, Student Wen. I looked at him and teased with a smile. His face had been beaming with a smile, but upon hearing my words, that smile froze on his lips. He paused for a moment, blinking his eyes, filled with pure confusion. I wasn't in a rush to explain. I simply took a seat on a nearby stone bench. Fire pit? He repeated softly, looking a bit hesitant. I wouldn't call it that. Seeing his naive and innocent demeanor, I sighed softly in my heart. This kid, he was just too pure. However, considering he had helped see Xiaomeng before, I was more than happy to give him a few pointers. How is it not? I looked him straight in the eye. Do you know how ugly the rumors about you have been out there all these years? As soon as I said that, the light in his eyes visibly dimmed. He carefully gauged my expression. I haven't heard anything. Are they really that bad? I nodded, deciding it was best to give him a heads up, so he wouldn't be even more hurt when he eventually heard them. What people are saying out there really isn't pretty. I'm going to tell you the truth, so please don't get mad. To my surprise, not only did he not back down after hearing this, he actually nodded vigorously. Go ahead, Professor, I won't get mad. He took a deep breath, as if he had made some sort of resolution. No one has ever explained these things to me before. The words you had Si Xiaoming pass on to me last time really opened my eyes. Seeing him like this, I felt a bit gratified. So he had been waiting here specifically for the past few days, just to thank me in person, he continued, his tone becoming even clearer. I've figured things out now. I applied for a dorm at school. I just want to learn how to be independent and try my best not to rely on the Su family or rely on my aunt anymore. I could tell that he had mustered a tremendous amount of courage and spent a long time mentally preparing himself before finally taking this difficult first step. In the past, he had never been separated from his aunt for this long. I heard that when he decided to live in the dorms this time, his aunt, who had always been completely accommodating to him, actually flew into a rare, explosive rage, but he still stuck to his guns. This level of determination made me see him in a new light. Seeing that his mind was made up, I continued speaking. People on the outside who don't know the truth all say that you have no sense of shame. They say that even though you know Su Qianxian has a fiancé, you still shamelessly insert yourself between them. A lot of people are saying that the reason Su Qianxian hasn't fulfilled her marriage contract all these years is because you've been getting in the way. As soon as I finished speaking, the forced smile on Wen Nuan's face instantly vanished without a trace. I didn't. It's not like that. He defended himself frantically. A hint of a sob creeping into his voice. My aunt said her position in the Su Corporation wasn't stable yet, and that she wanted to focus on her career before getting married. Seeing him on the verge of tears, I quickly gave him a gentle pat on the back and comforted him. Of course, I know you're not that kind of person, but the rest of the world doesn't know that. I sighed, deciding it was time for some tough love. You've probably heard that I was missing for many years, and only recently came back. Even I've heard these rumors. Do you really think Su Qianqian doesn't know about them? Wen Nuan's face instantly turned deathly pale. The tall, mighty image of his aunt in his heart was crumbling bit by bit. He muttered to himself, Auntie, that excuse of hers. Anyone can tell it's just a lie to string you along. I mercilessly tore through that hypocritical facade. If she really wanted to focus on her career, she would have gone through with the marriage alliance as soon as possible to maximize her benefits, instead of stringing her fiancé along, while keeping things ambiguous with you. You were young back then, as your guardian, Su Qianxian, failed to guide you properly. She's the one who is most at fault. Therefore, your decision to move out of the Su family was absolutely correct. Wen Nuan looked at me with tear-filled eyes and subconsciously grabbed my hand, as if clutching at his last lifeline. Professor, what should I do now? He was just naive, but he wasn't stupid. From my words, he had pretty much understood all the underlying implications. His aunt had deliberately manipulated him into falling for her. All the vicious rumors in the outside world were pointed at him, while his aunt wouldn't suffer a single blemish on her reputation. Instead, she would earn a good name for being grateful and repaying kindness. Looking at his dazed expression, I knew he had finally figured it out. This reminded me of the plot in the original novel. This woman, Su Qianqian, was truly hypocritical to the extreme. She was like a master hunter, constantly manipulating Wen Nuan's emotions. Since she had done it, she didn't even have the guts to admit it. She would wait until the outside world poured all the dirty water onto Wen Nuan, and right when he was on the verge of a breakdown, she would descend like a god from the heavens, condescendingly bestowing her love upon him as charity. During those days when Wen Nuan was heartbroken and sad, it was actually Si Xiaoming who had been silently keeping him company, two pitiful souls who were equally mistreated, huddling together in a corner for warmth. Yet Su Qianxian frequently got jealous over this. It wasn't until she personally heard Si Xiaoming advising Wen Nuan to leave the Su family that she became completely enraged and started relentlessly targeting Si Xiaoming. In fact, even Si Xiaoming's eventual death felt highly suspicious to me. It was just a pity that the book didn't reveal a single clue about it. It was as if it truly were just an accident. Pulling my thoughts back to the present, I raised my hand and gently patted the back of his cold hand. My voice was exceptionally soft. You're only 20. Your life has just begun. Don't limit yourself, and you don't necessarily have to follow the path Su Qianxian planned out for you for the rest of your life. I looked into his eyes and earnestly encouraged him. Think carefully about it. What are you actually interested in? Young people shouldn't be afraid of making mistakes. Life has a high margin for error. Once you go out and explore, you'll realize just how wonderful the outside world is. You'll also discover that you yourself are actually quite amazing. Seeing his thoughtful expression, I nodded inwardly. I wanted him to start thinking about his own life, instead of living in Su Qianxian's shadow forever. So, I suggested, you could make a few close friends. With your personality, I'm sure a lot of people will like you. Or you could pick up a few hobbies. Whenever you're in a bad mood, you can go relax. I had to help him find other emotional anchors, so he could break free from his dependence on Su Qianxian as soon as possible. Of course, I changed the subject, my tone turning serious. The most important thing is to have confidence. Even if the Su family cuts off their support, you need to have the ability to support yourself. He just kept nodding. His obedient demeanor was truly heartbreaking. I knew about his background. His parents died early, and he was adopted by the Su family when he was little. The savings his parents left behind hadn't been touched all these years. It should be enough to support him until he graduates from college. Wen Nuan gathered his emotions, held my hand tightly, and thanked me sincerely. Thank you, sir. I'll definitely think about it carefully when I get back. Seeing the smile return to his face, I couldn't help but smile too. All right, if you ever need help with anything, just come to me. And don't call me sir anymore. Just call me uncle. Okay, uncle. The little dimples on his cheeks made him look even more adorable. That uncle melted my heart. After parting ways with Wen Nuan, I immediately drove to the bidding site. Gripping the steering wheel, I calculated the time in my head. I wondered how things were going on Si Jiao Jiao's end. Had that big fish, Su Qiangqian, taken the bait yet? Si Jiao Jiao, Si Xiaomeng, and I had set this trap a long time ago. Si Xiaomeng intentionally leaked a document that looked confidential, but was actually filled with misleading bidding information. To lure Su Qianqian in, right now, things at the venue must be playing out exactly as I predicted. Su Qianqian was probably enjoying the thrill of victory, provoking my daughter with her smug gaze, and Si Xiaomeng was definitely holding back her laughter. While playing the role of a devastated loser, by the time I arrived at the venue, the bidding had already ended. The guests were gathered in small groups, but the atmosphere was a bit subtle. I spotted Si Jiao Jiao and Si Xiaomeng right away. Standing next to them was a livid Su Qianqian. The moment Si Xiaomeng saw me, her eyes lit up. She hurried over and whispered excitedly, "Dad, you're finally here." You should have seen Su Qianqian's face just now. It was as colorful as a painter's palette. Before I could say anything, I saw Su Qianqian adjust her expression and stride toward us on her long legs. Her gaze landed on Si Jiao Jiao, then shifted to Si Xiaomeng, putting on the composed air of an elder. "Xiaomeng, this is your first time participating in such a big project. Don't be too sad about failing. There's always next time." I almost laughed out loud. This woman really knew how to put on an act. Si Xiaomeng instantly went into full drama queen mode. She roared back, her eyes full of grief and indignation. "You have the nerve to say that? The Su group's reserve price barely edged out the C group's. Dare you say you didn't steal our proposal?" Su Qianqian shook her head helplessly and looked at Si Jiao Jiao, as if looking at an ignorant child. "President Si, Xiaomeng is still young. It's just one failure. Yet she's already talking nonsense. You should comfort her well when you get back." Si Jiao Jiao's face was as cold as ice, her gaze devoid of any warmth. "She's my daughter. I don't need President Su to worry about her." That single sentence left Su Qianqian completely stunned. She probably hadn't expected Si Jiao Jiao to back Si Xiaomeng up so publicly. Su Qianqian's expression shifted rapidly, but she eventually forced a smile. "I was being a busybody, but Xiaomeng is my niece after all. I was just worried she wouldn't be able to handle it." As she spoke, she actually looked toward the door. "Oh, Xiaomeng's father is here too. I wonder if President Si would do us the honor of having a meal together, Dad?" Hearing that word, Si Xiaomeng's eyes suddenly lit up, but when she saw clearly who was walking over, the corners of her mouth instantly dropped. I followed her gaze and saw Bi Yuntao wearing a burgundy velvet suit with several buttons of his shirt undone, strutting over with a flamboyant gait. He had a tall posture, a greasy smile plastered on his face. His hair was styled meticulously, and he reeked of strong cologne. President Si, his greasy voice, gave me goosebumps all over. He didn't even spare a glance at his biological daughter, Si Xiaomeng, and walked straight towards Si Jiao Jiao. The lust in his eyes was completely undisguised. I clearly saw. The face of Si Jiao Jiao beside me instantly darkened to the extreme. In those deep eyes of hers, manic elements began to surge once again. The emotions she had finally managed to calm down over the past few days because I came home, at this very moment, showed signs of losing control again. Si Jiao Jiao clenched her fists tightly, seemingly trying her best to restrain herself. Finally, she squeezed out a word through gritted teeth. Bai Yuntao's footsteps came to a sudden halt, his smile almost slipping. However, he still wouldn't give up, and even thought of using Si Xiaomeng as a shield. "President Si, it's been so long since we last saw each other. For the child's sake, let's have a meal together." As he spoke, he tried to grab Si Xiaomeng. Si Xiaomeng's face was also very ugly. She had been traumatized by Bi Yuntao since she was a child, and easily lost control of her emotions whenever she saw him. But this time, she took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to run away, and instead revealed her usual rebellious demeanor. She scoffed lightly, and casually walked a circle around Bi Yuntao. Her gaze was like she was examining a ridiculous object. "Tell me, why do you always come here just to humiliate yourself?" Bi Yuntao's expression changed instantly. He asked sternly. What did you say? Si Xiaoming's voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear. I said, you're an illegitimate son of the Su family, and you have me, an illegitimate daughter of the Si family. How do you even have the face to go out? And how do you have the nerve to say such things? Your skin is as thick as a city wall. As soon as these words came out, Bi Yuntao's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. All the blood in his body seemed to rush to his head. Seeing his flustered and exasperated look, the pent-up frustration in Si Xiaoming's heart for years seemed to dissipate a little. She simply threw caution to the wind, raising her voice even higher, wishing everyone could see the true colors of the Su family. I'm saying, are all of you from the Su family this shameless? The old ones mess around outside and produce a bunch of illegitimate kids, and the young ones haven't learned a single good thing. The apple truly doesn't fall far from the tree. Thank goodness my surname is Si and not Su, otherwise I might as well just bash my head in and die. The blast radius of these words was simply too wide. Not only did Su Qianqian and Bi Yuntao's faces turn as black as the bottom of a pot, even the third miss of the Su family, who was watching the drama nearby, looked embarrassed. But Si Xiaoming acted as if she didn't see it, getting more and more fired up as she spoke, even dragging her own mother into it. Don't you just want to marry into the Si family? Why don't you look in the mirror and see what kind of virtue you have? With your looks, how can you even compare to half of the Qian family's eldest daughter? Si Jiao must have been blind to fall for you. Saying that, she lifted her eyelids and cast a faint glance at Si Jiao, her tone full of mockery. No, wait. Her eyesight was bad to begin with. The two of you, one stupid and one wicked, are actually a perfect match. No, old Si, you should just divorce young Master Shen. You don't deserve him. The veins on Si Jiao's forehead throbbed. She was clearly deeply provoked by her own daughter's words, but on second thought, she slowly calmed down, a trace of guilt even flashing in her eyes. Yes, wasn't she just stupid? Her daughter had been by her side for so many years, yet she hadn't noticed any clues, letting her suffer so many grievances. Now, being mocked a few times was what she deserved. Thinking of this, she actually managed to comfort herself, as if being ridiculed by her daughter had become a daily routine. The people around who hadn't had time to leave yet, hearing these rebellious words, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Realizing what they did, they quickly covered their mouths, afraid of drawing fire to themselves. This was truly a move that damages the enemy by 1,000, but costs oneself 800. Bai Yuntao's face was already as ugly as it could get. He subconsciously raised the briefcase in his hand, about to smash it at Si Xiaoming. Si Xiaoming reacted extremely fast. The moment she noticed his movement, she nimbly hid behind Si Jiao. Si Jiao stood firmly in place, shielding her daughter behind her with one hand, while accurately catching the thrown briefcase with the other. Then, without any mercy, she directly smashed the bag, right into Bi Yuntao's face. The contents of the bag spilled all over the floor with a clatter. You dare bully my daughter right in front of me. Do you think I'm dead? Si Jiao's voice was chillingly cold. Bai Yuntao felt as if he had been thrown into an ice cellar, completely ignoring the pain on his face. He just called out tremblingly. He probably couldn't understand. It wasn't like he hadn't treated Si Xiaoming this way in the past, so why was she so angry this time? Su Qianqian also furrowed her brows and stepped forward to smooth things over. President Si, it's just a father teaching his child a lesson. There's no need to blow things out of proportion, right? Who's blowing things out of proportion? My cold voice rang out at just the right moment. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on me. Those bosses who had intended to leave were no longer in a hurry. They slowly organized their documents, but their ears were perked up high. A bloodbath among top wealthy families who wouldn't want to watch. When Si Xiaoming saw me, her eyes immediately lit up. She was just about to call out, "Dad," but then caught a glimpse of Bi Yuntao's ugly expression and forcibly swallowed the words back down. I saw Si Xiaoming's bright eyes blinking desperately at me, filled with a plea for help and anticipation. I immediately understood, and the corners of my mouth couldn't help but curve into a silent smile. I turned my gaze to Su Qianqian and spoke in an icy tone. President Su, if you have so much free time, you should go back and do some prenatal education for your own child. The look Su Qianqian shot me was very unfriendly, as if she wanted to swallow me alive. Right now, I was practically slapping her in the face. Her face indeed turned extremely ugly, and her words became harsh. President Si and my sister are discussing the issue of educating children. Mr. Li, as an outsider, there's no need for you to blindly interfere, is there? Bai Yuntao also seemed to have instantly found his backbone. He glared at me viciously, wishing he could vent all his fury on me. You're really a dog catching mice meddling in other people's business. What does it have to do with you if I teach my own daughter a lesson? Si Xiaoming is the daughter of President Si and me. No matter how jealous you are, you can't deny this fact. As he spoke, he even puffed out his chest proudly, looking at me with a bossy and arrogant gaze. Could it be that seeing my daughter enter the C group makes you uncomfortable? So you came here specifically to pick a fight? Looking at his smug face, I just smiled faintly and didn't reply. The next second, I swung my arm with full force. With a crisp slap, Bai Yuntao's cheeks swelled up at a visible rate. I gave you face, didn't I? I had wanted to hit him for a long time. Feeling that one slap wasn't satisfying enough, I followed up with a backhand slap, viciously striking the other side of his face. Bi Yuntao's pig-like squeals echoed through the hall, making Si Xiaoming's eyes light up brighter and brighter. She simply put her hands on her hips and burst into wild laughter, completely disregarding the stares of others. That insurmountable mountain in her memory could actually be sent flying with a single slap. Bai Yuntao covered his face with both hands, his ears ringing. But Si Xiaoming's arrogant and domineering laughter still rushed unstoppably into his ears. He lost his mind in anger, and without even seeing clearly who was in front of him, he lunged forward like a madman, desperate to fight to the death. Just as his hand was about to touch Si Xiaoming, I suddenly raised my leg and kicked him viciously in the waist. Bai Yuntao flew straight out, rolling miserably on the ground several times, his crisp suit covered in dust. Seeing this, Si Jiaojiao quickly stepped forward, grabbed my hand, her eyes full of heartache. "Chenshin, are you hurt?" I shook my slightly red palm. I had indeed used a bit too much force just now, and my palm was a little numb from the impact, but in front of outsiders, I maintained a calm and composed appearance. "Don't you know what I'm capable of?" Seeing my highly suggestive gaze, Si Jiaojiao immediately recalled the scene from back then, when I took her by force. The tips of her ears instantly turned red. "Chenshin is the most amazing." Si Xiaoming secretly rolled her eyes at her from the side. Seeing Bi Yuntao's miserable state, Su Qianqian questioned me with an ashen face. "Sir, isn't what you're doing going a bit too far?" Only then did I act as if I had just noticed her, and said slowly, "I almost forgot about you." I had just raised my hand, when it was grabbed by Si Jiaojiao the next second. "Chenshin, let me do it." Her low voice carried an unquestionable resolve. My husband's slap shouldn't land on some wild woman from the outside. She's not worthy. Before Su Qianqian could even react, Si Jiaojiao's fist was already flying straight for her face. In an instant, the two of them were tangled in a brawl. Si Xiaoming watched with great relish from the sidelines. She pulled out a handful of sunflower seeds from who knows where, and while munching on them, she stirred the pot, enjoying the drama. "Old Sai, can you handle this? Are your fists made of cotton? You're just tickling Su Qianqian." TSK, "Old Su, hurry up and fight back. This is getting boring. With those weak moves of yours, even old ladies fighting on the street are more agile than you." Hey. Sai Xiaoming was still adding fuel to the fire from the sidelines. "Is that all you've got? If you're a real woman, show us what you're made of." I couldn't help but cover my face. This girl's resentment toward her mother really isn't ordinary, but it's no wonder. After being neglected for so many years, it'd be weird if she didn't have some pent-up anger. I just hoped Si Jiaojiao could put in a little more effort and win her daughter back sooner. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of the Su family's third daughter. She was already trembling with fear. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, she pulled an assistant aside, whispered a few instructions, and then scurried away as fast as a rabbit, terrified that she'd be the next one to get beaten up. Finally, after the Su Corporation staff nearby were accidentally caught in the crossfire several times, the two brawling women were finally pulled apart. Su Qianqian fell to the ground in a sorry state, while Si Jiaojiao merely smoothed out the hem of her clothes, without a single scratch on her. I walked up to her, feeling a bit worried. "How are you holding up?" Si Jiaojiao tilted her chin up and showed off to me triumphantly. "Just a little dirt on my clothes, that's all." We exchanged a glance, and soon couldn't hold back our laughter. That natural, seamless chemistry between us made everyone around us shiver violently. After enjoying the miserable state of the Su siblings, my mood was finally much better. "Let's go. Time for lunch. I'm so hungry, my stomach is touching my back." After saying that, I raised an eyebrow and shot Si Xiaoming a look. Si Jiaojiao also glanced at her daughter, then immediately grabbed my hand, her eyes full of doting affection. "Let's go." The two of us just held hands like that and swaggered away. Even our walking posture oozed arrogance. Not a single person around dared to step forward and stop us. I glanced back over my shoulder. Su Qianqian was propping herself up, shooting a vicious glare through eyes that were swollen into slits. Seeing this, Si Xiaoming immediately followed behind us, subconsciously mimicking my walking posture. Like an arrogant little peacock, she strutted out the door. So satisfying. That must be what she was thinking. Si Jiaojiao consciously got into my passenger seat, while Sai Xiaoming silently drove the car she came in, following closely behind us the whole way. We arrived at a private kitchen restaurant. Cheers. The three of us raised our juice glasses at the same time, then leaned against the table, laughing uncontrollably. This scene, anyone who didn't know better would think we were a family of villains, celebrating the downfall of the main characters. I cleared my throat and began to report my battle results. Today, I just broke up the male and female leads. Those words almost slipped out of my mouth. I quickly corrected myself. A pair of star-crossed lovers, now when Nuwon has already moved out. In a few days, I'll get someone to expose the Su family's dirty secrets and blow things out of proportion. Then it'll be even more impossible for him to fall for Su Qianqian. Si Xiaoming was laughing so hard she could barely breathe. Dad, you're amazing. Someone like her doesn't deserve brother Nuwon at all. I was still a bit curious. Baby, do you really not like Wen Nuwon? I patted my chest and promised her, don't worry. As long as you like him, Dad will definitely help you win him over. Who knew that Si Xiaoming, who had just been laughing freely, would instantly freeze up. Dad, where did you get the idea that I like brother Nuwon? I genuinely just see him as an older brother. I don't want him to be with Su Qianqian, simply because she isn't worthy of him. All right then, I'm relieved, if you don't like him. I won't bring it up again. I was just worried you couldn't see your own heart clearly. Si Xiaoming also nodded seriously. Don't worry, Dad. I can clearly distinguish my feelings for brother Nuwon. As she spoke, I noticed that Si Xiaoming's gaze fell on Si Jiaojiao next to her, who was attentively putting food in my bowl. A trace of complex emotion flickered in her eyes, as if she was plotting something. Dad, the girl said with a completely serious face. I think Mom is getting old. Before she could even finish her sentence, a piece of beef was stuffed into her mouth. Si Xiaoming chewed it up and swallowed it down. I have to admit, it tasted pretty good. I glanced at Si Jiaojiao. She was looking at her daughter with eyes full of maternal love. Xiaoming, don't just talk. Eat more meat. Look how skinny you are. It breaks Mom's heart. Si Xiaoming finally managed to swallow the meat in her mouth, only for a piece of ribs to fly in. So she had no choice but to keep chewing. She was probably thinking to herself, this is pretty good too. If it's good, eat more. That way you'll have the energy to get things done, Si Jiaojiao said. Then turned to look at me, praising her as if asking for credit. Our Zuai is amazing. There isn't a single colleague in any department of the company who doesn't praise her. So I've decided to keep Zuai by my side starting tomorrow. I'll personally guide her through the company's business. Watching this harmonious scene between mother and daughter, I was happy to play along. Zuai is awesome, as expected of the eldest sister. She really has the demeanor of a big boss. Being praised by me like this, Si Xiaoming instantly forgot what she was about to say. She straightened her back, her face full of pride. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Si Jiaojiao seemed to rack her brains and finally remembered something else. Oh, right. In a few days, the Qian family and the Su family are getting engaged. They sent an invitation to me. Wifey, are you interested? I could tell that she was desperately trying to find topics to talk about right now, terrified that her daughter would find an opening to drive a wedge between us as a couple. I quickly ran through it in my mind and suddenly asked, the Qian family. Is the one getting married the Qian family's eldest daughter, Qian Duo? The moment Si Jiaojiao heard this, her nerves instantly tensed up. Wifey, you know that eldest miss of the Qian family. A name even she didn't remember. How would I know it? I explained. I wouldn't say I know her. I ran into Qian Duo last time I went to Wan's parent-teacher meeting. She seems to have some beef with our daughter. I paused on purpose, emphasizing my tone. The two of them even got into a fight that landed them in the police station. Hearing this, Si Jiaojiao instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at how lively and energetic Si Xiaoming was, it was obvious she hadn't been at a disadvantage. So that's how it is. The moment I thought about this complicated romantic entanglement, I felt a restless itch in my heart. Since they sent an invitation, then let's go take a look. I deliberately paused for a moment and probed. If you don't have time, I can go by myself. If I didn't get to eat this whole melon, I'd feel uncomfortable all over. Si Jiaojiao immediately promised. I have time. I'll go with you. Si Xiaoming secretly curled her lips in disdain from the sidelines. I guess she was definitely giving her mom the middle finger in her head again. In the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun dyed half the sky red. I was just plotting about the engagement banquet when my phone suddenly buzzed. It was a photo sent from an unknown number. In the photo, a young woman wearing work clothes, her hair tied up neatly, and covered in mud was standing at a bus stop. A boy with a backpack was throwing himself into her arms, crying his eyes out. I looked closely to identify them. Wasn't that woman the same one who fought with Si Xiaoming earlier, Zhang Yuting? And that boy was Su Jingchen. Below the photo was a line of text. Mr. Shen, is this what you wanted to see? I furrowed my brows tightly. Who was pulling strings behind the scenes? What were they trying to do? Before I had time to think about it carefully, Si Jiaojiao's call came through, her voice carrying a trace of imperceptible tension. Chen, did you see the news? The engagement banquet between the Qian and Su families. seems to have run into a bit of a situation. I immediately opened the news. It was overwhelmingly flooded with reports about the Chien family's eldest miss, Chien Duo, running away from her engagement banquet and eloping with an ordinary boy. I looked at the photo on my phone, then looked at the news, and a smile couldn't help but curl onto my lips. It seemed this gossip was even juicier than I imagined. After that photo, very soon, a more detailed report was sent to my phone, filling in the rest of the story from the photo. The report stated that, when Su Jingchen found Zhang Yuding, she had just gotten off work at the construction site. Her loose short sleeves and black pants were completely covered in mud and dust. When Su Jingchen threw himself at her, the clean hem of his own clothes was instantly stained with dirt. He subconsciously frowned, but this slight germophobia was quickly drowned out by his overwhelming sense of grievance. He asked with a sob in his voice, "Chien Duo's fiancé came to my class to find me today. He told me to leave Chien Duo. What do you think I should do?" Zhang Yuding's reaction, however, was unusually calm. She merely pursed her lips and advised him with an almost cruel rationality. "Chien Duo's reputation has never been very good. You should have known that before you got together with her. I think you should break up with her as soon as possible." These words were like a basin of cold water, chilling Su Jingchen right to the bone. He widened his eyes, his gaze full of accusation. "How could you say that? Do you look down on me too?" As it turned out, after being warned by Chien Duo's fiancé, he ran to Chien Duo seeking comfort. Who knew that not only did Chien Duo not comfort him, she instead urged him to endure it. In a fit of anger, he ran out, and, as if possessed, ran all the way to Zhang Yuting. Perhaps he felt that this taciturn woman could give him a sense of security. However, Zhang Yuting didn't give him the comfort he wanted. She lifted the hem of her shirt to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Those dark eyes made Su Jingchen feel very uncomfortable, as if they could see right through all his naive fantasies. "I don't." Her voice was calm and unwavering. "You two were never from the same world to begin with. Now that she's getting married, if you don't break up, then do you want to be her underground lover? Zhang Yuting, how could you say that about me?" This sentence completely crushed Su Jingchen. His face was full of grief, indignation, and humiliation. Gripping his backpack straps, he turned around indignantly and ran off into the night. Zhang Yuding's feet seemed to shuffle forward a couple of steps, but seeing the bus approaching in the distance, she instantly stopped. She just watched Su Jingchen's back disappear like that, and then stepped onto the bus herself. Seeing this, I couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This girl was much more mature than I imagined, and much more realistic. The report continued. Zhang Yuting got off the bus one stop early, strode into the wet market, picked out a few pieces of pork belly for herself, and grabbed a rack of ribs. Just as she reached the bottom of her apartment building, an old man stopped her. "I heard your dad got out of prison today. Did you know?" Another old man fanning himself chimed in. How could she not know? "Her dad went back this afternoon. I heard he didn't have a key, so he ran off again." As he spoke, he caught a glimpse of the meat in Zhang Yuding's hand, and laughed. "Looks like she knew her dad was back, and bought this specifically to celebrate." Zhang Yuting frowned. Clearly, Su Jingchen's situation had made her forget about this much more important matter. She didn't say much else, just carried her bags upstairs. What happened next made me see this girl in a whole new light. She was busy in the kitchen, when a sudden, loud banging came from the door. She pulled the door open, and a man reeking of alcohol stumbled inside. It was the father she hadn't seen in years, her father, who had just been released from prison. A pair of cloudy eyes sized up this daughter, who was now a head taller than him, and he called out tentatively, "Zhang Yuting." Zhang Yuding just gave a non-committal hum and helped him sit down on the sofa. Not only did her father not have the slightest bit of guilt, he actually started complaining. "I get out of prison, such a big deal, and you don't even know to come pick me up? Made it so I couldn't even get into my own house." He sniffed the aroma of meat in the air, and his eyes lit up. "Daughter, are you stewing meat?" "Yeah." A gloomy shadow hung over Zhang Yuding's brows. She warned him bluntly, "Stop hanging around with Uncle Zhang. He gambles outside, and just a few days ago, I saw people coming to his door to collect debts. You just got out of prison. You probably don't want to go back in so soon, do you?"